According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that for soft skills. It's just mostly what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what little associations here, like student associations, would now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
Now, productivity is essential for small businesses to thrive in Nigeria's rapidly evolving business landscape. As a small business owner, it is crucial to have a grasp of productivity tips tailored for the Nigerian market. Improving productivity can significantly impact the growth and sustainability of your business, whether you are navigating the complexities of the local market, limited access to capital, or juggling multiple responsibilities. Working smarter, not just harder, is key to boosting productivity. By optimizing your operations, managing your time more effectively, and implementing strategic approaches, you can enhance the efficiency of your business and work towards your goals more effectively. In today's discussion, we will explore practical productivity tips for small business owners in Nigeria. These strategies will help you streamline your processes and enhance the overall performance of your business. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. All right, before we get into the conversation proper, since power can only be granted by uniting like-minded individuals, young people have been urged to take charge and assume responsibility in order to alter the current state of leadership in the nation. This hint was given by the founder of the African Future Leadership magazine, Mark Idiahi, during the 9th African Future Leadership Conference and Awards, which was themed Africans for Africa, Resetting Africa's Economies for Prosperity. Now, since power can only be granted by uniting like-minded individuals, young people have been urged to take charge and assume responsibility in order to alter the current state of leadership in the nation. Now, this hint was given by the founder of the African Future Leadership magazine, Mark Idiahi, during the 9th Africa Future Leadership Conference and Award, which was themed Africans for Africa, Resetting Africa's Economies for Prosperity. Details now. The African Future Leadership Conference is an annual event that brings together professionals from diverse backgrounds throughout the continent and serves as a preventive arm of the Second Chance Care Foundation. It provides a fantastic chance to network with business leaders and have stimulating conversations about influencing Africa's future. The convener, Mark Idiahi, gives an overview on what to expect.
So, like I hinted, there is a nexus between leadership and the economy and the prosperity of any nations. So my recommendations: number one, leaders have to become intentional about prioritizing national interests and promote transparency and foster a culture of integrity.
This edition is in strategic partnership with the Mars Leadership University, and it seeks to explore the dichotomy between leadership and economy of nations, encouraging dialogue that will improve business prospect for both Nigeria and Africa. CEO of the Africa Private Sector Summit, Dr. Lucy Newman, and other presenters provide more details.
We, the citizens ourselves, need to understand our responsibility in building a society. And we need to understand also that our voices matter, and to speak and to get engaged and get involved and be bold and courageous.
Now, young people need to realize they assume that they can stay on the side, on this left, and just watch. No, it is time for us, young people, to now take the charge.
But before you even go into politics, see, your value must be grounded, like integrity. Because if you are not a person of integrity, if you enter there, it's possible you are going to be corrupted.
The convener reflects on the previous 8 years and emphasizes how well the event had worked to develop commercial relationships, provide networking opportunities, and advance the idea of a prosperous and new Africa. He says the rising levels of insecurity in the nation and consequently throughout Africa necessitate a national conference to discuss the future of both the country and Africa, hence the conference's theme.
I'm not saying I'm going to change the world, that's not the point, but I made up my mind that as much as I breathe, I'm going to try to come up with initiatives and programs such as this to give hope to a young Nigerian who would see that, oh, indeed, there's light after the tunnel. You know, there's an opinion and expression that there can never be light after the tunnel, saying that we have been in this conundrum for a long time. But I'm a chronic optimist. I believe that in spite of how long it has been, we'll get it right.
Over the years, Africa has been a victim of poor narrative by the mainstream media as a dark continent. This conference and future ones hope to be able to retell Africa's story. All right, welcome back from that report. Setting up a productive workplace is essential for the growth of your business. A positive, well-organized space can boost morale, make people more productive, and increase total performance. To help small business owners in Nigeria make the best in their work setting, my guests will be sharing on that and salient issues. Abidemi Adijat Adeyemo, an alumna of the Lagos State University Ojo with a degree in History and International Studies, has emerged as a formidable figure in the realm of productivity and business efficiency. Her journey from an administrative officer at the Oshodi Isola local government to a celebrated entrepreneur is a testament to her exceptional skills and unwavering dedication to enhancing productivity across various sectors. She is a fellow of the Institute of Productivity and Business Innovation Management, IPBIM. Abidemi's career is marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in productivity. Her innovative approaches, coupled with her extensive knowledge and experience, have positioned her as a leading figure in her field. Her journey from a local government administrator to a globally recognized productivity expert showcases her extraordinary abilities and dedication. Many thanks for joining me, Abidemi, on Business Insights.
Thank you. Good morning.
It is a pleasure to have you, Abidemi. In our pre-chat, we are just talking about, the issues of fuel price hikes and how, the business environment is not really conducive for entrepreneurs and small businesses. But let's talk about productivity right now and some of the challenges. In your opinion, what are the primary obstacles Nigeria's SMEs face in achieving higher productivity?
Thank you. See, in Nigeria, business owners are really facing difficulties, not only primary, secondary, every other problems. Number one is finances. They don't have enough finance to help their business. A lot of them, they started maybe like 6-7 years ago. Then they had enough capital, but in the last 1 year, it has really affected their business. Coupled with this lights, electricity, bad road, poor technology, stiff competitive markets. They don't have enough finance to tackle with the bigger companies. They are SMEs, small, medium-sized enterprise. Yes. So they are just trying to strive. So a lot of them are really affected with these finances, bad road, economy, these dollar rates, forex, even dollar rates to source for their materials. A lot of them import their products. So dollar rate is really affecting them. So most like 3 of my clients, they are planning on shutting down their businesses.
That's so sad.
So it's really sad in this country.
Okay, so how do we compare, what SMEs in Nigeria go through vis-a-vis other developed countries, and of course, what strategies would you suggest to overcome some of these challenges?
Thank you. We cannot compare Nigeria with other developed countries in a lot of ways. If you go to any developed country, they have good roads. If you don't have a good road, how will you be productive? You're going to office in the morning or your shop anywhere. You'll be in the traffic maybe like 2 hours. When you get to the office, you'll be so tired. There is no how you'll be productive. Lights, you don't have, you pay for light, we don't get it. Electricity, we are not getting it. Fuel is so high. But in other countries, they have all these things at their foot and their tip of.
They can call.
Yes, so they can get it whenever they need it. Then this technology, we have it in Nigeria, but there are a lot of apps that help them abroad that we cannot download here. There are some apps that you can use in advertising your business online. But if you get there, you want to download it, if you are from Nigeria, you will not be able to download it.
So it's limited to Nigeria?
Yes, so you can't download it. So things like that is really affecting Nigeria, but it's quite okay in other developed countries, which we don't have it here.
Okay, let's talk about the challenge of finance. I know there's a whole lot of impact the business environment has brought on the small businesses, and one of them is access to capital, access to finance, and I know it also in a way affects productivity. So let's talk about the relationship between access to financing projects for SMEs and their productivity, as well as maybe possible solutions that you can prefer to bridge this funding gap.
Yes, and number one is the government. They are trying. I always say this, the government are trying, but the funds that they are releasing are not getting to the end users.
Why not?
Well,
Why is it not getting to the end users?
the people the intermediaries, they are not delivering what they are supposed to do.
There is some sort of short circuiting.
Exactly. Maybe the government might give maybe 20 or 30 billion naira. The business owner might just get maybe 10. So who gets the 20? We don't know. Who do we ask? So I will suggest and advise the government as an expert, if they want to do that, maybe they should get a financial institution. They should create that so that any business owners that is registered with CAC can go there with their CAC certificates. They will have a bank account with them. So they will be able to give in the money directly to them.
Let me even butt in there, since you're talking about financing and account and institutions. But I thought over time we had banks for that. We have the Bank of Industry, which is supposed to, support businesses and even small and medium businesses, and also the microfinance bank. So, are you saying that this money should be channeled through the microfinance banks or channeled through the BOI, or how exactly?
Yes, those ones they are doing their best, but the collateral they are asking for is quite huge.
Okay.
So a lot of the small business owners don't have it. They will ask for collateral, they will ask for loan history, which they don't have.
Yeah.
So, but if the government can create their own, maybe even if they are going to get collateral or loan interest, it will be very minimal. Yes. So they can survive with it.
Okay. Okay, so loans, speaking of loans, I know there has been challenges and, people trying to get financing, not just for business, but also for household, use. And there have been proliferation of loans. And you talked about technology, and there are loan apps which claim, to help businesses. And, since the banks would require collateral and all that, most people fall victims to this bank or online loan apps because they need financing. At the end of the day, the processes are shorter. The requirements are not much or even nothing at all. But at the end of the day, you get these loans, and yet we still talk about this issue of not being able to pay back because of high charges. So where do we draw the line?
The interest is killing. The interest.
Is it really advisable to?
It's not. I will not advise any of my clients to go for these loan apps. They are not advisable to go and collect money from them. Even if they not pay, they will start publishing their pictures. They are threatening them with different kind of things. So I have never even advised any of my clients to go for that. If the government is not forthcoming, I will advise them to go for collaborations. They can collaborate, look for investors to invest in their business. Okay. There are people that have this money, as you are saying, my brother, in this country. They have the money. Some of them don't even know what to venture into. So if you have your business idea, why not map it out? Get an investor. You guys will agree on certain percentage.
And terms, yes.
Terms, so you get a legal practitioner to sign it for you, then you are good to go.
Okay, still, you talked about the place of government policy, you talked about initiatives, you also talked about technology and digital transformation. So how well would you say SMEs have been able to leverage on technology, and is it been adequate? Are they using it enough, or is there more that can be done to just ensure that small business is key into this digital transformation era that we are talking about?
Yeah, technology has really done a lot with business owners. Yeah, but there are some certain issues that they are having with this internet cost. Okay, the cost is killing. If you want to get Wi-Fi for your office now, you know how much it costs. So before you get that, you pay your staff, things vis-a-vis. So you have little interest. Yeah. But with that too, they don't have any choice than to go in using technology, because it's a very, very good initiative. It helps in keeping records. You keep inventories of your businesses. You keep cash flow, how your cash are coming in and going out, how you pay your staff. It helps you know how many employees you have. So if you want to buy the receipt before, we do it manually.
Okay.
But you can do it on your app, maybe your phone or your laptop now, and just send it to your customers.
Okay.
It gives the customers good experience.
Okay.
You can order now in the next 10-15 minutes. You can order online, next 10-15 minutes you get your goods. So a lot of advantages are in technology right now, and I think a lot of business owners are tapping into it.
Okay, still talking about tapping into resources, let's talk about the young people. And it is sad to understand that Nigeria is still grappling with the challenges of youth unemployment. How can we, or how can small businesses actually leverage on the teeming labor force that comes from the young people and enhance productivity?
Yeah, we have a lot of unemployment. Why some business owners have not really go into employing these young graduates is because a lot of them are not technology literate.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Really? I thought they were business, so the Gen Zs right now are actually internet savvy.
Yeah, no, I am talking about the business owners.
Okay, they are not the one, they are not business, tech savvy.
Yes, because most of these young graduates, you cannot tell them to come work with you when you are in a remote area. If your office is
doing
not
manual operations,
so a lot of them will not tap into it.
Okay.
So if you want to employ any Gen Z now, you have to have a lot of them even want to work from home.
Okay.
So you have to have your technology intact so that they will be able to tap into it. They will come help you. And if you can do that, even if it's loan you get in doing orders, if the Gen Z come work with you, you see a lot of changes because they are good in technology.
So
right?
Gen Zs are the way to go.
They have.
Okay, interesting, because some of them will actually fight me. But let's talk about common mistakes and solutions. I know that just because some people are doing the same thing over time, they expect to get different results. It will never happen. So let's talk about some of these common mistakes that small businesses do tend to make, and let's try to proffer some sort of solutions for them.
A lot of business owners do not plan.
Okay, planning.
They don't have plan. If you want to start any business, there should be a planning. It's not that you just get the money and you start.
Okay.
There's no how you do it. It should never be productive. You get a plan. Okay, I want to go into this business. What kind of business do I have to go to? Which location? Who do I want to sell to? Do I want to sell for the low class or the premium class? So you have to have all those plans.
You have to have a business plan.
That is it. And you have to have a passion for whatever you want to go into.
Passion. So the business should be passion driven.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not you just.
So it's not just like an all-comers affair because you feel this person is going into the business and is seemingly making a profit. Maybe that's what I should do now because there's money in it. So you have to have a passion.
You have to have a passion
before you get into that business.
That is it.
Okay. So aside from passion and aside from what you mentioned, planning. So what other main issues? Well, we've talked about funding, really, but some people, sometimes they get. I understand that sometimes some people they get funding, finance for their business, but there's a bit of funding mismatch. They tend to get short-term funding for maybe long-term issues, and they have issues paying back, or it still falls back to planning. But then, what about packaging? What about promotion? What are the challenges that occur in that particular aspect?
Thank you. See, if you don't have passion for what you are doing, there is no how you grow on it. But if you have passion for it, you know how to package your product.
Okay.
You know the type of product you want to go into. Okay. You want I want to go into clothing line.
Yes.
So maybe I'm a fashion enthusiast. I will know. Okay, this thing is going to fit you. Yeah. So I'll know how to package it. You have to get good hands to work with you. Then you have to be a good leader to your employees. You have to get good hands, give them enough working space. Then training. You have to train your employees.
Okay, let's talk about cultural influence on productivity. How does Nigeria's entrepreneurial culture affect the productivity of SMEs?
See, these are culture. There is one culture I would like business owner to eradicate.
Please, which of it? Because I want to learn too.
You sit down at your shop, customers will come. You don't have to do that again.
So you have to go get the customer one way or the other.
Yes, so that's why we have all these marketers.
Okay.
You have to go.
And right now, physical marketing may not just be, there are several ways you can actually just market, but you just have to do something.
You have to do
You have to
something.
talk to people, word of mouth.
That-
You have to,
exactly.
you know, sell your product
Yes,
online.
advertise, advertisements.
Yes.
That's the next thing you have to
Okay.
do. You don't just have to sit down in one place and my customer will come. No. Then we have to erase this mindset of let me just do it, let me just for my family to survive. No. You have to start small and go global.
You have to go through the ropes.
That's it.
Okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk, as we round up because of time now, let's talk about the place of collaboration, networking, and what are your future predictions for SMEs productivity in Nigeria? Let's just iron those out.
I always say this as an expert. Collaboration is the next productivity.
Collaboration is the next productivity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There's a hashtag, collaboration. It's
It's
the next productivity.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You see a lot of fashion houses now. They collaborate with people selling all these fashion things. So they come together, they make clothes. Yes. All these people that decorators,
Interior decors.
interior
yes.
decors, they collaborate with people selling all these curtains. All this, they collaborate together.
So because no man is an island, you know.
So you
ultimately.
bring your own knowledge, I bring mine. We do cross selling.
Okay.
So you bring your own customers, I bring mine.
Okay.
Ideas.
More like a vertical integration. Yeah,
Yes.
get it. Okay.
So that's why I said collaboration is the next productivity. If
So you
can-
have to collaborate one way or the
You
other.
have to
Okay, because you
collaborate.
can't do it all.
You can't
know,
do it
there's like
all.
a value chain in your business. You have to identify people who actually add value to you and do business with them.
Yes.
Okay, so predictions for SME productivity as we round off?
A lot of business owners right now have to go for, we have those things that they call KSA, not King Sunny Ade.
Oh, what if we're going to dance to
King
Fuji
Sunny Ade.
on air
About
today?
knowledge,
Okay.
skills,
Knowledge, skills. Yeah.
and attitude.
Knowledge, skill, attitude. KSA, not King Sunny Ade. Yeah.
No.
Knowledge, skill,
Skills and
attitude.
attitude.
Okay, so just break it down. quickly.
Knowledge.
Yeah.
What knowledge do you have about the business you want to venture into? And what skill do you also have?
Yes.
Then attitude. What is your attitude towards your business?
Okay.
Your attitude towards your employees? Your attitude towards your customers? So you have to work on all that.
Okay.
If you can do all this,
So even speaking of the knowledge, sometimes you have to even work on acquiring the knowledge.
Yes.
You might not have all the knowledge yourself. You might need to learn.
if you are staying on the mainland, the knowledge you have of that business will be different from people staying on the
On the
island.
island, yes, okay.
If you are in Nigeria, the knowledge of business here is different from the one abroad.
Okay. Okay. And speaking of skills, for instance, you mentioned a business like interior decor. Nothing stops you from learning how to sew.
Yes. You
Okay.
can. You can go into sewing. You can go into making wigs. So you don't. Nobody's an island.
True.
So you just have to have that skill.
Just get into the value chain.
That is it.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a whole lot to talk when we talk about SME productivity, but then time is never your friend when you're having fun. We must say a very big thank you to you for the input and the insight that you have brought on the show today. My guest has been Abidemi Adeyemo. She is a productivity expert. Many thanks once again.
Thank you for having me.
It is indeed our pleasure. And that's the size of the show for today. Let's do it again next time. My name is Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being there. Bye for now.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your job. Everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do. Don't mind this. We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste Mal.
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Messer.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Ich muss mal einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Ich hab das noch nie gemacht, das ist wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass production.
es kann ja nicht
Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
damit die Nachhaltigkeits-
And it's what makes it sustainable.
drin, die Leute
People approach the whole thing in a different way,
anders über das
especially with an
Fleisch
animal like this.
essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung, kann's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever gonna walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts.
Huh?
Da hinsetzen kann.
That looks great.
Da haben wir's. Dann Bratwurst als
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. Lift off. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. Lift off. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Lift off. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. Lift off. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes. It's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas cometh with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents, and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray cost 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know he was using me as a specimen. for every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015 when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet, and I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition. Like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk. I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from. And that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world. And according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get, some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you're aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realized that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle though? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tokwe somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tokwe's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tokwe's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tokwe. I told them I was interested in meeting Tokwe, but guess what? Tokwe is dead. Tokwe died as a result of isolation. Tokwe died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. Then the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow, because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off. Like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia, because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family, because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized, because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her. And the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least one, I would say some studies have shown that it's one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if you talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian Group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shimori joined Magnum Gold Advertising and later moved to two other reputable advertising agencies, working as copywriter and client service manager. He was a pioneer staff of the first financial corporate communications outfit in Nigeria. He established Concrete Communications Limited in 1998, a communications consultancy outfit positioned as communications auditors for corporate organizations and government agencies. It is on record that his professional expertise has sustained a lot of brands introduced into the Nigerian market and are currently leaders in their categories of business. He conceptualized and produced the first MTN-sponsored Yoruba radio program titled Tenin Teni. The program, which ran on 6 popular radio stations in southwest Nigeria for 13 weeks, was nominated for the prestigious Nigeria Media Merit Award under the category of Radio Program of the Year. For many years, he was a part-time lecturer at Wesley University, Ondo, teaching advertising and public relations. He has also been a facilitator in so many fora on communications-related activities. Shemore is a registered member of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, APCON, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, and a fellow of the Institute of Information Management, Africa. He is also a Knight of Charles Wesley. Let's welcome Shemore Badejo.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
It's very nice to have you here. You know, I've always seen you as a man of many parts. I can't say too many parts because I see you are still acquiring more and more. Not too long ago, you got yourself a PhD in, of all things, psychology.
Yeah.
What led to that?
Well, I have a background in communication, and I practice communication. And basically, I just feel that it's a behavioral science. And for you to be able to understand your audience, you really need to go into reasons why they do some things. And then, so that was why the interest in psychology was developed. And not just psychology as a broad one, but social psychology with special emphasis on mass mobilization. And again, because I lecture, I like impacting knowledge. I like marrying the classroom with practice, theory with practice. So I chose to embark on that so that I can tell my students, this is reality, this is theory. And it has helped out.
Now that you're still practicing
as
a lecturer?
Oh, yes. I'm practicing, and then I'm also a public relations consultant.
Let's talk about public relations.
Yes,
now,
good.
How do you marry it? You're a public relations consultant. You're a very strong person in church. You're a lecturer. In today's PR practice, a great deal of networking, contacts, and all that, sometimes bordering on almost corruption or the old boys syndrome.
Yeah.
We went to school together, so he's the one we're giving the job to. How are you surviving?
Well, let me first say that we have been lucky to have loyal clients.
All right.
Loyal in the sense that we build relationships.
Good.
We practice what we preach. We don't cut corners. We're not marketing here. But I keep telling people that I think the artistic instinct in me, it comes to play in situations like that when people think I don't need money. You know, I walk away with my integrity and my head screwed straight up than to compromise. So in situations where I find myself compromising, I rather walk away.
Okay.
So a lot of people think this guy does not need money. I say, well, I need money, but I still keep my integrity intact. So it has kept us, it has given us loyal customers, loyal clients. We have built brands from the scratch to what we call competitive stage. Okay. And we are enjoying their patronage. We don't want to be the biggest. We just want to add value.
And relevant.
And yes, and that's what we've been doing.
Now, you see, there's this thing about one's background and upbringing in character building.
Yes.
How has your background as the son of a reverend gentleman impacted on who you are today?
Well, it's actually the whole thing. Because I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us. Apart from that, my father, my mother, they were teachers. And then we were like living in a barracks, regimented lifestyle. And then again, my father being a lover of music too. So I had no choice than to just pick up, from there. It's so funny that when I tell people that I had no social life growing up as a child. Everything was about the church. And even my plays were church. I recall that we lost a cat and I was conducting a mass
for the cat. Wow.
Because that was all I knew.
Yes.
You know, until we started having some level of freedom, and then we're going out there to see the other side of life, and our inquisitiveness also took the better part of us to see what's happening there. But that background had always drawn us back into conscience, you know, working on our conscience to always do the right thing. So it's a passion for me to serve God. It's a way of life, because that was what I grew up to know.
Okay.
So it's not out of the ordinary, you know, all that I do these days to serve God.
Yeah, but you know, some people may have rebelled against that kind of rigid or regimented background.
Yeah.
You chose to stay.
We tried. I tried.
Oh, you tried too?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Oh.
My father was, God bless his soul, a disciplinarian.
Tell me about it.
I'd received 114 strokes of the cane as an 11-year-old boy. And
114?
Yes, I counted and I didn't steal. All because I was late for prayers, early morning prayers. So I was stuck. He removed all my clothes and I was beaten naked. My mom could not stand it. She had to walk into her room and she was crying. In those days, you know, mothers would not have a say. You know, she would just keep, you know. So, and what happened, I slept off. He rang the bell for prayers. I was not there. And they were banging on my door. And I had locked from behind.
Oh, no.
And that was the offense.
You actually invited the beating then.
Yes, I knocked from. So it was a banging. Neighbors had to come. In fact, they had to climb the ladder to draw my cover clothes before I could wake up. So while they were doing all of that, my father just went into a nearby bush and was just cutting canes. And immediately I came out of it. He said, just come to my room, remove your clothes. And that, as an 11-year-old boy.
What was that like for you?
Well, it got to a point I was dead to pains. I was just lying down there, being beaten, and I was not feeling pains anymore.
By your dad?
By my father. And at some point, and that's what toughened me in life. So there is no challenge. I would say, what other pain can be much more higher than my father asking me to go and bring the cane?
Let's play a bit of psychology now. That experience,
yes.
How did you see it, even as you were growing up? Let's say when you now were, say, 18 or 19.
Well, the only thing I was determined. I told myself, I'm not going to train my children this way.
Okay.
And I could hear the man too also say, he was also saying that the way his father trained him was not the way he would train his children too. So that means I will not be too far from the truth if I also choose not to train my children the way he trained me.
Yes.
And, you know, there is this story of a drunk who had 2 children. One of them became a drunk too, using his father as an example.
As an example, okay.
The other guy never tasted alcohol, using that same father as an example. So
it's a matter of choice.
It's a matter of choice.
Yeah.
And so I chose to take my father as someone who knew, that was what he knew best as how to train a child. Spare the rod and spoil the child. And I did not, yes, when I was growing up, I didn't like the idea. But after a while, I give him credit for all that I've become. Sure. Even those tough situations that I found myself, I look back and say, if not for my father, I wouldn't be able to weather this storm.
Yeah.
Because he toughened me. There's no, even when we're growing, we're trying to be rascals. You know,
No,
we
don't say
still
we're trying. We don't admit it, own it. We were rascals.
Yes. So,
But
and then I faced, once I look back, I think what challenge could be.
Could there be?
You know, so it toughened me. I saw the positive side of those
the experience.
Yeah, of those trainings. That's what I saw.
But there's something else that you got from your father that I found out that you are also passing on to your children.
Yes.
You're a multi-instrumentalist.
Oh, yes.
And you're making sure they are too.
I remember, even it was also not easy.
Yes.
I remember, I think 1974, he was traveling out. He was going to Britain and he was asking everybody, what should I bring back for you? As a secondary school student, and then maybe from one or two. I said, I want a piano. While my brothers were asking for shirt, trousers, and all of that.
Yeah.
So he actually brought the piano.
Great.
So, and he brought what they call small wood piano tutor as a guide for me to learn. So, and he gave me a deadline. While my brothers and sisters were enjoying their clothes
shirts.
and I was busy studying music.
Yes.
And it would be, you know, those days parents would serve siesta and all of that.
Exactly.
Those things we don't know what it is these days.
This day and age.
So it would be serving the siesta in the room, and I would play a key wrongly.
Wake up.
I would just hear that knock from behind. I have told you not to look at the keys while playing. And I was like, is it an offense to ask for this thing? So even my gift also attracted punishment. You know, but later in life, I started enjoying it because now I'll go to some churches, I found myself valuable, you know, even as much as I try to hide, you know, my gift will actually, expose me.
Yeah.
And I'm enjoying it. And I discovered that it has also, you know, helped in my literary appreciation.
Appreciation, yes.
I think so. I just chose that, okay, fine. My children too, they don't have a choice in this matter.
They don't have a choice.
They really don't have a choice.
So you copied your father?
No, I did not give them a knock. No,
they don't have a choice. You took away their choice.
No. But of course they enjoyed it.
Admit that you took away their choice.
I will tell you why I said they don't have a choice.
Okay.
Yes, it formed their background.
Good.
My first son naturally fell in love with piano.
Yes.
And my second son naturally fell in love with sax. And my daughter with a violin.
I see now.
So at some point, I was not pushing. You know, they were just trying to, and they had been performing as a group, the three of them, since they were young. So right now, the one that the saxophonists don't even want to touch the saxophone anymore. Boy, he knows it.
Yeah.
He can read the note, and I believe that it will still be useful. You know, for
that time will come.
So I don't. My daughter reads, all of them. They read note. They play very well, and we blend. You know, and they all play the guitar too.
Oh, good.
So I've left them to now take a decision on what they want to do with it.
With the talent they have developed.
I remember. That was a day my first son when he was in UI. He was a pianist with a youth choir. So he said there was a day he went to play squash. And
squash, which is also picked up from you.
Of course.
We'll come to squash later.
yeah. So, and one of those choir members saw him play squash. And he knew him as an organist. He saw him playing squash. And this fellow actually wanted to go and start learning taekwondo. So my son now said, oh, you're just trying to learn. I have a black belt. And then this person now said, what is it that you don't know?
No.
So when he was reporting that to me, I was happy.
Yes.
That, okay, fine. So you have the background.
It's
up to you.
Yes.
Because I also have a black belt in judo.
In judo.
So and all I wanted to do is to harm them for the future.
Good.
Equip them for the future and allow them to now be who they want to be.
You know, you hinted at the future, and that brings to mind something that you started doing, and which we at Plus TV are collaborating with you in further expanding, which is the good old days, the concept of comparing what's happening now with what happened when we were growing up, right? And we'll take a break very soon to talk about, and then come back to talk about what led you to the good old days, why the concept, what are the challenges related to it, and what it is bringing forth as a tool of communicating with the society, especially the younger generation.
Okay.
We'll take a break now. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Shemori Badejo. We were talking about what led you to that decision to do something about the good old days whilst growing up and relate it to today, like teaching history to the younger generation.
Yes, actually, let me first say that it was also another passion. And it was a challenge because I was discussing with one of my children. I said, when we did our NYC, our allowance was 200 naira per month, and he said it's not possible. He said it can never be possible. That because he was wondering how we were surviving. So I realized that they lack sense of history. Nobody was actually telling them anything, and they felt he never knew who Muritala was. He never knew. They all knew about the second coming of Obasanjo. They never knew anything about. So I now look back and I felt that, look, how are we going to? Our children will lose that sense of history. So you don't blame them if they become aggressive. They grew up when Nigeria was not as good as when we grew up. So they are aggressive. They tend to question and query everything we do with anger. So I just chose to say, okay, fine. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history so that by the time you tell your story, I tell my story, they can piece it together and be able to say, this man, even if he's lying, this other person cannot be lying, this one cannot be lying, and there is a common ground for them to begin to see what we are talking about. So, and it is actually, it's effective because now in this age of Google, in this age of Google, they are now, once they listen to something, they will want to go and Google cross-check. I remember when one of my guests talked about the Muritala, the assassination of Muritala, and all of them. I recall that one of them called me and said, so did we ever have a head of state that was assassinated in Nigeria? I said, that's a graduate of about 3 years or 4. I said, yes. I said, you can Google it. So it came back to me with information that I even never knew. He was now telling me about how Babangida, Dimka, and one of them were great friends. Maman Vatsa, yes. How they were great friends, how it's because of their closeness that Danjuma had to ask Babangida to go and foil the coup. He was now giving information about what happened. Now, what led him to that research? It's because of that episode. Now, he was now more educated about that era of Nigerian history. And that encouraged me to want to continue to go on, check the values, check. Someone came and told me about how they were being flogged in school in his days in secondary school for their inability to pay school fees. So one morning he told his dad, I'm not going to school today because, you have not paid my school fees and I don't want to be, receiving canes every morning. And the dad said, no, I'm going to follow you. He got to the school, he went to the principal's office, he said, well, I have come to take this guy's portion of cane this morning. And the principal said, why? He said, because he's a student, he doesn't work. It's my fault. I'm the one that has not paid his school fees. So I'm the one that deserves to be punished, not this boy. I am not begrudging you for your position, for your decision. But please, let me take this stroke of cane on his behalf. And I'll be coming every morning until I pay that school fees. And they said, the principal just said, no, I won't do that. So he exempted the boy from caning every morning. He said, in fact, from that day, they stopped caning them in school, in Elisha Grammar School. So this guy came to tell his story about how his dad used wisdom to change a system, a seemingly faulty system. These days, there's going to be a problem if you beat any child in school.
Big time.
These days, you know. So our fathers had some wisdom of addressing these issues, and we need to bring back those wisdom. We need to let them know that everything is not about protest. Everything is not about. It's about looking at it holistically and finding a way.
It should be a matter of constructive engagement.
So I'm happy that for over a period of time we've had over 100 guests coming to talk, and I keep telling people, because this is a question I always, I'm always faced with. What is the need for you? Why are you doing this? I said, I'm happy when this message is getting across to who it is getting across to. It is not financially driven. It is just patriotically driven. It is something that I feel that our children need. And then so that maybe it can reawaken. The Englishman said, comparison is odious, but it is the parameter for measuring progress. It's the best known parameter for measuring progress. Because you have to compare two things. You have to compare one era with another one to say, okay, if we started this way and we are here, so how do we move forward? So I think the future, there's no future without our past. So we need to actually look back. Yorubas say, if we don't know where we are going, we should at least know where we are coming from.
But, in watching the series, and I've watched quite a few of them, in fact, quite a number, I noticed something. Most of your guests are Yorubas, or they grew up in the Southwest. Because I've seen a few people from Calabar, who are Ijaws, who either grew up in Ibadan or Lagos or Abeokuta. When do you plan to expand it to have a more national outlook?
Yes. Actually, it was supposed to be a pan-Nigeria project. But you start from your comfort zone, those that you know. And because it is not commercially driven, we're actually not marketing it. We're not expending funds into it. We just want people who believe in the idea to join us. If you actually feel that you have a story to tell, join us. And then what we have found out is that a particular sector, a particular section of the country, they are more interested in this than others. It's an eye-opener for us, because once I invite you once, twice, thrice, I stop, disturbing you, because it is also conveying another meaning. People now begin to feel, why are you so interested? Why are you this forceful about me coming on the program? Is there anything? Are you looking for political appointment or something? So wrong meanings are being read into our insistence or our persistence at times, when we, particularly from some part of the country. And I felt that no, I would rather want people who will voluntarily want to, and we have been getting voluntary guests. Those who will call from US and say, look, I'm coming to Nigeria on so day, and before I return, I must record my own episode. And we are getting all that. And I believe that we just need to just continue. Those that are interested will have them on. And then I believe that over time, we're going to get more people from other parts of the country to also come and tell their story. It's not like they don't have a past. They do.
Yeah.
And shockingly too, I just found out that also, our level of patriotism, some don't even believe in a Nigerian dream. Some don't feel that it is necessary. So why are you talking about Nigeria? This is Nigeria. There are so many nations in a nation. So some people, their own out view, or what do I call it, is fundamental. It's fundamentally different.
Yeah.
So, but we will continue to push for as long as we have guests. We'll continue to go on.
Okay. I wish you the very best as you do that.
Thank you.
Let's look at the development of character. You narrated a story of how your dad disciplined you, right?
Yeah.
114 strokes of the cane.
Yes.
At the age of 11.
It was actually, even when he died, it was in my eulogy to him.
To him.
It's printed, it's written.
So you know that and you were his biological son.
Yes.
These days, people hardly mete out corporal punishment. Are you in that school of thought?
Well, I'm also for discipline. I believe in discipline. I believe that you have to train a child the hard way, in a way that he will not even want. But in future, he will be thankful for it. But I also feel that it's not everything about caning. There are so many ways to skin a cat. So you can have, development has shown that you don't have to, pull your own weight on beating and all of that, So discipline, yes, I am for discipline. But the mode of discipline, now we can begin to talk about, okay, that era, that was what they knew. Because I had bruises. I don't think I want to have any child go through that.
Well, thankfully they're all grown ups now.
So even when they were growing up, yes, I did some little bits in spanking and all of that. But of course, I was conscious of the fact that it should never get to that.
It should not get up to 50 strokes.
No.
To talk of 114.
Maybe the highest was 6 or something, But at least they had a feel of that punishment too. But it's not. And then we try also, after maybe what our parents wouldn't do, is after that punishment to find a way of reconciling with you and then let you know where you went wrong. But we have moved beyond. So once you discipline, you also call them to let them know that, look, if you don't want this again, these are the issues.
That brings to mind something.
Yeah.
In parenting, no matter what you read in books, and there are quite a lot of books out there, you find that there is a core necessity of ingenuity on your part as to how to engage.
Yeah.
Growing up, it must have happened to you, it happened to me. You would have been disciplined or reprimanded wrongly for something you were not responsible for.
Yeah.
And nobody would apologize to you.
Severally.
Would you apologize to a child, or would you advocate that, look, you need to apologize to that child in trying to build a relationship?
Oh, yeah. You see, I always say this. When I feel like this is the way, I tell them, this is how I feel. This is how I feel. You do it. I'll be the first to apologize if it's not working. So I think it builds some form of confidence in them. I said, look, I don't hate you. I just feel this is the right way for you to. And if you insist you're going to have it your way, we'll look at the dangers involved in having it your way. So if you take that decision, if it boomerangs, then the next time I advise you, you will take it. You know? So vice versa.
Yes.
So I think it is more of interaction now these days. It's more of interaction. It's more of persuasion. It's more of making them see reasons why, convincing them on why they should follow a path. We are also not always right.
Yes,
we
certainly.
are also not always right. So I think it is engagement that we need to do, more of engagement, for us to even be able to understand them.
Yes.
We need to understand them. It's not just to come and lord it over them.
Yes.
We can talk to them, even the kind of music they listen to.
Yeah.
By the time we will talk to them, and then we'll find out that some to me, some music, I would engage them and say, what is the guy actually saying? Let's analyze. Is it making any sense? Are you gaining anything from it? At times we laugh over it. They say you are old school, you don't understand.
Yes,
some they can't even interpret.
Yes,
but they are enjoying it.
They're enjoying it.
They're enjoying
it's
it.
The rhythm.
Yeah, it's just like someone told me. He said, one military officer years back. I said, why do you guys like music from Congo and all of that?
Yeah.
He said, we are just enjoying the rhythm.
Yes.
Because if you dance too well to Fela, they will say you are a rebel.
Yeah, a rebel.
So let us, it is safe for us to listen to the music we don't understand. But we just dance to the rhythm, so nobody can accuse us of anything. So,
which brings me to mind the fact that music, you're a music practitioner, maybe not on a commercial basis, but to the extent of understanding music, playing music and all that, church music, and even folk music. I'm seeing some of the stuff you do these days. And I'm saying to you that as a practitioner of music, how would you describe the change that is building up in church music, for instance? You love singing hymns, performing hymns and all that. Many churches these days, they hardly
do the hymns.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's some music that was frowned on years back that now, that form is the accepted form now.
Yeah. Let me just summarize it. Say it is a struggle for membership that is driving a lot of innovations.
Okay.
In the church settings. Like you rightly said, some years, some sects don't even consider music. Some did chants.
Yes.
But we now find out that even in Orthodox churches, we are moving away from these hymns that are so rich. I call them ministrations in songs.
Yes.
Some of these hymns, all you need to do is just read them, and then you begin to see that it's even more spiritually
robust.
filling. It's robust when you read than when you sing them. But you see, with the age and time, we now find that our children, they want to move into more funkified things, and that is why you will see the Orthodox churches losing membership to the Pentecostal set, because the Pentecostal set have identified the niche and that gap in how to get people, members. Okay, fine. If I funkify the gospel, if I funkify these hymns, I'm likely going to get a lot of this audience with me. So once they chose to do that, our children now begin to feel that that's the comfort zone. So they now move. Now you now find Orthodox churches fighting back to say, okay, if that is the reason why you are going there, let me also do the same thing. Then you now find the Protestants also saying, okay, don't worry, enough of losing our members. We too. So you now find out that at the end of the day, everybody is trying to retain their membership. Everybody is trying to see how they can get their congregations back. So, and that is the reason why you have a lot of, but some of us still believe, while we try to understand, we still believe that we should not lose sight of those richness in those hymnals. So that's why occasionally we find ourselves doing that just to take us back. It is all about good old days too. It's all about
the good old days of music,
hymns, and all of that.
All right, so we'll take another break now, and when we come back, we'll continue our discussion with you, our conversation with you. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. Shemore Badejo is my guest. Now, Shemo, as we call it.
Yeah, I find that more convenient and comfortable.
So
even the gate man in my office calls me Shemo.
Shemo, yes.
So that's good.
Now, in your practice of communication, what have you found missing in our national life that could be easily incorporated at little or no cost?
Well, let me say, we have not documented our achievements so far as a nation, even as a company. I feel that the simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. It's the simplest definition of public relations. And it cuts across, even as a nation.
Yeah.
Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. You know, talking about, this country is finished. Yeah. This is that.
That's scary.
It's scary. And how do you, and then you still want that company, and you are still hoping that it will be better when you are demarketing it. And then how do you want outsiders to see? It's not, a lot of things happen in the US that we don't get to know.
Never.
We don't get to know. But here, we are the first to condemn our system, condemn our country. There is this quote that says, for all forms of government, let fools contend. Whatever that is best administered is best. We have our own situation of doing things. I remember I was a technical writer to Nigeria's Vision 2020. And I wept when I realized the enormity of the richness, that is deposited in us as a nation. My submission then was that America is not God's own country. Nigeria is. Because we are endowed. Let's leave oil. In fact, oil should be like 3% of our natural resources. Go to Ondo State there. We have the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world. That are untapped or that are illegally being mined, being taken away. Go to Elisha. That's why the radio station there is Gold FM.
Yeah.
Elisha has the third largest deposit of gold in the world.
Are you kidding?
Oh, yes. And then we have some Lebanese feeding fat illegally on those things there and giving villagers peanuts and all of that. Go to Shaki. You have iron. Before you dig 6 feet into the ground, you get iron. And a lot of it. Go to Osogbo, where we used to have Oluwa glass. All the raw materials, what you need to do that is just drive towards Osogbo from
Is that Oluwa glass? Is that in Osogbo or in Okitipupa?
No, it's in Osogbo.
Really?
Yes. If you drive towards Ikpetu to Osogbo, you will find that the soil that you even see are shining. These mineral resources are there in abundance, a lot of it. You want to go to the north? There are so many things that we have overlooked. We are all pursuing crude oil and all
that we don't understand.
Or we chose to because we feel that crude oil is giving us easy money, free money, good money, fast money. And we are not looking at those areas. To me, as a nation, we must continue to push our good side, our potentials, so that the whole world can see that it's not hopeless.
Yeah, see, that's something that we need to play into our communication arts.
Yes.
And I'm referring now to our movies, our plays.
Oh, yes.
They don't portray so much or anything of positivity.
Yes, it is sad. There are so many ways we can communicate our essence as a nation. Even in the movies, to me, I tell my son who read that, I said, Nigeria is still a virgin when it comes to telling our story. We have not said enough. I mean, what we do is even unreal. When we now, even if you look at the movie today, you see accident scenes, you will laugh.
Yeah.
You know, so we are jokers when it comes to even the way we present our story. So there's a lot of vacuum in that area. It is not even the way we tell our commercial story.
Yes.
Even when we do adverts, at times they don't portray reality.
Yes.
So in all spheres of communication, we should continue to strive to want to portray reality. We want to be able to have in mind that, look, this is a Nigerian product. How do we, I saw an advert. I went to South Africa, Cape Town, there's a bank, and I saw that advert, black women, they were, filing out from a bush path. Some of them were carrying bananas, yam, and there was this white man in their midst carrying portfolio and with suit and tie. And the only copy that you had on that commercial, we understand the African market. That shows that, look, we are coming to do business with these people, and we understand them. We know the way they are. But what do we get here? We are always trying to want to be like them over there. Why can't they come and be like us and see that value that we are presenting? So we have a lot to do in communication, in orientation, in mobilization, in sensitization. We have a lot to do. And it's so vast. It's unending. As long as we continue to, our TV stations, our radio stations, what are we doing? Those days, there are a lot of commercial messages, social messages.
Social messages.
How many of that do we have today? Agbada ọ̀dà lọ́rùn kẹ̀kẹ́ o. Agbada rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúròde. Kẹ̀kẹ́ rèé ó dá lóhùn àmúràjò. Ṣùgbọ́n agbada ọ̀dà lọ́rùn kẹ̀kẹ́. How many of such are we having, even on television? Even how are we helping our nation? Fake drugs and all of that. There are social messages on that. But how much of that? We have allowed commercial considerations to take over our role as a moral guardian to the people. I want to see a situation where we begin to have such, and then it will help to develop our psyche as a nation. And then people will now I want it to go viral. Things like that, social messages, let it go viral, let people know about the value. BCOS, when it started, there was one man said, good name is better than gold and silver. And he was singing it in that area, English.
Even OGBC used to do stuff like that.
Yes, something like that. So how many of that are we doing these days? And if we can still recall all these things, that means it had some influence on us.
Sure. There was even some that were done by late icon Ray Mike Wachuku.
Yes,
you understand me? That were played on RN2, and you identified with them. Your highway is not a racetrack.
Yes.
No matter what, no matter how tempting, never speed. Remember those you left at home are waiting to welcome you safely back home. We wish you a safe journey.
How many of that?
That was engagement.
How many of that do we have these days? How many? And then all we want is, viewership, 1 million.
But you could also think, could it be that at those points in time, those stations were government owned?
Oh, yes. Even now, and now, we must not. That is why I said everything is on commercial, value now. But at least we are agents of change. The media is supposed to, generally, whether it's privately owned or we are agent of change. And then even if they take it as a CSR, a corporate social responsibility, and devote some time, to those. So it's not all about money. It's all about impact in the society.
Which is why we are running.
Yes,
good old days.
I know. That's why I appreciate
that. Okay,
yes.
Because our audience is a young audience, so we want to say, okay, there was a time that this was like that.
Yes.
Talking about a time when something was like that, I recall that Ilesha means a lot to you.
Oh, yes.
Right? And
I was born and I grew up there.
In Ilesha. And then there's Ijebu, which is your
hometown.
A hometown.
Yes.
So if you were to take your children to the hometown, where would you take them?
Of course, Ijebu, because that's my town.
No Ilesha.
No, Ilesha, they heard about Ilesha, but you see, there's they will still tell me stories in Ilesha that you are not one of us.
Oh, then actually they do that everywhere.
So there's no place like home. No matter how long you stay in the place, the people will still tell you that, look, you better go and find your father's house, and all of that. So and my parents, after retirement,
and they went back
home. So that's the.
You see, I asked that question because we have a problem with this issue of you belong here, you don't belong there.
Yes.
Where you find yourself living for a particular number of years, say anything beyond 10 years, you pay tax there and all that, should be home to you.
Oh, yes.
But politically, sometimes it's difficult to engage.
It is. It is, particularly in Nigeria.
Yes.
Particularly in Nigeria, when you aspire to, that is when people will remind you of your roots.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, you have spent the better part of your life in a particular. But when you aspire for a leadership position, and then people will tell you,
not one of us.
You don't. It's not one of us. You don't.
But how do we get out of that bind?
Well, like I said, it's also a mindset thing. It's a leadership. It's a leadership thing. If our leaders can actually say, look, enough of this. We are also going to use. We are going to. Whatever we're doing here is based on merit. It is not about where you come from. It's if you are the one that can deliver, so let it happen. Until our leaders begin to take decisions based on merit and not from where you come from. We can't on our own do that since we don't have a choice. So it is a collective resolve from the leadership to say, look, I'm going to allow the best to have a say in this matter. Once it's like that, then we'll continue to thrive.
So in conclusion, let me ask you a question that takes you back to your relationship with your dad.
Okay.
Right? And what you took away from him. I recall the story of when he was ill and all that.
Yeah.
You had to go there.
Yes.
You played some hymns to him. He raised his hands in recognition of those. And when you played the ones that were sounding hope, he dropped his hand.
Yes.
And when you played the one that was saying, take the name of
Whatever
Jesus with you, whatever it is,
just,
and then he will raise his hand. That's where you should be going.
Yes.
And then you were called that, come back. You refused to go see him.
Yes.
When, that's not the right way. You refused to taint your image of him.
Yes.
Right? That I'd rather see him as a victorious person
Yes.
than when he's dead.
How was that like you? I'm not sure I would have survived seeing him give up the ghost.
Okay.
Because we were so close at later part of his life that I won't be there to see him just take that last breath. I mean, it's going to affect me. So I felt that the best thing I could do for this man is just allow him to go in peace and retain the picture that I saw while he was alive.
Okay.
And I think it has to do with the emotion,
the
emotional attachment that I had with him. And when he was taken to the morgue and I got there, I saw him, I actually ran away, but something just stopped me, held me back and said, look, this man died at 88. He had done his bit.
Yes.
One day, someday, your children will bring you to, if not this place, somewhere like this place.
Yes.
So go back and celebrate him, And that was how I was able to get out of it. So I just went back and said, sir, you have done your bit, we will celebrate you, and we'll continue to celebrate you.
Did you both share the love or preference for particular or similar hymns?
Oh, he was actually my influence in all my choices of hymns. Yeah. And that's why for 8 years now, we've been running a musical concert Okay. Musical competition in the whole of Ijebu land, all Methodist churches in Ijebu. Every Easter Saturday, we always have a competition amongst all the members of the choir to donate musical instruments in his name.
In his name, okay.
Yes, in my parents' name. My mom too was a singer. She had her compositions that I also tried to produce, you know, and we do that, give musical instruments, give cash prize and all of that. And we are building a generation of hymn lovers, those who would see hymns as ministration in songs. And then those who are also, who want to learn one or two musical instruments, but they can't afford it. So we give them out every year, and then they're happy. And I'm sure that in the nearest future, we'll begin to see them as stars in gospel music. We produce a gospel artist a year.
Oh, you do that?
Free of charge.
Oh, okay.
And then we do to the point of launching their albums with musical videos.
Oh.
This is the third year we're going to do that.
We've been doing that.
We've been doing that all free, all pro bono. And we also like to celebrate our icons too.
Yes.
Like Jimmy Sholanke, Uncle Tuju Ilano, all of them. We want to celebrate some of them. We don't want them to die on song.
On song.
We wish. I recall what we did for Uncle Tuju Ilano during his 83rd birthday. That song, he never recorded it. It was when the military took over in 1983.
Yes.
Oh, yes. And then we did it, sent to him in UK. He wept like a baby.
Oh, wow.
He said he thought Nigerians have forgotten him. And I was happy we were able to do that when he was alive.
Yeah.
We did for Orlando Julius too. He was happy, you know, in his weak moment. You know, we thank God for the life of Uncle Jimmy Sholanke. He's still healthy and you know, and he did also. We did. So I like to celebrate our icons. I just use my God-given resources to do all of this because I believe in the fact that we don't have to. Because how do we want the ones coming up? So if they feel that nobody will reward them for what they are doing, they look for quick money.
Yes.
And drop substance.
And even it's funny that these days the level of musicianship is dropped.
Yes.
You understand me? So there's a lot of sampling and all that.
Yes.
Everybody gets in and then he sings it. Some songs you can't even relate to them.
Yes.
But they say we are old school. So
I had the cost to deliver a lecture in Dubai for corporate players. I won't mention name of artists now so that it's not going to look like I'm promoting an artist. And I addressed the corporate players, and I told them, I said, look, it's good to have a popular artist to drive your crowd, to have 1 million audience who will come and sing what they want to hear. Have you considered just one artist that will sing morals? Even if you just want to infuse him, if you just want to give him 10 minutes to address that audience that you have,
that massive
audience, you might be surprised that maybe 100 people will go home with a message. Not the kind of vulgar ones that you want to, because that's how you want to pull your crowd. Fine. But do you think as your own CSR, you get an artist that is going to at least appeal to the consciousness, to the minds of these youths, so that when they get to this man is making sense? They said no, that all is about bottom line.
Okay, well, the bottom line for us is that we are out of time now. So let me thank you so much, Shemo, for coming. It's been a lovely session talking to you, and we wish you the very best as you keep trudging the path of the good old days.
Thank you.
And contributing your own quota to our nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much for coming. It's been nice.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, same here.
Yes.
My guest today has been Shemore Badejo, PhD, and Knight of Charles Wesley. That's KCW.
Yes.
All right, and he's someone who is a multi-instrumentalist and committed artist, and communications practitioner. Thank you so much for coming. Until we bring in another guest, stay tuned and keep with us.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye and this is the news brief on Plus TV Africa. Transportation costs are set to skyrocket in the Federal Capital Territory following the hike in the price of petrol by some stations of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited in Abuja. The stations of the National Oil Company have raised the retail price of petrol to 1,013 naira from 897 naira per litre. Our correspondent observed across multiple NNPCL stations in the FCT. The new price, the second increase in 1 month, represents a 14.8% or 133 naira rise. At the NNPCL mega station located in central area, a customer who spoke to a newsman said the product was sold at 1,030 naira. The station did not display its prices on either the signboard or the pump meter, leaving customers unaware of the cost of fuel. Instead, the only information they received was through verbal communication from the fuel attendants. Meantime, the Nigeria Labour Congress has decried the recent hike in the price of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, nationwide. The union also demanded an immediate reversal of the hike while accusing the government of only focusing on fuel price increments. The NLC, in a statement signed by its president, Joe Ajero, called on the government to inform Nigerians of the destination it plans to take the country to. Well, moving on now. The Senate has mandated immediate compliance with the Supreme Court's ruling on local government funding. The resolution was reached on the floor of the Senate on Wednesday after a debate on a motion by lawmaker representing Anambra North, Tony Nwoye. In his lead debate, Senator Nwoye raised concerns about governors trying to enact laws to control local government's funds illegally.
Few state governments, through their respective state House of Assembly, through their different state House of Assembly, seek to enact laws, while some have already enacted laws and continue to take action that undermine the financial autonomy of local governments, thereby breaching the constitutional provision 1999 Constitution as well as the judgment of the Supreme Court. The Senate further concerned that the modus operandi of subverting this financial autonomy of local governments by state government through the House of Assembly is to insert clauses in their state laws that require local governments upon receipt of this federal allocation from federation account to remit all or majority or substantial part of the allocation to a dedicated account who the state government will keep on controlling, managing, and disburse as they like.
A cross-section of lawmakers, including Senators Osita Izonasa and Adamo Aliero, underscored the urgency for adherence to judicial mandates to enhance transparency and accountability in local governance.
In supporting this motion, I would like to recall that there is urgent need to amend Section 7 of 1999 Constitution as amended, to further guarantee the autonomy of local government. This constitution says that local government is a third tier of government. We have 3 tiers of government in Nigeria: the federal, the state, and local government. So local government should be allowed to exercise that responsibility of a third tier of government. So in any attempt of any state House of Assembly trying to make law that will now mandate this revenue coming to local governments to be controlled by another account before the money gets to the local government, I think is undermining the Supreme Court judgment.
The court has already decided that the money of the local government councils should be released directly to the councils. And for us to start debating it, it's going against the spirit of the Constitution, since there is already a constitutional provision to that effect.
2 prayers are as follows. All states and local governments to fully comply with the recent Supreme Court judgment on the disbursement and utilization of funds accruing to all local governments in Nigeria.
In his ruling, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, assured that the National Assembly would take immediate steps to alter sections of the Constitution to give full autonomy to local government administration in the country.
Bordering on attempts to circumvent the ruling of the Supreme Court. And I want to thank all of you for your contributions, and I assure you that the 10th Senate, working with our colleagues in the House of Representatives, will alter any aspect of our Constitution, amend any section of our laws to ensure full autonomy to the local government administrations in this country. so that it will be recognized fully in action and in fact as a third tier of government of the Federation. So I thank you for the motions so far moved. Point of order, Senator Binus Yaro.
Meantime, the House of Representatives has resolved to mandate the Committee on Constitutional Review to address delays in the nation's judicial delivery system in order to restore confidence in the judiciary and report back within full legislative action. Now, this followed the adoption of a motion on the need to restore confidence in the Nigerian judiciary at plenary, moved by Honorable Ganiyu Ayuba, a member representing Alimosho Federal Constituency in Lagos State. In the motion, Honorable Ayuba expressed worries that in some states, cases in trial courts that should be resolved within months usually last for 4 to 5 years before judgment is delivered, especially in long-term detentions of suspects, prolonged chieftaincy disputes, and unresolved commercial litigation, which pose significant challenges to democratic and economic progress.
Mr. Speaker, one of the major problems we have with our justice delivery system, for example, today, can be seen in the cases in our various correctional centers. Prisons that were built or correctional facilities that were built to take, for example, 100 persons in the 70s, where facilities have not been expanded till today, have thousands of people languishing in them. Mr. Speaker, of the number of persons in our correctional facilities, I can say without any form of doubt that over 60 to 70% are people who are awaiting trial. Some of them are in the correctional facilities for a period that is even longer than the time they would have been convicted for if they were eventually found guilty of such alleged offenses, and by the principle of our Constitution.
Contributors to the debate attributed prison congestion and dilapidated structures, as well as overstretching of the correctional centers, as part of reasons for the lapses in the judiciary.
Consider that not severely the creation of this court, the delay still being experienced in the delivery of justice in our judicial system is highly alarming and gradually eroding the confidence of common man in judiciary. Mr. Speaker, the House worry that in some states of the Federation, cases at the High Court, which by their nature ought to be dispensed within months, last between 4 to 5 years before judgment is delivered.
I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we amend the prayer to read that all the submissions that had to do with this issue be submitted to the Constitutional Review. And the public hearing of the Constitutional Review should prioritize this issue that have been deliberated firmly by the House.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has met with the new American ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Mills. Tajuddin, who received Mills and the U.S. Embassy officials, called for stronger ties and better cooperation between Nigeria and the United States. The Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to the Speaker, Musa Abdullahi Krishi, disclosed this in a statement. He thanked the U.S. delegation for the visit to discuss common interests between the United States of America and Nigeria. The Speaker called for more deeper ties, deeper cooperation, and more mutually beneficial relationship. Earlier, Ambassador Mills said the visit was to talk to the Speaker about his priorities and those of the House. Now, the new Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Mustafa Bala, has embarked on inspection visits to some local government council secretariat which were affected by Monday's violence in the state. He also visited Imoha to see the destruction for himself, after which he visited Isiokbo in Ikwere local government area, as well as Eleme local government. In the video, Bala was seen flanked by both unarmed civilians and armed security operatives as he walked around inspecting some of the secretariat. Now, the development comes after highly reported political violence and tension in the state. Straight now to Plateau State, where the governor, Caleb Mutfwang, has commended the conduct of the October 9 local government elections in the state, describing the exercise as peaceful and well-coordinated. Governor Mutfwang made the remark after casting his vote at his Pushik 1 polling unit in Ampang West, Mango local government area at about 9:15 a.m. Director of Press to the governor, Giyak Bere, also commended the peaceful exercise across the 17 local government areas of the state.
What we have assured people about this election is that their votes will count. And I'm glad I have just voted. The process is going on seamlessly, as you can see yourselves. And I'm sure that at the end of the day, God willing, that the process is quite fast. In fact, faster than the beavers machine that we use in general elections. And I'm confident that before long, the long queue of voters will be cleared. So accreditation is going on smoothly. And as soon as accreditation is done and people vote, I'm sure that before the close of today, we would have Plasek would have tidied up this process and they will be able to announce the result.
One good thing that one will point out about this local government election is that the election is generally peaceful. You can turn out and look at how the people are queuing to cast out their vote. And you can also look at how massive the turnout is. And I can assure you that the process is very, very seamless. The process is very, very smooth. And you can see how peaceful the people have conducted themselves. And this is collaborating the statement of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Plateau State, who has made it clear, abundantly clear, that he has empowered Plasek to conduct a free, fair, and credible elections. And this is a testament to what he has been saying.
And now to other parts of the continent. Sudan is the largest displacement crisis in the world. Vera Jouari, Vice President of European Commission for Values and Transparency, said this as the European Parliament debated the situation in the war-torn country. Sudan plunged into conflict in mid-April 2023 when long-simmering tension between its military and paramilitary leaders broke out in the capital, Khartoum, and spread to Darfur and other regions. Some 10 million have been internally displaced and the country is engulfed in a humanitarian crisis. Tens of thousands of people have died in fighting.
The transition to civilian rule remains the ultimate objective. The EU has consistently supported civilians in Sudan and we remain a trusted convening platform. There is some progress in amalgamating civilian groups, but we are slowly helping to unify them. They will be the drivers for change of the post-war Sudan. Mr. President, honourable members, the situation in Sudan remains catastrophic. Together with our international partners, we are mobilised to align our efforts to end the war now.
A funeral has been held for a victim of a vicious gang attack in Haiti, which left more than 70 dead and dozens injured. Jean-Louis Jean Gracian was buried in Port Sunday, Tuesday, in a simple but emotional ceremony attended by his 14-year-old son, his wife, Ovenia, and other relatives. He was one of more than 70 victims in the attack on the town on Thursday, one of Haiti's biggest massacres in recent history. Earlier in the day, Gracian's uncle, Alvin Francois, recalled the night of the attack as he walked around the cemetery preparing for the burial. He recalled how he was carrying a plastic bag with his belongings as he prepared to flee his house when 3 men gripping automatic weapons surrounded him. Well, let's talk business now. The 38th Lagos International Trade Fair is set to run from Friday, November 1st to Sunday, November the 10th. At the press conference, Prince Abimbola Olasore Chairman of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry's Trade Promotion Board, announced that President Bola Tinubu will officially open the event. The LCCI revealed that admission to the 10-day fair will be free for all exhibitors and visitors, as they expect over 1 million attendees. Historically, the trade fair has drawn an average of 350,000 visitors and 3,500 exhibitors from 15 countries each year. The Chamber encourages visitors to take advantage of the event for their end-of-year and Christmas shopping. They believe the free admission will attract even more potential exhibitors and sponsors looking to network and sell their products.
Everyone knows the situation with the economy, and the trade fair is the perfect opportunity for businesses to come together and people to trade and people to do their Christmas shopping, get ready for the school year, get ready for doing more business together. An economy is only as good as the business that the people do together within the economy. So I ask everyone to make yourselves available between the 1st and the 10th of November. Come to the trade fair, come make contacts, make networks, do business, get suppliers, get parts suppliers, and let's get Lagos and Nigeria moving.
And we're very concerned about the economic situation in Nigeria today. We want to ensure that more people have the benefit or have the advantage of being able to come to the fair, because we have a lot of discounts at the fair, and so things are a bit cheaper, and Nigerians can benefit from it. Also, why tax people to this side? If you're right about it not being so much about the revenue, but the well-being of the people is important to us at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we believe that just understanding and being empathetic with Nigerians about the economic situation, we should actually make it free.
We, as usual, we have external security that is being taken care of by Nigeria Army. That's why you see their deployments, around the fair. Then within the fair, we are partnering with Nigerian police, different departments. They're going to have anti-terrorist group present in there. We'll have bomb disposal units. They are there with us. The area command is working with us. AIG office is particularly there every year with deployments to help us with the security. Then SSS, they are there yearly with huge deployment so that we can lead incidents involved.
Lagos Island East LCDA is particularly proud to continue hosting the prestigious event, which brings together thousands of exhibitors, investors, participants from all over the world. As the host council for the trade fair, we take immense pride in contributing to the economic growth and commercial prosperity that this event presents. Lagos Island East LCD has always been at the heart of commerce in Lagos, and our environment plays a critical role in making this up for business success. Over the years, we have taken deliberate steps to ensure that the environment within our council remains safe.
In entertainment news now, Snoop Dogg's 1993 murder charge has been sealed after a court granted his request. The rapper was acquitted of the shooting of a gang member in 1996. Sealing the judgment, the record will be hidden from the public and will not appear on background checks. This comes 28 years after the highly publicized trial that cleared Snoop Dogg of the charges. Sports news now. Super Eagles head coach Augustin Eguavoen has set a target of a maximum of 6 points from this month's double-header against Libya's Mediterranean Knights in a Group D match of the Morocco 2024 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier. Nigeria hosts the first game at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, Uyo, on Friday evening, with a return at the Matters of Benina Stadium in Benina, Libya's second city, Benghazi, on Wednesday night. Nigeria has 4 points from their 2 matches so far, 1 point ahead of Benin Republic and 2 ahead of Rwanda. The Eagles will go to 10 points with a double win over Libya. Meanwhile, CAF has appointed Malawian referee Godfrey Philip Nkanagan as the center during Friday's encounter, alongside the other match officials who are already in Uyo. Now, the Confederation of African Football has also appointed Nkananaga's compatriot Clemens Kanduku and Joseph Nyauti as assistant referees 1 and 2, respectively, while Botswanan Kibetswe Dintwa will serve as 4th official. And sports news wraps it for us on the News Brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about 3 things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station,
you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness. But like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explained that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, saying there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything, they won't see anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserved by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years. That's 2 unbroken terms. I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he is too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I'll write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura. Yes. What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay, so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, you don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, "This is Muhammadu Buhari." I said, "Which Buhari?" He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, "General!" And then we started talking. He said, "I read the article." He said, "You must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them?" That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
retained.
Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist, which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, "You asked me to release him unconditionally." He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him, and the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. So, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
all what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides or former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him. Could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He would read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words. Very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
they iron things out.
Yes, they iron things out.
Because, I'm thinking to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Con, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times. And it's President
It was not in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that, you said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
he wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with all the candidates. Okay, so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that?
Yes. Okay, but There's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The four parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that everyone candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we'll see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did?
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, oh, if you spend me additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? They retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call. Nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held which I sat in and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of the president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that he was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
He didn't endorse his vice president either.
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were understand.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. Yeah. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Epeyong from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, he said, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, if you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only will look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him. Yes. Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yeah. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate and will latch on will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and
because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari. Yes. So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Japhet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, he said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, winning wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, winning wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
At
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to
So
the
you went to
So
the airport?
I went to the airport.
In
so
your
I
full
went If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped him out and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start, and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, it was the one that started it.
That the Reed Wari is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, "Oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family." He said, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Social media." He said, "Don't mind those nuisance."
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers. And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, "Adesina, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do, I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes, Zainab.
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way, or this way, or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money, because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for NYSC that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
The official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each, 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020? Yes. No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017. the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019. 2020 was the year of General Assembly that we used to attend every September, was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics.
Yes.
He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly mono-product, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as it's started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, Second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja. To ring back to her, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? That's the difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going
to Malta with President Buhari. You talk about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There were 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was on Sunday. We were looking at one another. When he now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. The president said, "What kind of landing is this?" And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, "Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes." And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yeah. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, "What kind of landing is this?"
I mean, imagine you as a pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece, we finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming out. No,
not even. You said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? And the way I was brought up, my father inculcated
with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a wide spread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socioeconomic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution. to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. 3 suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighbouring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention ends Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
This week on The Inside Story, the vice presidential candidates meet for a debate. Plus, we take you to the small Midwestern town with a bullseye on its immigrant community. Now, on The Inside Story, USA Votes 2024, the vice presidential debate.
Hello and welcome to The Inside Story. I'm Kane Fairbaugh reporting from Springfield, Ohio, which has become a flashpoint for a defining issue of this year's presidential campaign, immigration. That was among several topics covered in the debate held in New York City between vice presidential candidates Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. VOA's Tina Trin has more.
Republican nominee J.D. Vance and Democratic nominee Tim Walz met Tuesday night in New York City for the only vice presidential debate of this election season. At the 90-minute event hosted by CBS News, the candidates discussed the U.S. economy, Iranian attacks on Israel, and gun control, with each man attacking his opponent's running mate. Vance is running with former President Donald Trump, who Walz says upended global diplomacy.
We had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership.
Walz is running with the current Vice President Kamala Harris, who Vance blamed for problems in Springfield, Ohio, where he and Trump have repeatedly made false claims about Haitian migrants eating household pets.
You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border.
On the divisive issue of abortion rights, Vance said it's a decision for states.
The proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy.
Walz says it's a decision for women and their doctors.
How can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography?
After the debate, supporters of the candidates gave their take on the night.
This was an overwhelming, dominating performance by Kamala Harris.
Tim Walz is who he is. I've known him for well over a decade. I served with him for 10 years in Congress. This is somebody who's authentic, right? He's not going to be slick. He spoke from the heart on issues that matter to him and really brought it home for the American people.
Early voting has already begun in 23 states, and with just over a month to go before Election Day, this presidential race continues to be a close one. Tina Trin, VOA News, New York.
With both candidates making their pitch to the American public in what is likely the only debate between the vice presidential candidates, both parties here in Ohio hope one outcome of the debate is encouraging people to vote. Middletown is the hometown of U.S. Senator and vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance, a place he described in his book, Hillbilly Elegy, and where some of his supporters watched his debate with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
We feel like J.D. is very genuine because we know him, somebody who's an everyday person.
Joe Statzer is executive director of the Republican Party in Butler County, Ohio, which includes Middletown.
In 2016 and 2020, Butler County led Ohio in plurality of votes for Donald Trump. It's conservative.
Statzer was pleased to hear Vance address the concerns most on his mind.
Like the border, like the economy, those type of things, like the strike now that's going on the East Coast.
Well, certainly people are concerned about cost of living. That's always important, and their health care.
Kathy Wynett, chair of the Butler County Democratic Party, says reproductive rights and concerns about immigration were also focal points of the large debate watch party she hosted at a coffee shop in downtown Middletown.
As soon as J.D. Vance dehumanized human beings by calling them illegal aliens, it was a little frustrating to hear that kind of language.
I'm still concerned about immigration if Mr. J.D. Vance were to be the next vice president.
Jacob Payan is a member of the large Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio, about 60 kilometers from Middletown. Some in his community have been targeted since the presidential debate last month, when Republican nominee Donald Trump falsely claimed they are stealing and eating people's pets. What Payan looked for from Governor Walz was reassurance.
I need to be reassured that I'm going to be safe while I'm here in America, because we come to America to look for safety, for peace, for love. We come to America for all that.
Payan believes he got some of that assurance.
Tonight, Tim Walz appeared to be more of a calm guy in the debate. Mr. Vance was more on the defensive mode.
My mind is made up.
Isaac Adi came to the United States more than 20 years ago from Nigeria and is a voter in Butler County. Despite rhetoric targeting Haitians in Springfield, Adi supports Trump and Vance's stance on immigration.
I came into this country legally, and I expect that everybody that is coming to this country should play by the rule, which is coming legally.
Democrats and Republicans seem to agree that the vice presidential debate won't change the outcome of the November election.
But what it does do is it lets people know how important it is that we all participate and that we get out and we vote.
Joe Statzer says the choice for Republicans isn't who to vote for, but when.
Just whether to vote for J.D. in advance or wait till Election Day.
Early voting in Ohio starts October 8th. While here in Springfield, Ohio, we had a chance to talk to members of the Haitian community about how they've navigated the unwelcome attention focused on their immigrant community. I'm here with Jacob Payan. Jacob, it's great to be able to talk to you and give us a little bit more insight into the Haitian community here in Springfield, Ohio. I mean, maybe first tell us how big the community is and what brought you to Springfield, Ohio, and all of the Haitians that live here.
The community is about roughly 15,000 Haitians. If you will, the whole Springfield community now, it should be about anywhere from 60,000+, because it was 40,000 before we started coming here about 5-6 years ago. And people started, suddenly move out because there was a lot of crime and violence here in Springfield. So that left the city to about 40,000 folks before we started coming here. And when we started coming here 6 years ago, till today, we have roughly about 15,000 Haitians here in Springfield.
So I think a lot of people are probably asking the question, why Springfield, Ohio? Why is this a community that Haitians have really been attracted to come here to live in?
We've come here to look for better opportunity because there's a lot of manufacturing companies, industrial companies here in Springfield or the other cities surrounding Springfield. So there was a good opportunity for us who've come here via TPS program or CBP1 program, we all were looking forward.
Do you feel welcome living here?
Well, we felt welcome when we first got here, but as you may know already, for the past 3 weeks, we didn't feel quite welcome by some, but you know, our city officials and the governor, they've been very supportive of the Haitian community.
What are some of the challenges you are facing currently?
We're afraid to leave our own home. We don't know what may happen to us. From bomb threats to physical threats or to threats over social media, we've lived all that in the past 3 weeks. So now we're living in fear. We're still living in fear.
You've heard from city leaders, you've heard from the governor of the state. Maybe tell me about how that outpouring of interest and concern and response to you, maybe tell me about that interaction and maybe how they're helping you all navigate this.
That has boosted our confidence as Haitians here. Our governor has been since day one, he's been very supportive and he's been on the ground. He doesn't just stay out in his office and making phone calls. He has been here several times. Our mayor, city managers, our commissioners, they've been very supportive in a way because they're the first local authority to dispel the rumors, the false informations. So when they did that, we kind of felt like, okay, maybe we were gonna get through this because our officials are sending the right message because they knew for a fact it wasn't true. They knew also it was a story that was made up by someone. They never got a call from anyone reporting those stuff. So at that moment, as a community, we started to feel better. But then again, when we started receiving threats from everywhere, and then the fear settled in, you know, and then we don't get out as much anymore until things starting to clear up, and we don't know when that's going to happen.
Well, the attention is unwelcome, and the spotlight is shining now on this community. What do you want people who are tuning in to understand more about the Haitian community here? What do you want those people to know about the Haitian community here?
They need to get to know us as a people. They need to kind of get to know our culture. And from there, they're gonna get to taste our food and they're gonna see what we really about. We are one of the most resilient people on the planet. And we have a nice history, a long history. But we are wonderful people as well. But we don't want to just keep saying that out in the media. We want them to come to Springfield to experience firsthand what the Haitians are about. We are very, you know, we have this hospitality here as Haitian, and then from our culture to our food to everything, you know, about us, people will need to get to know that, to know who we really are, and then they can, you know, conclude whatever the conclusion they want to make out of us. Then they can conclude anything. But I invite everyone to learn a little bit about us, to get to, you know, to speak to us on a regular basis. Come to our stores, come to our restaurants, come to our function, our church, and then you will realize we're not bad as a people. We're not that bad, you know.
TPS, or Temporary Protected Status, is a U.S. immigration program granting those from certain countries a chance to live and work in this country without fear of deportation. TPS is usually granted for either 6 or 18 months, though it can be extended. Haitian migrants first received TPS provisions after a massive earthquake on the Caribbean nation in 2010. But TPS does not grant permanent residency or U.S. citizenship.
The temporary protected status designation is exclusively for people who are already in the United States at the time of the designation. But because of something happening in your country of origin or your home country or country of last residence, we just can't reasonably expect you to go back at this time. And temporary protected status is a status. It's an immigration status. It's an immigration status that people can have the statutory right to travel on. It's an immigration status that people who have TPS have the right to be inspected and admitted into the country if they have TPS. In order to get TPS, people file an application. That application is reviewed individually. It's adjudicated. They get identification materials attesting to their TPS. They can get work authorization by statute. So these are not individuals who are undocumented by any means. Temporary protected status does not provide a direct pathway to permanent residence. If you don't have some other means through which to get permanent residence, whether that's because you qualify for asylum or you have a family member or an employer who is petitioning for you to get a permanent residence, TPS is not going to get you there. What TPS can help a person do is once you have TPS, not only can you obviously work, which could open up a pathway to an employment-based green card. A temporary protected status designation by law is temporary. These are designations that last for a given period of time, and the law requires the secretary to review conditions prior to the end of a period of designation to decide whether or not conditions on the ground continue to merit that designation. If the secretary concludes that the conditions do not merit a continuation of TPS, then that designation will be terminated, and historically, secretaries have given the covered population a period of months or even over a year to figure out what their next moves are, basically. And you have to remember, there are some individuals in the US from some of these countries who have been protected by TPS for over 2 decades. And so it would be extremely disruptive to their lives, their families' lives, their communities' lives, if TPS were terminated.
Members of the Haitian community in the U.S. say they have received threats to their safety following former President Donald Trump's comments about the Haitian community here in Springfield. VOA's press freedom reporter Christina Casedo-Smith explains how members of the Haitian media community are protecting themselves.
Miguelito Jerome, a radio anchor and reporter for New Diaspora Live in Springfield, Ohio, gets ready for his daily radio show. But since Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump claimed in a debate last month that Haitian migrants had been eating people's pets in Springfield, doing his job has been challenging.
To say that it is to classify the Haitian people and the community here in Springfield as something that we're not, and that hurts us. It hurts us as a community.
Jerome has noticed that Trump's comments have made Haitian people in the city afraid to go out in public.
We are afraid of people who will use this comment to tell us things, to harm us, to attack us. People have been intimidated and harassed.
Since the presidential debate, the city of Springfield has received multiple bomb threats, prompting officials to close buildings, increase security in schools, and cancel events. And the threats toward the Haitian community and media expand beyond Ohio. Vania Andre is the editor-in-chief of the Haitian Times, a New York-based English-language paper that serves and reports about the Haitian diaspora. Before the debate, Haitian Times reporters were planning on hosting a town hall in Springfield about white supremacist claims that Haitian migrants were going to wreck the city and steal its resources. Andre says that because of former President Trump's comments, Springfield police advised the staff not to do the event.
In the sense, by that time, we had already started getting just swarms of emails and messages with all types of racial slurs.
The Haitian Times town hall was conducted online. These events, however, have not halted the Haitian Times journalists.
We as a newsroom are even that more motivated to make sure that we are identifying any type of misinformation, disinformation that is tied not just to the Haitian electorate and Haitian immigrants, but just this election in general.
I do want to go to Springfield.
Republican vice presidential candidate and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance has reiterated Trump's comments, saying he is just repeating what his constituents are telling him. Meanwhile, the Haitian Times is strengthening security measures and online protection for its reporters, editors, and staff that it plans to keep in place after the U.S. presidential election. Cristina Caicedo-Smith, VOA News.
Online misinformation has many people urging the government to step in and regulate the flow of online content. But many also believe that violates constitutionally guaranteed rights to free expression. VOA's Matt Dibble explains how candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump view the issue.
Would you like now to apologize to the victims?
If there is one thing that both major U.S. political parties agree on, it's that social media companies must change the way they operate. And whoever wins the White House is likely to pursue that goal.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country.
On his campaign website, Republican Donald Trump claims that the right to free speech, guaranteed under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, is being infringed by some social media companies. After the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, Trump himself was temporarily banned from posting on some sites.
Upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business.
Section 230, a part of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, has been fundamental in establishing the internet we know today, says Brandy Nonachie, director of a University of California, Berkeley Tech Policy Lab.
It actually empowers platforms to be able to moderate and remove content without a risk of liability. Now, we often hear that the First Amendment is being infringed upon by these platforms. However, the First Amendment only applies to government suppression of speech. The platforms themselves, they are private entities, and they're private entities that they themselves have First Amendment rights.
Earlier attempts to revise Section 230 have faltered. After Trump's accounts were banned in 2021, Florida and Texas, two states with majority Republican electorates, both passed laws limiting the ability of social media companies to police political speech on their sites. But these laws were put on hold this year when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that media companies have the right to make editorial decisions free from government interference.
It was a breeding ground for hate speech against Rohingya refugees.
Politicians from Kamala Harris's Democratic Party often accuse social media companies of allowing too much harmful speech on their platforms. In 2022, Vice President Harris launched a White House task force to address the problem, in this recording by C-SPAN.
Hate has become so common on the internet that as a society, it's kind of becoming normalized. And for users, some might say unavoidable.
For now, social media companies' right to control content on their sites remains in place. But for many politicians and citizens, this issue is far from resolved. Matt Dibble, VOA News, Oakland, California.
We now turn to a story with bipartisan support, honoring former President Jimmy Carter's historic 100th birthday, which he celebrated October 1st in his home state of Georgia. America. It was a celebration fit for a centenarian. The Fox Theater in Atlanta hosted dozens of musical acts and thousands of guests for a concert celebrating the 100th birthday of Georgia's former governor and U.S. President, Jimmy Carter.
And it's a way to be together, and I think that is who he is fundamentally.
Jason Carter believes the concert, featuring some performers who campaigned for his grandfather in the 1970s, is a unifying and bipartisan way to celebrate what one documentary film director calls the rock and roll president.
That brings people together across geographies, across culture, across any sort of racial dividing lines. I mean, you'll have Democrats, Republicans in here tonight.
One person noticeably absent from the celebration was Jimmy Carter himself. He remains in hospice care at his home, a town 240 kilometers south of Atlanta.
It's a 600-person village in the middle of nowhere, and all of his other work at the end of the road in Africa has been in those same kinds of 600-person villages, and he feels a kinship there, he feels a connection there, and I think the way that he marks this moment is by being at home.
Jimmy Carter celebrates his historic birthday milestone quietly at his home here in Plains, Georgia, where on October 1st, 1924, Lillian Carter gave birth to the first U.S. president born in a hospital.
But the only reason he was born in a hospital was because his mother was working that day.
Jill Stuckey is a Carter family friend who serves as superintendent of the Jimmy Carter National Historical Park, which includes his preserved Depression-era boyhood farm, the old Plains High School where he studied, and the railroad depot that he converted into his campaign headquarters in his successful 1976 White House bid.
Of course, a lot of them head straight to peanut butter ice cream.
Stuckey says Plains celebrates their famous neighbor every day, but this historic birthday is marked by serving others.
We're naturalizing 100 new citizens in his honor.
Carter's milestone is a bittersweet occasion in Plains. It's the first spent without his wife, Rosalind, who passed away last November.
77 and a half years of marriage, to be without your soulmate. You know, it's very, very tough times.
The birthday celebration, which began at the Fox Theater in September and ends in Plains October 1st, brought Carter's large extended family together, including his great-grandson, Charlie Carter.
You'll probably never be to a bigger birthday party, right?
No. Maybe it's 101.
Carter also holds the record for the longest post-presidential career. Since departing the White House in 1981, he and his wife founded the Atlanta-based global nonprofit Carter Center, which fights neglected tropical diseases, promotes peaceful conflict resolution, and monitors elections around the world, causes which led him to be awarded the 2002 Nobel Peace Prize. That's all for now. Thanks for watching The Inside Story. For the latest news, you can log on to voanews.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. Also, catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. I'm Kane Fairbaugh, and we'll see you next week for The Inside Story.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness. But like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explained that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out, and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything, they won't see anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. it conditions your mindset. I can't jump the queue in this environment. It's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserved by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence.
Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye. This is the news update. We apologize for starting behind schedule. The federal government has exonerated itself from the latest fuel pump price hike, attributing the increase to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, with adjusted prices based on current market conditions. Now, reports that on Wednesday, the NNPC raised the pump price of petrol from 897 naira per litre to 1,030 naira in Abuja, 855 to 998 in Lagos, and 1,070 naira in the northeast, 1,025 naira in the other part of the southwestern state, 1,045 naira in the southeast, and 1,075 naira in the south-south. Now, this new increase in fuel prices has sparked outrage among Nigerians. However, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, clarified that the federal government should not be held responsible for the latest hike in petrol prices, as the decision was not influenced by the central government. National President, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Abubakar Garima, says the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is owing IPMAN almost 15 billion naira. Garima stated this while fielding questions from newsmen today. Now, the statement comes after the NNPCL jacked up the pump price of PMS, also known as petrol, to 1,030 naira per litre. The development was observed by our correspondent at some NNPCL outlets in Abuja on Wednesday. Meantime, the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, says the hike in the pump price of premium motor spirit may be due to an increase in the difficulty in landing product. Petron President Billy Gillis Harris said this in an interview today. On Wednesday, retail outlets of the NNPCL increased the pump price of the commodity in Lagos and Abuja. The NNPCL outlets in Lagos sold a litre of petrol for about 998 naira, and which was 150 naira higher than the initial price. The situation is similar in the nation's capital of Abuja, where the pump price of a litre of the commodity went to 1,030 naira. Away from all of that, public health care workers under the aegis of Joint Health Sector Union JOHESU has issued a 15-day ultimatum to the federal government to address all lingering issues with the union or risk another round of industrial action. A memo jointly signed by the National Chairman and National Secretary of the union noted that the federal government has not been able to address their demands since June last year, when they suspended their strike owing to promises from the President, Bola Tinubu, to intervene. JOHESU embarked on strike between May 19, 2023 and June the 6th last year, a two-week period that almost crippled healthcare services in public hospitals. The strike was called off following Tinubu's promise to intervene. Now, the House of Representatives Committee on Federal Polytechnics has summoned Director of the Federal Polytechnic BIDA in Niger State, Dr. Baba Haruna, to reappear before the committee at a later date, accompanied by his full team of principal staff. Now, this follows the Rector's previous appearance without the full complement of key personnel, when the committee was meant to conduct oversight on the institution's activities. Committee Chairman Honorable Fuad Laguda stated that the Rector's reappearance with his full team is required to provide documentary evidence in preparation for the proposed oversight review of the institution.
It also lets you know that though you owe the full authority of your institution, but it will have been better if you were here with your team rather than you being here alone, because I'm sure is what your visitation here today is going to be is that there will have to probably be a continuation of this exercise, because I'm sure we're going to come up with questions that even if you can answer them, you don't have documentary evidence to back them up. And if for example, your BOSA or your director of procurement or your registrar was here, they will have been in the position to answer some of these questions.
Dr. Baba Haruna, director of the Polytechnic BIDA, requested an extension to allow the institution adequate time to prepare for the accreditation of 29 new programs, which will be overseen by the committee.
We were expecting the committee yesterday in BIDA, along with about 130 personnel for 29 programs accreditation in BIDA. So when I got the message from Chairman Kofa that they have been able to make an easier arrangement and that we should come here, beginning with BIDA and Wanune, I saw the importance and the integrity of this committee. So rather than write a letter last night, I decided to take excuse from there to come here physically to request that we be taking probably tomorrow or next tomorrow, when the BOSA and other teams would have finished with the accreditation team, and we will all be here again.
Straight now to Plateau State, where stakeholders and political party leaders in the Southern Senatorial Zone have commended voters in the zone for peacefully conducting themselves to elect chairmen and councillors that will represent them in the various localities. They also commended the Plateau State Independent Electoral Commission for coordinating credible elections. Our correspondent was at various polling units across the Southern Zone of Plateau State.
Materials on time. Before now, it is you would have gone to polling units now and they've not received materials, but a few polling units are done. They have counted and they are trying to do the paperwork. PLASEC has gone beyond our expectation.
The quality of leadership of PLASEC, the objectivity, their level of competence suggests to me that they're not going to toy the part of what we experienced in the past. So this is an election that will further encourage people to the fact that everybody's vote.
The election today has been generally peaceful because the people felt democracy is for the people. The governor of Plateau State, His Excellency Barrister Caleb Mutfwang, has echoed to the good people of Plateau State that the election is for the people to choose their leaders, not the leaders of His Excellency. And I believe that.
A former PDP chairman in the state and the candidate in Shandam local government area praised the people for voting candidates of their choice.
It's always very tough for the fact that the candidates are all home-based, most cases. And so you find families going against each other, friends going against each other. And that's why local elections sometimes, if you are not careful, it can spill over to some ugly situations. But here in our community, we've been known to be very peaceful in all elections. Since the start of the present democracy, we've never had any issue for us to be concerned that people may take the laws into their hand.
You can see the people coming out to vote themselves, and I'm sure what is on their mind, they know it. And we're quite optimistic that the people are people, and we are quite sure too that we've done a lot for them. And this time is the time for payback. It's the time for people to realize that you've done this and you'll be given this. I think basically I must salute the courage of the people. I must thank God too that I am amongst the living, that I am still contesting today. By the grace of God, I know if elected, we will do more and continue to do more for humanity.
And now to other parts of the continent. The number of boats capsizing in the Democratic Republic of Congo is rising as more individuals opt for wooden vessels as compared to traveling by road. According to Emile Mohola, a hydrology and environmental analyst, since the start of this year, approximately 1,000 individuals have died on Lake Kivu, and the government is not taking action to tackle the ongoing crisis. In the eastern part of the DRC, nighttime traffic on Lake Kivu has been halted. Now, this decision was made by the Minister of Transport, Jean-Pierre Bemba, to ensure maritime safety across the nation. On October 9, passengers intending to travel to Goma, the capital of North Kivu province, to Bukavu, the capital of the South province, were taken aback by this news at the Goma port, leading to some outrage. Now, outside the continent, Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris has erased Republican rival Donald Trump's advantage in the vast middle of American society, suburban resident and middle-income households. An analysis of Reuters Ipsos polling shows. Now, since President Joe Biden ended his flagging re-election bid on July the 21st, Vice President Harris has pulled into the lead in both of these large demographics groups, reinvigorating Democrats' prospect in the November 5 election, though the race remains exceptionally close. Suburbanities, who make up about half of the U.S. electorate and are as racially diverse as the nation at large, are a key prize. Biden beat Trump in suburban counties by about 6 percentage points in the 2020 presidential election. Before Biden dropped out, Trump was leading him 43% to 40% among suburbanities in Reuters Ipsos polls conducted in June and July, reflecting the Democrats' struggle to energize supporters. Now, Harris began closing the gap when she launched her campaign in July and led Trump 47% to 41% among suburban voters in the polling across September and October. Now, that represents a 9-point swing in the Democrats' favor, according to the polls that included responses from over 6,000 registered voters. Now, Israel's military says it has eliminated a Hezbollah member in Syria who relayed intelligence against Israel in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, while Syrian media reported on Thursday that Israeli airstrikes hit targets in Syria. Israel, which has carried out strikes against Iran-linked targets in Syria for years, has ramped up its raids since the 7th of October last year, attack by the Iran-backed Palestinian militant group Hamas on Israeli territory, which ignited Israel's war in Gaza. Israel has escalated its retaliation for the Hamas attack, sending troops into Lebanon and airstrikes into Iran, Yemen, and Syria in the hunt for an Iran-backed militant, raising fears of a wider Middle East conflict that could draw in Iran and the United States. The ground clashes between Israeli forces and Hezbollah, which is also backed by Iran, spread along southern Lebanon's mountainous frontier on Wednesday as the Middle East was on high alert, awaiting Israel's response to an Iranian missile strike last week. In entertainment news now, Snoop Dogg's 1993 murder charge has been sealed after a court granted his request. The rapper was acquitted of the shooting of a gang member in 1996. Now, sealing the charge means the record will be hidden from the public and will not appear on background checks. This comes 28 years after the highly publicized trial that cleared Snoop Dogg of the charges. Sports news now. Minister of Sports Development Senator John Eno has urged the Nigerian Super Eagles to gun for victory against Libya. In a statement released by his spokesperson, Diana Mary Nsan, on Thursday, Eno also warned of complacency against the Mediterranean Knights ahead of both teams' clash in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State tomorrow. So far, Nigeria has 4 points from their 2 matches, 1 point ahead of the Benin Republic and 2 ahead of Rwanda. The Eagles will go to 10 points with a double win over Libya. Meanwhile, Nigeria's interim coach Augustine Eguavoen is confident in his squad's ability to secure victory even without star striker Victor Osimhen. Eguavoen has backed other foes like Victor Boniface and Taiwo Awoniyi to step up in Osimhen's absence. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV African Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy when it comes to talking about like their sexual health. They have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's this sense of shame, there's this sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they're not going to say their complaints because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quotes. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that, hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they are looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the, and I say, hey, doctor, one more thing. and then they'll go to, I have this. I've come to understand now that some people, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you.
It's my hero.
You are here. Tell me, what brought you to the hospital? And I read it. I said, okay, I understand.
Condoms are available everywhere. The advertisement and sensitization to use condoms is abundant. But how much of the information and resources is committed to tackling the inherent shame around purchasing a condom? Even with a plethora of information, resources committed to educating people about sex and taking care of their bodies, many people are still uncomfortable discussing it, even when their health is at risk.
And it's worse for men. Females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're now like, okay, I cannot continue. It's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, here are some of the ways you can make your patient comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age, appearance, marital status, and any other factor. Use neutral and inclusive terms such as partner. Make your patient feel comfortable by establishing a rapport before asking sensitive questions. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation. Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right-of-way. The chain of right-of-way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right-of-way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right-of-way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right-of-way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right-of-way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tip, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right-of-way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right-of-way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
One of the consistent issues in the seemingly endless face-offs between the government and the academic staff union of universities in the last few decades has been inadequate funding of the universities. This issue is a fallout of the nation's economic downturns, characterized by dwindling budgetary allocations to the institutions, thus making education the most affected arm of the public sector. This challenge has led many of the managements of the nation's universities to fashion out programs that would increase their internally generated revenue to supplement budgetary votes and reduce dependence on government subvention. The response to the funding problem of the universities by the management has evoked a series of transformational leadership in these institutions. Many of the new universities have had success stories to tell in their development through various programs designed to increase internally generated revenues and cushion the financial constraints of depending only on government funding. One institution that has made a remarkable success in this area in recent years is the Federal University Oye-Ekiti. For the university, its giant strides in the past 3 years have been acknowledged as a result of a transformational leadership in the institution. Transformational leadership is one that inspires and motivates individuals to achieve a shared vision or goal, resulting in significant positive change within an organization or community. The Federal University Oye-Ekiti was among the universities established in 2011 by the Goodluck Jonathan administration to expand access to university education in Nigeria. The institution aims to prepare the next generations of skilled and ethical professionals by providing robust curricula across and within disciplines that prepare graduates to be research-minded and compete effectively in the diverse world market. The university also aims to advance the best practices in farming and mining, foster economic development activities that are innovative, research-driven, and will result in a better quality of life for Nigerians. The first generation of student intakes were 512 in 2011. The enrollment increased to over 10,000 by 2014 and 20,000 by 2020. The increasing enrollment into the institution has been attributed to improved quality and quantity of academic staff and enlargement of academic disciplines. This is further complemented by the regular academic calendar and affordability of the school fees. It is not a surprise that the university was rated by the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board (JAMB) as the 4th most subscribed university in Nigeria in 2022, even as the undergraduate enrollment in 2023-24 stood at more than 40,000. The fortunes of the university were set for enhancement in February 2021 with the appointment of the erstwhile Deputy Vice-Chancellor Administration, Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashina, as the 4th substantive Vice-Chancellor of Federal University Oye-Ekiti, Fuoye. Professor Fashina hit the ground running as he presented a 20-point agenda intended to turn the university around while reaching for the skies. The agenda, which touched every sphere of the university's activities, included a drive for internally generated revenue, aptly named Risk to Wealth Initiatives, expansion through students' enrollment, efficiency of fund utilization, blockages and elimination of waste, creation of ventures and consultancy units, as well as full computerization of the bursary to improve university governance, commendable spending, and efficient bursary. On academic development, the agenda envisaged the establishment of a College of Medicine, an Institute of Food Security and Commercial Agriculture, creation of a Center for Research, Innovation, Creativity, and Grantsmanship, as well as entrepreneurial training for all students and the sustainability of the university.
We have actually achieved all those 20-point agenda. The one that actually gladdened my heart is the College of Medicine establishment. The students are in 200 level now. It's a tough one to establish a College of Medicine, but I was able to do that by the grace of God. And of course, the university enrollment has increased tremendously from about 15,000 about going to 50,000 now, students, 50,000 students, excluding part-time and the sandwich and sub-degree programs.
Professor Fashina's resolve to establish a College of Medicine must have been encouraged by the existing Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences at his inauguration. The faculty houses the bachelor's degrees in nursing, anatomy, radiography, medical laboratory sciences, and physiology. He initiated the process for the establishment of the College of Medicine within 1 year of his appointment, and it is expected that the college will present the first set of candidates for the professional MBBS examinations in the 2024-25 academic session.
It was when I came on board that I did what we call a ring road. You see the ring road. The road was not all that it was a very tough one. But when I came on board aggressively, I developed a ring road system for the university. I was able to, if you come from phase 1, you don't need to come back to phase 3. You move from phase 3, come this way, you come back to phase 2. And then come to phase 1 again. It was I did it. I had to construct the roads, and so this phase 4 we're about to open now. The phase 4 will lead to the hostel that Alibi Yusuf is building for us. And the idea is that if you have 4 phases on campus with 3 gates, and so I think we are good to go.
Staff and students' welfare also featured in the 20-point agenda, wherein the Vice-Chancellor promised to engage the public-private partnership option in providing facilities within the university. This hope has been realized as some private concerns have announced their intention to support the institution in its development drive. One of such concerns, Olaf Integrated Services has commenced the building of a 400-room hostel at the Oye campus to accommodate 1,600 bed spaces.
We have 2 hostels, one for boys, one for girls, but the hostels are big. But we can only accommodate all of them too. But I was there some few days ago to see the students. But what we do was to use solar, so that when we also have generator, but solar would depend solely on solar to run for them. Even here too, we have put solar in the hostel, so they don't have problem of issue of light in the night. Solar is working perfectly. All the facilities, we have a field there, we have a football field, a mini stadium there. Fortunately, Agric is there, so they have a farm, big farm, and it's even the facility they have a standard generator, big one. They have all what you can think in terms of facilities. In fact, that happens to be my constituency. I study agriculture, Faculty of Agriculture is there. So but we're also trying to build professional offices. We have started 2, one in Oye, one in Ikole, and then it's quite. But I think Ikole people are very responsive. The people in the community, they have donated so many things for the university, solar lights, generator, classrooms. So they have donated so many things, and I have to say, I have to give it to them. I want to commend them. They understand what it is to educate people, so they have given us so many things, and that's why the university is developing very fast.
The most important need for any institution seeking greatness is finance. This need is addressed in the 1st and 7th points of Professor Fashina, as he expressed a vision for increased internally generated revenue and the Ventures Consultancy Unit. These have been addressed by the university with the establishment of various businesses under the Foyer Ventures. They include Foyer Bakery, Foyer Printing Press, and Foyer Water, which have provided services for the students and staff populations as well as the host communities.
There's a style in which you can manage your students. We don't allow them to stay alone. We appointed the dean of students and deputy dean of students. The deputy dean of students is a very young, the 2 of them are young, one for Ikole, one for Oye. They are very young guy. Dr. Banji, Olale, Dr. Martins. The 2 of them are very, very young. So they are able to relate with students, they bring their and we attend to all their problems as at when due. And then the dean of students also is also a young guy, he's a lawyer. But of course, the deputy vice chancellor administration is in charge of all this things. So we make sure that we manage the students. Before anything happens, we nip it in the board. We don't allow, we're always very proactive. We don't wait until when things get scattered.
The transformational leadership of Professor Fashina has gone beyond the immediate communities of Ikole and Oye Ekiti, as the university now has about 25 hectares of oil palm plantation intercropped with maize and cassava in its Oye campus and 5 hectares of tomato, pepper and cucumber at Ikole campus, as well as a buoyant nursery for hybrid oil palm seedlings, from where the university's agriculture faculty last year, 2023, supplied 5,000 improved oil palm seedlings to the Ekiti State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security for distribution to farmers at subsidized prices. The Vice-Chancellor promised at his inauguration to harness alumni relations and network of Foyer friends. The institution has made good that promise by reworking the Directorate of Alumni Relations and Endowment to harness the potentials of the growing alumni and friends of the university. Transformational leaders often focus on developing their followers, building a strong team culture, and driving organizational growth and innovation. The leadership style is also associated with positive outcomes such as increased employee engagement, productivity, and job satisfaction. By adopting a transformational leadership approach, leaders can create a lasting impact on their organizations and people. One of the key parameters for evaluating a university's performance is the welfare of its personnel. Professor Fashina, in his agenda on assuming office, promised regular summits and retreats, as well as capacity building for the institution's workforce across board. Multiple capacity building channels have been built for the training and retraining of all cadre of personnel.
We have a unit called Directorate of Integrated Service and Training, and it's charged with responsibility of training staff, both teaching and non-teaching. In the last, this year alone, we have done several trainings. We just finished one some few days ago. Last week, I think Thursday or Friday, to train non-teaching staff on productivity. And we'll keep on doing that, even non-teaching staff and teaching staff. So their own is they have a calendar of training every year. The calendar is there when and when the courses become. And the idea is to make sure that we bring our staff up to date in various fields, and then to keep them abreast of what's the latest technology and what happens globally. We also do retreats. We are planning a retreat for August. Every year by July, people will finish their tenure as acting HOD, as acting director. So the following, by August, we appoint a new set of directors, acting HODs, deans of faculties. So we normally go for a retreat. This year we are going to do this year at Ibadan. So we are going to go to Ibadan. And we're going to, of course, have 2 or 3 days. What I do, I invite former vice chancellor, former registrar, who have experience to come and talk to us. And then that actually help us shaping our university system, expose some of our colleagues to modern techniques, human resource management, and human management. So those are the things that's quite.
The university has proactively reviewed the conditions of service for the faculties and staff, introducing substantial upgrades on employee benefits and entitlements to maintain a productive work environment. On the 11th of February 2024, Professor Fashina marked the 3rd year of his 5-year term. Many of his colleagues wondered what remained for the rest of his tenure with the gains of his transformational leadership so far.
The undergraduates have their various laboratories in their various faculties, but this central laboratory is basically for postgraduate training. All postgraduate students will be using the lab, and it's going to be for research. So the lab will be equipped with the latest sophisticated equipment, which either will purchase or they are donated. I donated equipment, of course, for my fellowships and scholarships, almost 468 million. I'm a consultant to International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, for 20 years. I travel to Australia and Vietnam most of the times every year. And I have a project with them for 20 years on small-scale irrigation. So they donated, the training, the program came with equipment, training, and other things, training of other people, personnel. And we're able to make use of all the equipment. Once they give to us, we take it to our lab, our soil lab, and some other crop lab. And they are very expensive equipment, but they were donated free.
The Vice-Chancellor had actually hinted at what could be and should be his focus in the remaining years in his address to the university congregation. The administration would face the construction of a befitting Senate building and faculty buildings to provide more office accommodation for lecturers and a pavilion at the sports center.
One of my future was to have a Senate building. Fortunately, we were able to secure some money from TED Fund. They will soon start. The 2 open fields here, one here, one here. One is for 1,000 auditorium seater that will be using for things like inaugural lecture, and then the other one is Senate building. TED Fund has approved for us, but we are following through the due process to do what is going to go to FEC, Federal Executive Council, so that we can get approval to start construction. The other one is 1,000. Another thing to have a central laboratory. The central laboratory will take care of the training of postgraduate students. Postgraduate students need a special laboratory for their training. It's not like on the undergraduates. The undergraduates have their various laboratories in their various faculties. But this central laboratory is basically for postgraduate training. All postgraduate students will be using the lab. And it's going to be for research. So the lab will be equipped with the latest sophisticated equipment, which either will purchase or that donated.
The installation of an independent power station, establishment of a career services center, scaling up the Green Revolution Initiative, and rebranding the university. A full to-do list.
As I'm talking to you, we are number 4 most subscribed university in Nigeria. When you pick at the last JAMB count of 2023 admission, Unilag, Ilorin was the first, better by far, followed by Unilag second. Last week came third. FOIE came fourth. That we about 55,000 students subscribed to come to FOIE. And people are asking, what's the magic? I think it has to do with stable calendar. Our academic calendar is stable. We have quality teaching. We have quality staff, quality leadership. You can see the environment is so serene. And we are just 13 years old. This university is destined to be great. Whoever comes after me, I have 1 year, 7 months to go. Whoever that comes after me will just come and consolidate whatever I've done, because the student population is large. The IGR has gone up. Although it's very painstaking, it's a lot of effort that we put in to do that. We created wealth. That's what I call risk to wealth. R stands for resources, I stand for information, S stands for skill, K stands for knowledge. And I believe that we have human resources with the right set of information and skills and knowledge. We can take this university to the next level. I'd see a situation where this university, with the little I've done, whoever that comes after me, I hope it's going to work like a good succession program. This university will never remain the same again. We have seen development very rapid in the last 1 or 2 years. There's no year we don't have development. I just told you we have a microfinance bank that has been approved for us by Central Bank. So what it simply means that our students will no longer go outside to pay through to Rebita. They will pay through that bank, even staff. I know what it means, money for the university. And we're also introducing some other things that make the university. So the future is very bright.
Some of the characteristics of a transformational leader include visionary thinking, emotional intelligence, strong communication skills, flexibility and adaptability, as well as passion and enthusiasm. Colleagues of Professor Abayomi Sunday Fashina believe these characteristics are inherent in him. They note that the Vice Chancellor does everything quickly, talks fast, walks fast, speaks loudly, interrogates all matters as soon as they crop up, chastises on the go, and brooks no dull moment. They pray that he enjoys robust health needed to set the track of a giant in landmark achievements, so that at the end of his term, he will hand over the baton of leadership, saying, "My job is done."
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Bayes University, where top quality education is guaranteed to discerning students at all levels. Located 6 kilometers from the Abuja Central area on the Jabi Airport Road Bypass Ring Road, Bayes University main campus is a modern purpose-built educational center. Existing faculties include the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Management and Social Sciences, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Faculty of Computing and Applied Sciences, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Faculty of Medical Sciences, and the School of Postgraduate Studies. The University Hospital is equipped to deliver world-class medical services and training to patients and students. Social and recreational facilities are available for all-round development of the student body. Bayes University has experienced academic staff, local and international examiners, plus superb teaching equipment to deliver robust education and development to students at affordable costs without compromising on quality. Established in 2011, Bayes University runs on a vision of being a distinctive educational institution where every student knows not only their year of enrollment, but also the year of graduation. We groom the Nigerian youth to face the future with competitive confidence.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and the program is Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. We're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. This is yet another exciting package, I can guarantee you. Today we're going to be talking about basketball. And we've been oscillating between basketball and football mostly on this program. And some of you have said, why don't you widen the net? We're going to do so. Sometimes it's a question of, whether you find the right resource people to talk to. Now, if you know anybody who is in athletics or who is in wrestling or boxing or any one of the popular sports that wants a platform to promote the sport that they're building or a sports asset that they're managing, we'll be very happy to give them this platform as long as that asset or property or sport promotes local industry. So today we're going to be talking about basketball. Basketball is easily the second most popular sport in Nigeria. So people, one would wonder, why is basketball still struggling? Why is it has huge commercial, prospects, some would argue, but why is this still struggling? On the one hand, sports generally in the local economy, all sports are suffering. Even football, that is the runaway number one, the most popular sport in Nigeria, is suffering domestically. And I'm speaking here about the Nigeria Premier Football League and the other leagues in the structure, like the NNL and the NLO, which are the second and the third tiers of the Nigerian football leagues. Yeah, so basketball is basically suffering the same problems. But can basketball, for instance, be a leading light? Can basketball, lead the way into a new era of commercially successful domestic sports? Today, I have a resource person who's going to be joining us from the United States, and he is one who should know for a variety of reasons. Number one, he is an ex-international player for Nigeria, a power forward for the Tigers in his time. That's number one. So he's played the game, he understands the game. Number two, he is the head of the sponsorship and marketing committee of the Nigeria Basketball Federation. So he is the man who is charged with ensuring that we can make basketball a commercially successful sport in Nigeria, at least at the NBBF. And then number three, he's also personally involved in the sports business. He's the CEO of AFA Sports Limited, and AFA Sports produces sports apparel for sports kits for national teams and for players, for sports people. And then it's not just the apparel; they do they do boats, they do tracks, they do all kinds of stuff. He's going to tell you about that himself in the course of the program, all right? So he knows. The question is, how do we get out of him what we should to ensure that you, the viewer, gets to understand the game more, and how you can plug your own, you can plug into the business of basketball in Nigeria, and generally create some sort of income stream for yourself or your friends. As is the culture of this program, we're going to go on a short break, a 1-minute break, so that I give you a bit of time for you to settle into this program for the next 45 minutes. And you might invite a friend of yours or two to join you in what is going to be discussed in this program. So when we return, the business begins. Don't go away. Hello, welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. Now, joining me from the United States is Mr. Ugo Udezwe. Mr. Ugo Udezwe, right? He's the CEO of AFA Sports, and he's the chairman of the Marketing and Sponsorship Committee of the NBBF, as well as, a former international for Nigeria, So hello, Ugo. You're welcome to the program, Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Ugo, basketball is struggling in Nigeria, but it is clearly a sport that has huge potential, not just for its entertainment quality, but for the commerce that we know it can bring to the table. Basketball is also very, very popular in Nigeria. It's the second most popular sport in this country. So what is going on? What are the steps that we need to start thinking of taking now to try and move basketball from where it is now to become a more successful sport, especially commercially in Nigeria?
Thanks for having me, and those are amazing questions. First of all, everything is struggling in Nigeria right now, so not just basketball. But I think that for the sports, when we have the Continental Basketball League about 5 years ago, it was successful. And I think the most important thing is for the government and the Nigerian Basketball Federation to create an enabling environment for the business to thrive, the business of basketball. And when I talk about the business of basketball, I think there has to be a mind shift from entitlements from people that think it's always government that has to provide, or the federation. To run a league is not, even the Basketball African League that's going on, it's a year-round thing. The federation is not equipped to run basketball leagues, whether it's football, basketball, or anybody. In most developed countries, USA, Canada, Europe, the top leagues you hear of are not run by the country's federations. They're run by private enterprise. And I think this is where people need to be hungry. If they really want to see basketball grow, they have to find a way to invest in it. They have to find a way to, it's an entertainment, it's business. I think we've gone so far away from the shift where Nigerian Basketball Federation should be providing a basketball league in Nigeria. It's a business opportunity. For the NBA to come to Africa, they see that opportunity and they spend money. And I think our own people need to come up, stand up, private individuals that see the opportunity and spend their money. And I think the business will cascade all the way to the grassroots if we're able to be successful doing that. So our job as the federation is to be an enabler, and try and get people on understand that this is what needs to be done.
You are a member of the federation, yeah? And you have identified the fact that the way to go is to say, let's bring in the private sector. I actually quite like the fact that that you know, we can't overburden government at this point in time. You know, the excuse that government has to come and do, you know, to help us lift sports is becoming a bit tiring, right? So maybe we need to get the private sector in. But then you are, you know, in the MBBF board, right? What I would like to know is, what steps are you taking right now to try and, you know, get the private sector to come on board, especially given your role as the head of the marketing and sponsorship wing of the organization?
When we did the Continental Basketball League, there was no enabling environment. In fact, the MBBF board at the time shut us down. But what you notice now is there's a lot of private individuals that have done basketball events, and they're encouraged. I think for us is just to keep sounding out to people that, you know, the expectation of people to understand that, you know, keep talking to people that want to be part of what we're trying to do, so they can understand that this is something that's, you know, it's a real business opportunity.
Okay, so let me see if I understand you well, right? Like, if a group of investors approach you now and say, you know what, we want to organize a league, you know, maybe a super league in Nigeria, for instance, would the federation be disposed to that? And even if the federation is disposed to that, would the football industry, you know, the leadership of basketball in Nigeria be disposed to that, you know?
100%. They don't even need to. Our job is to see if some people come into town. There are a lot of people that are doing everything in basketball. You know, I myself have invested in I'm a founder of the Alpha Sports brand. And there's a lot of individuals that Weber, basketball, and a lot of things. You know, it's an open platform. Anybody can start a league anytime. The only thing is the federation will do, if somebody comes today and wants to start a basketball league, we'll do everything we can to help promote them. We'll do everything we can to make sure they had all the opportunities to encourage them to get it done. You know, because having a basketball league is not, I think people minimize the hard work that goes behind it. When we did the Continental Basketball League, we had to hire staff every day. Sometimes we were in the offices for 8 hours straight. It's not, people always see, like, for example, if you go watch BAL, it takes about 6 months, a year to put together an event like that consistently. So it's not an easy process, but I think it's one that is encouraging and one that can be done because, you know, the Nigerian economy, the human capital in Nigeria sustains it very clearly. So I think it's something that's, you know, but another thing that we have to be aware of that is also helps the development of sports. There has to be a strong middle class in the environment that sports is operating because it depends on its fans. And there has to be, you know, there has to be a safe environment. Sports is an entertainment, so people have to be there to have fun. People have to come out there with a good feel. You know, it doesn't have to be too abrasive. It doesn't have to be fearful for your life or going through a stadium where you don't know where you're parking your car and all that stuff. So it's also on us as the federation to make sure those enabling environments work for that person to grow the game of basketball. We reach out to people all the time. We're trying to encourage people to do this. And we ourselves, even in my own capacity, as a businessman, I'm working on bringing back a private basketball league myself. Okay.
Let's look at the game. It's a popular game in Nigeria. You know, the one story I always tell people is that I served in Jos. And what used to amaze me back then was that when for a while I was in Unijos at the time, you know, in the evening, people went out, my friends all went out to play basketball the way we go to play football in the South, you know. So it's a game that has a national spread. How do we begin to develop the game? You know, if we want it to be popular, if we want it to be, how do I put it? If we want it to become a part of our lives, yeah, how do we begin to manage the game? Do we start from elementary schools? Do we start from secondary schools? Do we start from university basketball? Or do we create a platform at the very top that is like a premier division that then inspires growth across the different parts of the industry?
It's interesting that you mentioned all these levels of elementary, university, college, because all these levels have business opportunities and incentives for an investor.
Yeah.
Like in the United States, you have the AAU system, which is the grassroots of basketball in the United States. It's completely private, and it's $1 billion business.
Yeah.
You know, I look at people like Akofa League, Mr. Fani, that does the Akofa League in Lagos. That's an interest. That's something he has been doing as an enterprise for over 10 years. And even in a small space he's operating in. Imagine if some people had the courage to do that in a larger scale. You know, we talk about, even in the United States, you have university games, you have the NCAA. The NCAA is a private league. It's not owned by United States Basketball Federation. It's a completely private league. So I think people have to see this opportunity. So even all the way to the NBA or the professional, if you go to Europe, the same thing happens. You know, I think we have to find ways to understand that at all level of development of basketball or sports, from the grassroots to the top, has some business opportunity for individuals. It's not just the government. The government is just there to provide an enabling environment. The government is there to focus on the national teams and how it's run and the regulations and the controls around it, making sure everything is done right. I don't think the government or the federations are in any way equipped for these questions. I think we have to educate people more, or just like in Nigeria, as it happens, when one person starts it and people see the success, everybody else will jump into it. But I think at this point, we don't have the mind shift yet to understand that this is a business opportunity. And I understand that it's a new playing ground for all of us, but I think we have to be more aggressive. I think we have to more educate people that instead of waiting for government to build leagues, instead of waiting for the next generation, that this is something, if you provide the entertainment and the opportunity, just like music, people will come and watch it.
Okay, so Ugo, I'll come back again to you on that, because I find that that's a very excellent perspective. You know, we need to be more bullish. We need to push this thing out there and get people to see the business in sports. But then again, back to you, that's your desk. The thing is, as marketing and sponsorship head, have you tried to have like business sessions with the investing community in Nigeria, for instance, as the MBBF or as the basketball community, you dedicate maybe like a day or two to educating the investment community on the business potential of sports, especially basketball. Have you done that? And if you have done it, what sort of response, what sort of response did you get from the investment community?
Well, to be completely transparent, our main focus moving forward is this particular thing you've discussed. Our main focus is reaching out to the right individuals. You know, but Nigeria comes with a lot of challenges. You know, when we did the Continental Basketball League, which people arguably say is the best basketball league they've ever had in Nigeria, I think, you know, when the federation at the time was trying everything it can to stop us from being successful, a lot of people did not stand up for that league. A lot of people kept quiet. Nobody came up and spoke against what the federation was doing. And then, you know, I think not just getting people to understand the mind shifts, like you said, there has to be education on it. People just can't sit back and wait for the federation every year. So we have a job cut out for us. And I think what you're proposing is an excellent idea. You know, to have seminars, opportunities, sit down with people, try and show them the opportunity, try and show the the return on possible return on investment in an endeavor like that. So I agree with you completely. I think we have to do a better job. I think we have to do a better job reaching out to different individuals and trying to create these things on our own. I agree with you 100%.
Okay. Okay, so let's even talk about ABL. You know, you guys, you and your team, you put together ABL. And here's my question. Why did you think about a continental tournament? Why didn't you just think about doing a local competition that I imagine would have cost less and probably be more sustainable, and would have had probably the sponsors a lot more focused on the property, because maybe Nigeria is their area of operations solely. So why did you choose to do ABL first?
So you understand, the ABL was, the mindset behind the ABL was a little different as it is now.
Okay.
You know, the ABL was looked at, there was nothing like the ABL when we came into that space.
Okay.
And when we came into that space, we could have done only Nigeria, but we saw an opportunity across Africa. So by the way, the ABL was successful in many ways until it was scuttled by the federation at that time. They wrote out, the ABL at its heyday had over 20 sponsors.
Wow.
We had Askai Airlines as a partner. We had a lot of even continental brands as sponsors. The federation at the time were writing our sponsors, calling us an illegal league, and panicked our sponsors, so our sponsors pulled out. That's why the ABL essentially did not succeed. There was an aggressive mindset by the federation at the time, for whatever reason, to make sure that the ABL was not successful. Okay. And the same people that were part of the federation now are the people still crying there's no basketball league in Nigeria. But I agree with you. You know, in our mindset at that time, we were thinking about the commercial enterprise and the opportunities in an intercontinental basketball league. And I agree with you, but there's still an opportunity for a national basketball league, which I even think has a more viable opportunity. And this is our focus right now. And our focus, if we ever get a chance to replicate that again, you know, and because of the current economic climate, definitely a national league is what will be the focus.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah, I'm happy that Nigeria. I mean, and this is something that I think that we need to take a deeper look at in this part of the world. In fact, Nigeria. You know, I had an experience once when I did an African football website, and the one lesson I got from that was the fact that, you know, Africans still in large numbers, in large percentages, still think first about their own before they think, you know, continental. Even though the general picture is to talk about Africa as one family, you know, but we still think locally. So that's aside. Let's come back to the MBBF. You said that when you came up with the ABL, which was a perfectly good idea, the MBBF leadership at the time fought you. So now I'm an investor, I'm watching this program, I'm thinking, oh, I just had to go say that, you know, the MBBF would welcome any investors. But then I've also had to go say that when he and his partners got in, they were fought by the same MBBF. Please, can you clear that up for us? Is it, I know that maybe the current administration might be a lot more friendly to investors. What if the next administration is not? You know, if I'm a confused investor, what do you tell me?
I think this is what I tell you. Doing business in Nigeria is not for the Nigeria is a high return and high opportunity space to do business with. And it's not for the
faint-hearted.
Look at what's happening to look at what's happening to at the refineries and Dangote and the rest of them. Nigeria is not. But if I was to do it again, when I came to Nigeria at the time for the basketball league, I was a little naive. I did not understand the market space. Anybody that is doing business in Nigeria has to be courageous and understand the market space and how to navigate the politics and how to understand how to navigate the enterprise and the people. Nigeria is an excellent place to do business, and I'm not getting the government a pass on this. We have to do better. We have to create sustainable, and this is where like the MBBF constitution that was just passed and MBBF rules and regulations, we have to create templates to make sure that sustainable beyond our tenure. We have to create systems of operations so that it's more easier for anybody. So it's a level playing field for anybody that wants to come in. But me and you understand that even you that's in the news industry, running a business in Nigeria, I run Alpha Sports too. It's not for the faint of heart, but definitely a high return. And Nigeria is still one of the biggest markets in Africa. And we have to do everything we can to create that enabling environment and sustainability beyond us so that people see it as an opportunity.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing that you and I are very agreed on, Ugo, is the fact that we believe that government can't do everything. So we need to step in there and create the circumstances that we need to create to our own circumstances to make sports successful. And I feel that the more private investors get into sport, the more success they achieve, the more government would begin to fall in line and provide the sort of environment that they need. But just before we go on the break, I'm going to ask you this one question, because I think it's very, very important, and I think it's something that's a bit of a challenge to most federations in Nigeria. What's your focus from the marketing point of view, in building basketball in Nigeria? What's your focus today? Is it building a successful league or building a successful national team or successful national teams? I ask this because, commercially, it's the domestic competitions that bring in the money. So what's your focus?
Well, I think both are symbiotic because a successful national team shines a bright light on the local space, and also helps bring other opportunities. But as far as I'm concerned, our local space is the most important, and 100% behind pushing for local. And I know it's challenging. I know that's where we have to roll up our sleeves. And I know that is where it's not the lowest hanging fruit because of the mindset of people. There's so much entitlement and expectation from people that just, the basketball or the sports industry in the grassroots has been, for the past 50 years, has been about, I've coached for 50 years, I should be the coach of the team forever. Everybody has expectation. I think the mindset has to be changed. And I think secondly, we have to roll up our sleeves and create that. I'm not a big believer of the federation running basketball leagues. I'm not a big believer because it's been the same template for the past 50 years, and you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different results. Even sponsors don't want to, sponsors are not endeared to federations. But like I said, when we did the ABL, we had over 20 sponsors. For some reason, they trust private, because the federations are run by bureaucrats. In my own federation, there are people that don't even know about basketball. If you ask them one question about basketball, they don't even understand, which I'm not trying to blame them. They were put in that position. You have to have people that have passion. You have to have people that spend their own money, not sitting down waiting to travel to go get ESTA codes or, the whole system has to change completely, in my own opinion. But the focus should be on the grassroots. The focus should be on the national teams, not just because of let's go and play basketball, but because of the economic opportunity it will generate, because of the jobs it will generate, because of the whole ecological system, if well nurtured, will actually add value to our national concept, our national values, our national, our economic opportunities as a nation. You know, in some countries like the United States, the NBA generates over $10 billion a year.
Yeah.
In sports alone, I heard the value is over almost reaching to $1 trillion now. Imagine if we can do that in Nigeria, where we have all the human capital. We have the best players, we have the best resources. If we can improve our infrastructure. Look at what Tayo Amoshu and his wife and Tunde Falawi are doing, building a basketball, a sports arena in Lagos. That's private enterprise. You know, look at what the NBA and Weni and Abudu or Musa Kida on his own capacity is doing across everywhere. So I think those are opportunities for us to grow the game. And we have to be more deliberate. I think for me, I agree that the national space is what we need to grow, and not just for this game of basketball. And this is not just about basketball. This is all sports.
Yeah.
Even in the United States, you see people, there's the commercial opportunity from golf. There's the commercial opportunity from a 1K races. So we need to use sports and grow our economy. Some of us that are in sports must find ways to find a way to add value to our national space, not just for our generation, for the next generation as a template. Absolutely. So it's easier for them to recognize and understand these values moving forward.
Excellently put, Ugo. We're going to go on a short break now. When we return, we're going to be talking more basketball. Now, I'm going to talk to you about the NBBF leadership, you know, and how this affects, you know, potential sponsors and investors. We hear that, you know, years of squabbles have now finally been put to rest. Is that the case? What can we expect going forward, especially as the leadership elections are just around the corner relatively? You know, so I'm going to be talking to you about that. I'm going to because whatever is going to happen afterwards is highly going to be determinant, you know, as to what sort of future we can expect from basketball in Nigeria. Also, when we return, you're going to be talking to us a bit more about what you do as an entrepreneur in the sports space. All right. So, thanks again for honoring the invitation. And you're watching Plus TV Africa. We're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. The program is Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, the business continues.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You're welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. We're talking about basketball in Nigeria. And we're talking to a highly resourceful guest today, Mr. Ugo Udezwe. He's been an ex-international for Nigeria. He's the CEO of Alpha Sports, producers of sports kits and general sports apparel and equipment. He's also the chairman of the NBBF Committee on Sponsorships and Marketing. All right. So welcome back to the program, Ugo.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I said I was going to ask you about the NBBF leadership. Okay, so I've had two members of the same board that you're a part of on this program before. I've had the vice president of the NBBF, Mr. Babs Ogunade, and I've also had Colonel Sam Amedu retired on this program. And what both of them have said is that leadership is no longer the problem. Leadership squabbles are no longer the problem of the Nigerian Basketball Federation. All right? Is it a view you agree with? And what can we look forward to in the elections coming in just over a year or so? Because the sponsors will be interested. Any sponsor who wants to get in now, any sponsor or investor who wants to get in now is thinking, okay, this administration is probably at its end. Why don't I wait until the new board is in place before the squabbles even over in the first place? So what can we realistically make of this situation as it is today?
I agree and understand your point. And if I was a sponsor, I'll feel the same way. That is why I always advocate for private enterprise. Because as it is today, the MBBF family, unfortunately, even in your own family, there's disagreement.
Yeah.
There's always questioning of leadership in everything that you do. We question our presidents, MBBF president, Nigerian president. But as a member of a committee, as a member of the federation, personally, my job is to support the president of the Nigerian Basketball Federation, who is duly elected, and do everything I can in my power to support his ideas, programs, and everything he's doing, whether I disagree with it or not. The problem people perceive as the Nigerian Basketball Federation, there are people that have been in these federations for the past 30 years. They've been consistently in every federation of Nigerian basketball for the past 30 years. And when people disagree with them, there's an issue. Whatever issue, let's make this very clear. This is mostly what's happening in our federation too, is very personal. It's between two individuals. And I've said, and I've said so much, and I don't know if it's between two individuals or one individual having a problem with somebody, with one person. And this thing does not have to exist in this space. And I've said it, you don't have to be part of the federation to impact basketball. I just joined, this is my third year or my second year of being a member of the Nigerian Basketball Federation. I've been impacting basketball for many years without being a member of the federation. I don't need the federation platform to impact basketball. The Southeast Zone asked me to represent them in the federation. That's why I agreed to be on the NBBF board. But the board does not give me any platform in any way to impact basketball. So people that are in the federation that are squabbling or whatever their issues are, should take it outside the federation. Still keep working on basketball. Some of these people cannot do anything outside the confines or concept of government. Inside they're bureaucrats. It's about control and power, which is so annoying. And the most annoying part is some of these people are people we grew up looking up to. So in my own view, most of them should just clear out of the way. So people that have good ideas, young people can come and change the whole concept of the game. This needs to stop. Sometimes it's embarrassing for no reason. There are people that will find that if somebody goes left, for example, Rina Wakama, when she was selected to be the head coach of the Nigerian women's team, a woman that's at 32 years old, 33 years old, has been so successful more than any basketball coach in Nigeria in a long time. The same people were against her. They fought massively. They went to the media and said she was too young, she's a woman, and look at how successful she is now. And nobody's saying anything.
Okay.
So if you keep listening to the ideas and the narratives of these people, I always say, take this out of the board, take this out of basketball. If you have an issue with someone, go and deal with it somewhere else. Even if you want to deal with it here, there has to be decorum and how you want to do it. Even all the nonsense that have happened in the past 2 years, whether it's a women's team having issues or going on, these are people that instigate them. They both deliberately sabotage the game of basketball. And one of them you mentioned here was one of the people that called me threatening me to stop the ABL and the CBL. The same person that will come out and shout there's no basketball league in Nigeria. So the oxymoron does not make any sense. So I don't understand where they're coming from. This same person called me on the phone and threatened me and I said, excuse me, sir, why do you want me to stop the CBL? And he said, I'm just warning you. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Are you okay in your head? This is the same person that's advocating and saying there's no local league. If he didn't do everything he can to score to the CBL, we'll be talking about it now. So sometimes me, myself, I'm mystified because I don't like to operate in those kind of spaces. I believe in progress. I believe in moving forward, regardless of if you like me or not. Basketball is an important concept of our society, not just because of the game, but because it teaches our kids teamwork from day one. It teaches us that, oh, this person is a good rebounder, I'm a good shooter. It's leaving people in their spaces. My son is a 5-year-old, he plays basketball. He's not playing basketball because I want him to go to the NBA tomorrow. He's playing basketball, but he's learning about leadership. He's learning about teamwork. He's learning so much stuff as a young man without the real life situation on the basketball court. So this is something we have to advocate because it builds a better society for our country. It builds a better society all around if we just add a little value from our own perspective.
I think it's a bit ironic that we preach about the values that sports brings to a society. Values like collaboration, values like mutual respect, values like resilience. If you lose today, you can bounce back tomorrow. Values of discipline and focus and all of that. Yet, when it comes to our managing the game itself, we don't like to collaborate. We take things personal. We don't want to be on the losing in quotes. We don't want to be on the losing end. We don't have the patience to wait and say, look, even if I've lost today, I can bounce back tomorrow and win. So it's a bit of an irony and it's a sad one. But
it's very ironic.
Yeah.
Let me also give you another example. I was leader of the delegation for the under-18 team that went to South Africa.
Okay.
I get a lot of calls or people, oh, you have to put this person on the team, you have to use this coach, you have to use that. And I always ask them this question: are you guys trying to win or lose? We have to get the best players. I don't care if they're from one section of the society or from one section of the country. We need to get the best of the best, best coaches.
Yeah.
But you have to be resilient and strong. And thanks for the MBBF Federation President Musa Kida for giving me that capacity, because he himself does not care about all that. We have to, and I have to be courageous to tell them no. I have to be courageous to tell them this is not the direction I'm going. We're here to win for Nigeria. And I do not care. I don't even know some of the players' names.
Yeah.
I just watch and see what they're doing, and we're going to get the best players. But you'll be surprised at every level, there's always self-interest. There's always personal interest above country.
Yeah.
There's always political interest above country. And that needs to stop. And I see that in football. Our football used to be one of the best in the world, but a lot of interest and personal interest has taken over the game. We always have to get the best, because when the best wins, it comes to us. Basketball is the great equalizer. I mean, sports in general is the great equalizer, because you can't cheat sports. If your kid cannot go and say, I'm going to cheat in running 100 meters, it's there for everybody to see. It's the great equalizer. My father is rich, doesn't mean I should make the team.
Absolutely.
If he cannot play, it's very obvious for everybody to play.
Yeah.
So I call sports as a great equalizer in our society. Okay. So we have to make sure that from beginning we're getting people involved in sports, because it really helps the mindset and the concept. That's why you come to the United States, you have YMCAs, you have a lot of sports leagues. My son started playing basketball at 3. At 3 years old, he will know that this person is already doing this, and I'm doing this. I'm the scorer, I'm the rebounder. That teaches them, even in life, that we are all different from an early age. You don't have to be envious of someone because he's doing well here. You can be doing well somewhere else. This is real life that we're trying to replicate as a grassroots level.
Okay, yeah. The great lesson. I'll tell you an experience I had once, and it's what you have said about your son, and how we're different, but how we're different in a good way if we then, sort of like collaborate. And so My area of weakness is your area of strength. Your area of strength is my area of weakness. When we come, we have a symbiotic relationship that produces a third alternative that's better than what you and I can do. And I'll tell you this, we're talking about problem-solving skills for young people. I went to watch a swimming competition at the National Stadium in Surulere, and then I saw this young boy. He couldn't have been more than 12 years old. He was with his father and his sister. He was a swimmer, the sister was a swimmer as well. The sister was probably like 10. And he was telling the father how they should run the relay race. And he was saying, I'm the fastest, maybe I should start. And so is not so fast, maybe you should do the third leg or the second leg. And I was amazed. I mean, here was a 12-year-old boy already thinking in such advanced ways. And this is what sports can bring to societies. And this is why progressive civilizations integrate sports into their societies and their cultures. One of the examples I use for people, and I say to them that you're in the United States, Ugo, so you should know. Imagine the United States without the NBA, without NFL, without NHL, without...
It's not the United States.
What United States would you have left? Because that's the country that we are today in Nigeria.
Imagine if we had that in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Growing up, I still remember the Rangers. I still remember Shooting Stars.
Yeah.
Those were actually communities. They were not just sports teams. They were lifestyles. They were, people felt like being part of something was great. And we need to recreate that in Nigeria again.
Yeah.
We need to build that from a whole different perspective.
100%. Okay, so let's progress quickly. So, because I still want to talk to you about Alpha Sports, so that other people can see that opportunities in sports just don't have to be when you're an athlete. But before I do that, let me just ask you this final question as it concerns basketball and how we want to grow it in Nigeria. And the question is, unlike football, where you have Rangers, you just mentioned Rangers, you just mentioned Shooting Stars, and Bendel Insurance I mentioned. That's my club, by the way. The point is, we don't have enduring brands in basketball. What do I mean? You had Customs. Are they still playing? You had Dodan Barracks. Dodan Warriors. Are they still playing? You have all of those. So what do we need to do in basketball to ensure that we have brands such that when ownership changes, or the brands remain. The way they do in the United States and in much of the Western world. Why don't you name these clubs after maybe communities like you talked about, after states like Lagos? So the day you are tired and you want to leave, some other person just takes over from you. The ownership changes, the brand remains.
Yeah, that's a very good one. First of all, the whole concept of sport is making people feel they're part of something.
Yeah.
They own part of something. When I see people, first of all, name a soccer team after their person, or a basketball team after their person, I immediately know they've lost the underlying factors when it comes to sports ownership and enterprise. Because when it's your person, that means if you get deceased tomorrow, that's the end of that enterprise.
Yeah.
And this goes across all businesses, not just sports. That is why, as Black people, when you grow a business and something happens to you, that's the end of the business.
Yeah.
And then somebody has to start all over again to build it to where you built it. Mark Cuban could have named Dallas Mavericks, Mark Cuban Mavericks, right? But he's smart. He make it as an enterprise. That's one of the focus at Alpha Sports. Alpha Sports has to exist beyond myself, not just because I want to give it to my son or my partners want to give it to their son. We have to create the business where 50 years from now is still the Nike in Nigeria, providing not just because of the money is bringing in, but the opportunities and symbiotic opportunities is creating in the communities. So even in sports branding and sports naming, if you own a team, I always advocate when I hear people, maybe Dodan Warriors, I understand because it's a locale and Warriors, but imagine if you name teams Abuja Senators, Abuja Rocks, you know, and instead of having a personal name to a team or even the whole basketball league, I could have named the CBL Ugo Deswe Basketball League. Imagine if something has happened to me, or maybe I get arrested tomorrow, or there's an issue, what happens after that?
Yeah. Okay, Ugo, so...
You understand?
Yeah, I know. Ugo, so we have just about 5 minutes left on the program, and I want to talk about Alpha Sports. I see you do some really cool stuff. You brand the Tigress, you brand the national teams, or you kit the national teams. You also do the same for the Cameroonian national team. And then there are lifestyle products that you have that, we have a few of those pictures, you know, so where you have the Alpha Sports products. You know, so tell me, what's Alpha Sports into and what inspired the whole business idea?
So when I came to Nigeria in 2015, I looked at the space. When we started the ABL, I noticed that I tried to get Nike involved in what we're doing, but they said they didn't look at Nigeria as a marketplace. Then I went to the markets. I went to trade fair on the mainland, and I understood, and I spent about 2 months there looking at the different opportunities, and I was like, wow, this is a good industry. But we're not just gonna buy and sell. We're gonna create a brand, because I understood that brand was essential to the growth of basketball. Like, if you have a brand that is symbiotic with the society, or, you know, culturally entwined, that we will have to do something that was viable. So I started thinking about it, Africa for Africa, and we decided to create a brand that will be sustainable in the long run. We actually built this block by block. We didn't even understand the market. I remember sitting in some malls just to watch some of the sports products being sold, how they're being sold. So we had no ideas of the warehousing, inventory management, store management. We built this painstakingly, block by block, not just for anything, but to create opportunities. 99% of our products are made in Nigeria. And basketball is not just our only focus. We ship to diaspora, we ship to over 20 countries. We sell across Africa as much as we can. And we're trying to do everything we can against all odds to build a commercially, not just for basketball. We also have done stuff with volleyball, tennis, and some golf, and some other sports industries in Nigeria. So our goal is to be a premier sports brand that will also incentivize the local basketball programs and find a way to commercially be enterprising enough as a lucrative sports business.
And to compete, you know, with the international brands, because once sports picks up in this country, the Nikes will step in and pay these teams a lot of money to keep them. You know, how do you see yourself competing in that sort of space? Do you pay the national teams now, or you just basically keep them? You know, so how do you intend to compete?
We never received a penny. We never received a penny from the MBBF. We never received a penny from any federation. We did volleyball. We've done a lot. We've not received a penny from the Cameroonian. But what our goal is to push sports in Africa. I've heard rumors, people saying we design our products in Nigeria. We have our designers. We have our ideas. That's why our brand has become sustainable. We're not here to look for hand-me-outs. You know, our brand on its own in the athleisure space is completely excellent. So our goal is we're hitting the national teams. We'd be happy for Nike to come. Actually, as the chairman of the sponsorship committee, reached out to Nike to keep the national women's team, even after this Olympics. I have a text message from the head of Nike Global saying that declining to keep Nigerians women's team because of what the past administration did with Peak. She said clearly, peak, the past administration, there was no decorum and no protocol when they removed them as sponsors of the Nigerian team and brought in Peak. So they are not interested in doing anything with Nigeria in the present or in the near future.
Oh, wow.
We tried to work with Adidas. We gave them an opportunity to keep the women before they walk up. I still have the communication with them, and they declined. So it's not that Alpha Sports is just sitting there waiting to. We came into the Olympics after all these people have declined. And we even asked our fellow board members, do you have any opportunities? Some of these people, if anybody comes up with a kitting plan, we'd be very happy. We are excited for Nike to come back. We're excited because the market is so big.
Yeah.
As far as it's helping the economy, for us, the only difference is Nike is going to take that money back to the U.S. We want to make sure all our resources are there in Nigeria.
Okay. All right, Ugo, it's been absolutely brilliant having you on this program today. As you would know, there's still a whole lot we need to talk about. I always say this to my guests because the sports industry is so huge, so deep, that we're just scratching the surface of what needs to be done. All right. I hope to engage with you again later to continue our interactions and our education of society on the importance of the sports industry. Thank you for honoring me.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, okay, thank you too. Yeah. So, and that's it, viewers. Join us again next week for another exciting package. And until we do, here's me wishing you to be productive, to stay safe, and to be good.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria has produced and continues to produce great writers who have won great accolades and recognition for their work. When discussing African literature, names like Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Buchi Emecheta. But beyond these writers, exist modern writers redefining the face of literature in Nigeria, Africa, and globally. 1. Chimamanda Adichie. The recipient of a MacArthur Foundation Fellowship, was born on the 15th of September 1977 in Enugu, Nigeria. As a teenager, Chimamanda left for the United States and gained a scholarship to study communication at the Drexel University in Philadelphia, then pursued a degree in communication and political science at Eastern Connecticut State University. Her works have been translated into over 30 languages and has appeared in various publications, including The New Yorker, the O. Henry Price Stories, and the Financial Times. Some of her books, like The Purple Hibiscus, Half of a Yellowstone, and Americana, have won various awards. Her 2012 talk, We Should All Be Feminists, started a worldwide conversation about feminism and was published as a book in 2014. Tomi Adeyemi. Tomi, the author of Children of Blood and Bone, was born on August 1st, 1993, in the United States to parents who emigrated from Nigeria. After graduating Harvard University with an honors degree in English literature, she received a fellowship to study West African mythology, religion, and culture in Salvador, Brazil. Her debut novel, Children of Blood and Bone, has spent over 2 years on the New York Times bestseller list, and its film adaptation is currently in active development with Disney's Fox and Lucasfilms. She was named one of Time magazine's 100 most influential people. She is a Hugo and Nebula award-winning Nigerian-American writer and storyteller based in Los Angeles, California. In 2020, she was named one of Forbes 30 Under 30 in media, and her website has been named one of the best websites for writers by Writers Digest. Teju Cole. Teju Cole is a novelist, photographer, and curator. He was born in 1975 in the US. He is currently the Gore Vidal Professor of the Practice of Creative Writing at Harvard University. His novella, Every Day is for the Thief, was named a Book of the Year by the New York Times, The Globe and Mail, NPR, and The Telegraph, and shortlisted for the PEN Open Book Award. Another one of his books, Open City, also featured on numerous Book of the Year lists and won the PEN Hemingway Award, the New York City Book Award for Fiction, and was shortlisted for the National Book Critics Circle Award and the New York Public Library Young Lions Award. Teju Cole has contributed to New York Times, The New Yorker, Granta, Brick, and many other magazines. Akwekwe Emezi. Born 1987, Emezi is a National Book Foundation 535 honoree. She was born in Umuahia and raised in Aba, Nigeria. Her adult novel, The Death of Vivek Oji, was a New York Times bestseller, an indie bestseller, and an indie next selection, receiving rave reviews from the New York Times, USA Today, NPR, the LA Times, and the Washington Post. Her debut autobiographical novel, Freshwater, is in early development as a TV series at FX, with Emezi writing and producing with Tamara P. Carter. Translated into 12 languages, Freshwater won the 2019 Otherwise Award, formerly the Tiptree and the Normal Book. It was a New York Times notable book, as well as a finalist for the Center for Fiction's First Novel Prize, the PEN Hemingway Award, the NYPL Young Lions Fiction Award, the Edmund White Award for Debut Fiction, and a Lambda Literary Award. Beyond these writers are more individuals, old and young, using the power of the pen and ink to change the face and narrative of the country and the continent.
Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye. This is the news update. The federal government has exonerated itself from the latest fuel pump price hike, attributing the increase to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPC, with adjusted prices based on current market conditions. Now, reports that on Wednesday, the NNPC raised the pump price of petrol from 897 naira per litre to 1,030 naira in Abuja, 855 to 998 in Lagos, and 1,070 naira in the northeast, 1,025 naira in the other part of the southwestern state, 1,045 naira in the southeast, and 1,075 naira in the south-south. Now, this new increase in fuel prices has sparked outrage among Nigerians. However, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, clarified that the federal government should not be held responsible for the latest hike in petrol prices, as the decision was not influenced by the central government. National President, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Abubakar Garima, says the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is owing IPMAN almost 15 billion naira. Garima stated this while fielding questions from newsmen today. Now, the statement comes after the NNPCL jacked up the pump price of PMS, also known as petrol, to 1,030 naira per litre. The development was observed by our correspondent at some NNPCL outlets in Abuja on Wednesday. Meantime, the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, says the hike in the pump price of premium motor spirit may be due to an increase in the difficulty in landing product. Petron President Billy Gillis Harris said this in an interview today. On Wednesday, retail outlets of the NNPCL increased the pump price of the commodity in Lagos and Abuja. The NNPCL outlets in Lagos sold a litre of petrol for about 998 naira, and which was 150 naira higher than the initial price. The situation is similar in the nation's capital of Abuja, where the pump price of a litre of the commodity went to 1,030 naira. Away from all of that, public healthcare workers under the aegis of Joint Health Sector Union JOHESU has issued a 15-day ultimatum to the federal government to address all lingering issues with the union or risk another round of industrial action. A memo jointly signed by the national chairman and national secretary of the union noted that the federal government has not been able to address their demands since June last year, when they suspended their strike owing to promises from the President Bola Tinubu to intervene. JOHESU embarked on strike between May 19, 2023 and June the 6th last year, a 2-week period that almost crippled healthcare services in public hospitals. The strike was called off following Tinubu's promise to intervene. Now, the House of Representatives Committee on Federal Polytechnics has summoned Director of the Federal Polytechnic BIDA in Niger State, Dr. Baba Haruna, to reappear before the committee at a later date, accompanied by his full team of principal staff. Now, this follows the Rector's previous appearance without the full complement of key personnel, when the committee was meant to conduct oversight on the institution's activities. Committee Chairman Honorable Fuad Laguda stated that the Rector's reappearance with his full team is required to provide documentary evidence in preparation for the proposed oversight review of the institution.
It's also let you know that though you owe the full authority of your institution, but it will have been better if you were here with your team rather than you being here alone, because I'm sure is what your visitation here today is going to be is that there will have to probably be a continuation of this exercise, because I'm sure we're going to come up with questions that even if you can answer them, you don't have documentary evidence to back them up. And if for example, your bossa or your director of procurement or your registrar was here, they will have been in the position to answer some of these questions.
Dr. Baba Haruna, Director of the Polytechnic BIDA, requested an extension to allow the institution adequate time to prepare for the accreditation of 29 new programs, which will be overseen by the committee.
We were expecting the committee yesterday in BIDA, along with about 130 personnel for 29 programs accreditation in BIDA. So when I got the message from Chairman Kofa that they have been able to make an easier arrangement and that we should come here, beginning with BIDA and Wanune, I saw the importance and the integrity of this committee. So rather than write a letter last night, I decided to take excuse from there to come here physically to request that we be taking probably tomorrow or next tomorrow, when the BOSA and other teams would have finished with the accreditation team, and we will all be here again.
Straight now to Plateau State, where stakeholders and political party leaders in the Southern Senatorial Zone have commended voters in the zone for peacefully conducting themselves to elect chairmen and councillors that will represent them in the various localities. They also commended the Plateau State Independent Electoral Commission for coordinating credible elections. Our correspondent was at various polling units across the Southern Zone of Plateau State.
Materials on time. Before now, it is you would have gone to polling units now and they've not received materials, but a few polling units are done. They have counted and they are trying to do the paperwork. Plasec has gone beyond our expectation.
The quality of leadership of Plasec, the objectivity, their level of competence suggests to me that they're not going to toy the part of what we experienced in the past. So this is an election that will further encourage people to the fact that everybody's vote.
The election today has been generally peaceful because the people felt democracy is for the people. The governor of Plateau State, His Excellency Barrister Caleb Mutfwang, has echoed to the good people of Plateau State that the election is for the people to choose their leaders, not the leaders of His Excellency. And I believe that.
A former PDP chairman in the state and the candidate in Shandam local government area praised the people for voting candidates of their choice.
It's always very tough for the fact that the candidates are all home-based, most cases. And so you find families going against each other, friends going against each other. And that's why local elections sometimes, if you are not careful, it can spill over to some ugly situations. But here in our community, we've been known to be very peaceful in all elections. Since the start of the present democracy, we've never had any issue for us to be concerned that people may take the laws into their hand.
You can see the people coming out to vote themselves, and I'm sure what is on their mind, they know it. And we're quite optimistic that the people are people, and we are quite sure too that we've done a lot for them. And this time is the time for payback. It's the time for people to realize that you've done this and you'll be given this. I think basically I must salute the courage of the people. I must thank God too that I am amongst the living, that I am still contesting today. By the grace of God, I know if elected, we will do more and continue to do more for humanity.
And now to other parts of the continent, the number of boats capsizing in the Democratic Republic of Congo is rising as more individuals opt for wooden vessels as compared to traveling by road. According to Emile Mohola, a hydrology and environmental analyst, since the start of this year, approximately 1,000 individuals have died on Lake Kivu, and the government is not taking action to tackle the ongoing crisis. In the eastern part of the DRC, nighttime traffic on Lake Kivu has been halted. Now, this decision was made by the Minister of Transport, Jean-Pierre Bemba, to ensure maritime safety across the nation. On October 9, passengers intending to travel to Goma, the capital of North Kivu province, to Bukavu, the capital of the South province, were taken aback by this news at the Goma port, leading to some outrage. Now, outside the continent, Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris has erased Republican rival Donald Trump's advantage in the vast middle of American society, suburban resident and middle-income households. An analysis of Reuters Ipsos polling shows. Now, since President Joe Biden ended his flagging re-election bid on July the 21st, Vice President Harris has pulled into the lead in both of these large demographics groups, reinvigorating Democrats' prospect in the November 5 election, though the race remains exceptionally close. Suburbanities, who make up about half of the U.S. electorate and are as racially diverse as the nation at large, are a key prize. Biden beat Trump in suburban counties by about 6 percentage points in the 2020 presidential election. Before Biden dropped out, Trump was leading him 43% to 40% among suburbanities in Reuters Ipsos polls conducted in June and July, reflecting the Democrats' struggle to energize supporters. Now, Harris began closing the gap when she launched her campaign in July and led Trump 47% to 41% among suburban voters in the polling across September and October. Now, that represents a 9-point swing in the Democrats' favor, according to the polls that included responses from over 6,000 registered voters. Now, Israel's military says it has eliminated a Hezbollah member in Syria who relayed intelligence against Israel in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, while Syrian media reported on Thursday that Israeli airstrikes hit targets in Syria. Israel, which has carried out strikes against Iran-linked targets in Syria for years, has ramped up its raids since the 7th of October last year, attack by the Iran-backed Palestinian militant group Hamas on Israeli territory, which ignited Israel's war in Gaza. Israel has escalated its retaliation for the Hamas attack, sending troops into Lebanon and airstrikes into Iran Yemen and Syria in the hunt for an Iran-backed militant, raising fears of a wider Middle East conflict that could draw in Iran and the United States. The ground clashes between Israeli forces and Hezbollah, which is also backed by Iran, spread along southern Lebanon's mountainous frontier on Wednesday as the Middle East was on high alert, awaiting Israel's response to an Iranian missile strike last week. In entertainment news now, Snoop Dogg's 1993 murder charge has been sealed after a court granted his request. The rapper was acquitted of the shooting of a gang member in 1996. Now, sealing the charge means the record will be hidden from the public and will not appear on background checks. This comes 28 years after the highly publicized trial that cleared Snoop Dogg of the charges. Sports news now. Minister of Sports Development Senator John Eno has urged the Nigerian Super Eagles to gun for victory against Libya. In a statement released by his spokesperson, Diana Mary Nsan, on Thursday, Eno also warned of complacency against the Mediterranean Knights ahead of both teams' clash in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State tomorrow. So far, Nigeria has 4 points from their 2 matches, 1 point ahead of the Benin Republic and 2 ahead of Rwanda. The Eagles will go to 10 points with a double win over Libya. Meanwhile, Nigeria's interim coach Augustine Eguavoen is confident in his squad's ability to secure victory even without star striker Victor Osimhen. Eguavoen has backed other foes like Victor Boniface and Taiwo Awoniyi to step up in Osimhen's absence. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy when it comes to talking about like their sexual health. They have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's this sense of shame, there's this sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they are not going to say their complaints, because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quote. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing, because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they're looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the, now say, hey, doctor, one more thing. And then they'll go to, I have this, I've come to understand now that some people, is not, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Like, passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you.
He's my hero.
You are here. Tell me, what brought you to the hospital? And I read it. I said, okay, I understand.
Condoms are available everywhere. The advertisement and sensitization to use condoms is abundant. But how much of the information and resources is committed to tackling the inherent shame around purchasing a condom? Even with a plethora of information, resources committed to educating people about sex and taking care of their bodies, many people are still uncomfortable discussing it, even when their health is at risk.
And it's worse for men. You know, females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're not like, okay, I cannot continue. Like, it's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and you know, all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Here are some of the ways you can make your patient comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age, appearance, marital status, and any other factor. Use neutral and inclusive terms such as partner. Make your patient feel comfortable by establishing a rapport before asking sensitive questions. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tip, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? October is still Nigeria's birthday month and we're still in a celebratory mood. May we continue to have reasons to celebrate. My guest today is an extraordinary being. She's an artist. And if a picture is worth 1,000 words, she has several thousands of words embedded in her art piece that she'll share with us today at the Literary Bar. So grab a drink and let's get lit. World Mental Health Day is on the 10th of October, and the theme for this year is It's Time to Prioritize Mental Health in the Workplace. In the past, we did not have words to capture the feelings of anxiety and dejection that people felt when going to their workplaces. Such work environments are called toxic, and it leads to a state of depression, which adversely affects the mental health of workers. Let us promote civility in the workplace. Workers deserve to be treated with respect and dignity because happy work environment promotes staff productivity. But I also encourage the workers to be proactive in protecting their mental health. So this brings me to a heartwarming story of the beautiful 81-year-old beauty contestant from South Korea, Miss Choi Soon-hwa. When the Miss Universe organization lifted the restriction on contestants, she said, why not? And her resolve dissolved my initial skepticism. She's an example of a fearless human being who is not afraid to restart at any age. Miss Choi was scammed of her life savings in her 50s, worked as a nurse, pastor, teacher, became a model at 72, and a history-making contestant for Miss Universe at 80. She may not have won Miss Universe, but she has certainly won the hearts of people in the universe. She's a clear example of a worker who didn't just stop when she retired, but still continued and is still making waves today. So, after the break, you will meet my beautiful, charming, and very creative guest. So join me after the break, and you'll meet her.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. Exciting moment for me. My guest today is a 33-year-old seeker who remembers being a seeker at 11 and will remain a seeker even at 99. She calls herself a messenger, then an artist. She's also a musician. She's talented in so many ways. Ada feels at one with the cosmos. The sun, the moon, and the stars are her family. She sees glimpses of the unseen, hidden world in plain sight, where waves, particles, forces, and atoms are in constant motion. A world that she defines as the spirit world. Her very esoteric work of art is called Ekedum, or the serpent within. I'll compare her work with Kundalini, a yoga practice that is quite popular, and the concept of caduceus and the rod of Asclepius. So Ada, you were welcome. Well, first of all, thank you. Ada brought gifts, so thank you. Thank you so much for this very lovely gift.
You're welcome.
Ada Soul, nice to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, before we go into it, how have you been?
I'm good.
Are you enjoying our Independence Day?
Sure.
Yeah, you're a happy Nigerian.
Yes, actually, I feel like I'm a surviving Nigerian.
Yeah, surviving Nigerian.
Happy is a strong word, but
okay.
Surviving is
okay.
Yeah,
so this brings me to the theme of your work, Ekedum, or the serpent within. And I said I was going to compare it with Kundalini, which is an art form that is from Asia.
India.
Yeah. India. So it's a yoga practice that talks about the curl at the base. And so they said there is a serpent that is at the base of our spine. When it unwinds, if it goes up to our spine, I don't even understand what I'm talking about anymore. So but I just want to point out that since it's there in Asia and it's also here in your village in Nigeria. So what does Ekedum mean to you?
Well, actually, it was my mother's maiden name. It was the name that her father had and her father's father had. But then I didn't even realize until much later, because they changed it to Chukudum, which means, I guess, God within. But the original name was Ekedum. So I was a bit curious. I mean, I think after sort of seeing, or experiencing my own version of this sort of serpent within, I was curious as to, what the family history was. And so then she said to me...
Okay, let's back up a bit. How did you experience? Yes.
I mean, Africa and how we're always going to demonize things, but I always like to look at things from the perspective of light. So there's the dark perspective, which I think is a bit overdone and frankly quite boring. But I think the light perspective for me is more interesting.
The dark perspective of the snake.
Of everything, right? Even the serpent, yes. And so then...
when you say serpent, it sounds cool. Snake. I'm scared of snakes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, we
so-
all are, but they're harmless. Like I held one time, and it just took a shit at me. Like it took a shit. It's like an
Oh, you don't
animal.
have anyone here?
No, I mean, I've tried. I hope not.
Okay, so,
but
how did you interact with this?
honestly, the first
a
time was actually when I held one, a cobra, a long time ago, because I was afraid of them. And this charmer, this snake charmer, I was on the water and at the beachside, and then the snake charmer was like, oh, you know, offering this thing to me. I was like, no, but then he's like, just, you know, hold the neck, and you'll be fine. And so I held the neck, and I was fine, and it sort of just, I guess, did its thing and was moving around me, and then took a shit. And then, like, you know, I was like, can you have your snake back? You know? But
You were
then,
how old at this time?
Maybe like in my 20s.
Okay.
And then, like, fast forward a few years, I have this dream where I'm floating on the water, and there's
I think we have that picture where you're floating.
yeah, right. So that's why I do that actually in real life. But then I was floating in the dream, and then the serpent was, well, there was something crawling up my leg, right? I'm like, it's definitely a snake. So then I start to sink, right, because I'm terrified, right, like in fear. So because fear is what sinks us, but naturally I float. Or
No, so
sinks
that's
me
when
around.
fear
Sinks me.
Yeah,
But
okay.
when I'm not afraid, I'm afloat. I'm like at rest, like as if I'm asleep. And so then I started to sink, but then I remembered the serpent that I held in real life at its neck, right? And so I was like, okay, so if I just get to the neck of the thing, right, I'll be fine. And so I started to rise again and started floating again, and then waited for the serpent to sort of crawl and, climb and do its, I guess, rise and do its thing, and got to a point where I could see it. And so I held the neck and was just sort of staring at the thing, and it was staring back at me. And then I wake up. Right, and then so
my face.
but like, you know, but I mean, I was terrified. But then I think at the point in which I was able to almost like maybe tame the thing, or kind of, you know, communicate in a way with the thing, it also was harmless, right? It didn't wasn't tight or anything, so it was just more. Anyway, that was my first encounter, or second encounter in the dream, and then fast forward a few more. Then of course I bound it and cast it, like, you know, as a real Nigerian would, you know what I mean? Like, you just gotta bind and cast it, you know. And so I left it there. And then fast forward again, I you know, because I'm actually a designer and just going through my phases, and then I had a period of, like, I guess, like a dark night of a soul is what I like to call it. I mean, the other word for it is depression, but then the definition I like to use is this dark night of the soul, because apparently it's sort of like a period of like a transition thing, when you're kind of, you know, you have to go through this dark night to get to the other side. And so I was going through my dark nights, and then I guess in the period of me transitioning to the other side, I started to draw, I guess, what I was feeling and experiencing. Not so much saying I wasn't dreaming so much, because I'd binded and casted the thing, right? So I wasn't dreaming anymore.
After you had binded and casted, did the snake disappear?
Yeah, of course. I wasn't seeing it anymore in my dream. I wasn't really even dreaming anymore. And then I started drawing, and then it came back in the dream. Actually, it was actually more of like a winding curve thing. And then I was like, what is this thing? And then I remembered that, like, oh, right, there's probably the serpent thing. But I still didn't like take it seriously until I was having a conversation with my mother. And I was like, oh, you know, this kind of had this dream one time about this serpent, like the snake, right? And then she's like, oh, right, like, okay, well, so let me just confess and be like, oh, right, our family name was once a Kedum, right, which means the serpent within. But she has binded and casted the whole thing. It's not in the family anymore. They changed their name, so like everyone's good.
Igbo is snake.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they changed their name to Chukudrum, and so everything's gone now. But I was like, not really, because like I'm having these dreams.
What village is this?
Amici.
I'm not sure. Amici Okunano in Anambra State.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not gonna call out any names, but like the thing is, because I still don't even know what it's about there, right? Like I'm not, and I have a feeling that maybe it wasn't all light. You know what I mean? But no, I mean, because I'm not really sure. Oh, who knows? Maybe I will go back and actually investigate.
So the snake inspired this artwork?
I mean, I guess, yeah, like, but more like the essence of it, like the cosmic, because so I was going to say that, you know, because I couldn't get so much information from, because she just told me was that there was this thing that they binded and casted, and that was the end of that. So I then have to sort of take it upon myself to figure it out. But I can't really speak to my grandfather, my great-grandfather, so like, you know, I've got to just go to the internet.
But there are communities in Igbo land that I know for sure that the snake is worshipped, the python is worshipped. You can't kill it. It's sacred.
Right.
It comes with blessing. You find that in families where the snake inhabits their ancestral worship, when a child is born, a cobra comes in.
Right.
It just goes around the child and it goes away. Perchance, if you have an accident, you kill it, you give it a full burial like a human being.
Right, yeah.
So there is that reverence for snakes in particular places. And even in India, where Kundalini emanated from, the snake is revered. You can't just go around killing it. But the fact that you were talking about binding and casting, so it's easy to guess that you're a nice Christian child.
I mean, I was,
so,
but not anymore. But no, I think that the idea, first of all, of worshiping anything is not my, like, vibe. You know, I don't really, I explore all things and I absorb all things into my being, and I allow for it to manifest through me the way it chooses to. And so in this serpent version, like, you know, my understanding of it is the cosmic energy, the entire universe sort of compressed into this like thing, right? And it's inside me, essentially. Like, so the energy is more like an energy that was trapped, you know, in my being. And what I was just sort of researching, trying to figure out what's this thing that is in me that is yet to be released and is yet to be, you know, just like it was more of a mystery. And so I kind of did a bunch of research. I searched the Indians, which is more what I'm leaning towards. I've done a lot, but then I think I like their version of what the serpent means to them, because it's essentially this cosmic being with this energy rather that's trapped in our beings, that's coiled in our spine, and rises through our chakras is what they call it, and at the point in which it reaches the
there
last
are 5 or
one,
7 chakras.
Apparently there's 7. Who knows?
Okay.
There's like 12 different versions, right? But I'm like, okay, but I recognize the heart chakra, which is like one. At least I recognize 1 out of 7 here. But no, apparently the idea is that once it completes its like motion in your being, you sort of awaken as Buddha, their Buddha, as Christ, which is our version, as Muhammad, like a bunch of these cosmic consciousness beings that have walked the earth. And so, which is my goal, my secret goal, is to awaken.
So how long will this Ekedum awakening be? Because
I don't know. I was even telling someone that I'm not even sure. Maybe it's on my last day, right? I'm like, my eyes are open, and then they close forever, you know. And then there's 3 phases, as was what I've recognized so far.
In your art, yes,
and so I'm trying to go through them. So there's the initiation phase, there's the transition phase, and the transformation phase. And so I'm just sort of gradually going through all. And so the beginning is the initiation, which is this one that's here, one of the pieces from them. And there's 33 of them, so 11 per
So the
per
initiation,
chapter.
what happens after the initiation?
The
When you're initiated, what happens?
It's more like suffering. You know, it's more like just the dark night of the soul, going through the darkness, like depression, all the
when
pain.
When you say Dark Night of the Soul, it sounds like a movie title.
I know, right? No, but apparently it's like, you know, apparently it was with St. John, one of the Christian mercenaries, that had written about this thing called the Dark Night of the Soul, where he's expressing his anguish in this journey of just, you know, because I guess it's a Christian version, so in his journey to Christ, he's expressing this anguish of going through the darkness and going through all his, you know, all his like hidden things. Like even, that's his version. Also it manifests in me as well, all the things that I guess I've hidden from myself and from the world.
Because now, you know, a lot of people bandy around the word depression, even at the slightest bit of unhappiness. People say they are depressed. And then we also recognize that depression becomes so severe in some people. I mean, we're talking about World Mental Health Day. And for workers, I know there was a time in Asia, maybe Hong Kong, I can't remember, maybe France, somewhere, where people were jumping off building because the pressure of work was so much. So now, when you link the serpents being curled at the base, that unused energy or that wound up energy, how do people tend to release it? Because depression is real, and it happens to people differently. A lot of us say snap out of it, or they say pray about it, or God will do it and stuff like that. And I know that someone who's severely depressed does not want to hear that.
I know what you mean.
They do not. So is it that the depression leads to this initiation or the awakening? How do you realize where you are?
Well, it started with depression for me. I was like, something is wrong, and I need to figure it out. And so I kind of left everything and went to the water. So then, because I wanted to heal, right? Like I wasn't gonna sit there and.
Did you try medical help?
I was gonna try my help first, the one that I knew that I can. Also, it's expensive. I didn't have the money at the time for therapy, and so I was like, I'm gonna just go to nature and see what the universe can do for me. And so I went to the water, and for like 2-3 weeks, I was just crying, like because I guess I didn't get to cry for a long time, and so just everything that I hadn't come out, I guess, came out. And then afterwards...
But you have family, friends.
Oh, no.
Why,
at the time
why wasn't it
individual?
Why was it not important to you to reach out to family and friends?
I think at the darkest points, that's probably, at least for me, in my darkest moments, I'm more like inward. And so I think I reach out maybe just before, and then... as soon as it gets to the point, I just kind of reach inward, because that's all I guess I've got left.
Initiation.
Yeah, this was like the beginning
to the dark night of the soul. Before we go on our break, I want to point this out, that you find that when people get into depression, they turn to drugs, recreational, and all of that. And at the end of the day, it really does not help. I know that in certain yogi practices, there's a particular drug right now that they use, the shamans introduce, it's somewhere in Brazil, but they're selling it all over the place now.
It's what, ayahuasca, right?
Ayahuasca, yes.
I mean, honestly, funny thing is I don't really know that much about like the yoga. I really don't do that much yoga. I stretch, but like it's not that deep. But I think it's interesting. Ayahuasca is
Ayahuasca is one, and here we have our own
I mean, the depression was like there for a long time, but then there's the denial of the thing, right? Like, and the running from the thing. So in my running from it, I was smoking a lot of cannabis, like weed, just to numb the feeling of like the darkness, or just to not enter it, So like anything to just not enter, you know what I mean? And so and it helped, because it really does like relieve but it doesn't solve the problem. It just relieves the symptom of the problem, but it just doesn't solve it. And so at some point I was like, this is actually not working. And so then I went to the water and was in silence, and then...
But that's such a cool place to be smoking weed.
No, I said then I went to so it was before. I wasn't at the water. Okay. I was in land working, so after I work, I go back and get my weed. Like, it's just a survival mechanism. But then at the water, there was nothing to run from. There was no need to run even. I think I was able to be vulnerable and just rest there. And like every day I would go in and come out lighter. I was always lighter. And so I noticed that this is working. And so after a period of being there, and then I was dreaming again. And then I was dreaming about music, like there was soundtrack in my dreams, and so I was like, I kind of want to make. No, this was before the snake thing.
Snake, okay.
And so I listened and heard music in my dream, and then I made the music.
Okay, Aja, we'll take a short break.
Okay.
When we come back, what's the next step after initiation?
Transition.
So we will talk about how you transited into music.
Okay.
Yes. So that's it for now. Part 2 of this episode will continue next week. Do join us.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Nigeria jollof is the #1 jollof in the whole wide world.
To be honest, I've not tried Ghana jollof, but I think Nigerian. But no, I don't think Nigerian jollof is the best. It's the baddest. It originated from us. Am I right?
I've actually tried Ghanaian jollof and I must stick to Nigerian jollof rice. Period.
I'm not biased. Nigerian jollof is the Ghanaian one is too brown and it's too mushy. Our own is, the grains they spread, and they taste nice. I trust our own is on point.
Nigerian is the one. See, say Ghana jollof they go use gas, but if they use arrow with the smell of the effing go enter and it goes sweet. I just don't know what to say. I'm just happy. I just feel like crying.
Well, I haven't had Ghanaian jollof, but just Nigerian jollof. And I'll be honest, I'm not a jollof rice fan. I think jollof rice is overrated. I know you guys will be angry. I know you don't want to hear it, but the truth is, fried rice is the best. So.
You're setting me up, bro.
Nigerian jollof is just name. Nigerian jollof.
Nigerian jollof. Nigerian jollof. Because you're looking for love, what's going on? Talk your own, she's not going to beat you. Why are you setting me up? No, but real. Nigerian jollof. Nigerian party jollof. Bottom pot. That's almost burnt. Almost burnt.
Burnt, where you scrape it.
But it has to be the rice that hasn't burnt, that hasn't darkened yet. So it's not bottom pot. That flavor.
Any day, Nigerian jollof,
Is it because you're a Nigerian?
Because I've tasted both, and I prefer the Nigerian jollof.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family.
There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
The Nigerian music industry has witnessed growth over the years, and with this growth, a rise in international visibility and dominance. A Grammy Award is any of a series of awards presented each year in the United States by either the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences or the Latin Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. The Grammys, as they are commonly known, are meant to recognize spectacular work in the music industry. In light of Burna Boy and Wizkid becoming the latest Nigerian Grammy Award-winning entertainers, let's take a look at a list of Nigerians who have won a Grammy Award. Sikiru Adekpoju is a percussionist and recording artist and plays primarily in the genres of traditional African music and world music. He plays a variety of instruments and styles. In 1991, he won his first Grammy as part of Mickey Hart's group, Planet Drum, whose title album won the Grammy Award for Best Contemporary World Music Album. That was the first time there was a Grammy in that category. He won again on 8 February 2009 as a part of Mickey Hart's latest group, Global Drum Project. Helen Folashade Adu, known as Shade Adu, is a singer, songwriter, cum actress. She is known as the lead singer of her eponymous band. She holds the title of the first artist of Nigerian origin to win the prestigious award. Her first Grammy was in 1986 for Best New Artist. In 1994, with No Ordinary Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. She earned her third Grammy in 2002 with Lovers Rock in the Best Pop Vocal Album. In 2011, she won a fourth Grammy with Soldier of Love for Best R&B Performance by a Duo or Group with Vocals. Lekan Babalola is a Nigerian jazz percussionist and musician who started playing the conga at an early age. He has 7 albums to his name and 2 Grammy Awards. In 2006, he became Nigeria's first Grammy Award winner for his work on Ali Farka Touré's In the Heart of the Moon, which he was credited in 3 tracks. He also won a second Grammy in 2009 for his work on Cassandra Wilson's 2008 album titled Lovely. He began his professional career after joining a band called Samba Samba Band. Cynthia Onyedimasu Erivo is an English actress, singer, and songwriter with Nigerian origins. She is the recipient of several accolades, including an Emmy Award, a Tony Award, and a Grammy Award, and has been nominated for 2 Academy Awards. She gained recognition for starring in the Broadway revival of The Color Purple from 2015 to 2017, for which she won the Grammy Award for Best Musical Theatre Album. She began acting in a 2011 stage production of The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, and had a first screen role in the British television series Chewing Gum. Henry Olusegun Adiola Samuel is better known by his professional name Seal. He is a British-Nigerian musician, singer, and songwriter, best known for his 1994 hit song, Kiss from a Rose. He has 14 Grammy nominations to his name and has won 4. His song, Kiss from a Rose, earned him 3 Grammy Awards in 1996 and 2011. He won his 4th award, Imagine. He holds one of the highest numbers of Grammy Awards by a Nigerian. Damini Ebunluwa Okulu, known professionally as Burna Boy, is a Nigerian singer, songwriter, rapper, and dancer. He is one of the biggest and most successful African artists. In 2020, his album Twice as Tall was nominated for the same category at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards, making him the first Nigerian with back-to-back nominations at the Grammys. In 2021, he won the award for Best World Music Album for his album Twice as Tall at the 63rd Annual Grammy Awards. Burna Boy describes his music as Afrofusion, a genre that blends Afrobeats, dancehall rhythms, reggae, American rap, and R&B. Ayodeji Ibrahim Balogun, known professionally as Wizkid, is a Nigerian singer and songwriter, one of Africa's biggest artists, and one of the most revolutionary Afropop artists of the modern era. He rose to prominence after releasing Holla at Your Boy, the lead single from his debut studio album, Superstar. In 2016, Wizkid achieved international recognition following his collaboration with Drake on the global hit One Dance. He signed a multi-million-dollar album deal with RCA Records in March 2017. In 2019, he featured on Beyoncé's project, The Lion King, The Gift, on the collaboration Brown Skin Girl, which won him a Grammy Award for Best Music Video. The Grammy winner is presently the most streamed Nigerian artist of all time on Spotify, with a total of over 3 billion streams across all credits.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV Plus Sports. As usual, today will be an interesting moment on the show. I am Mudashir Shitu. We'll be looking at something interesting that been the talking point in the past few days, and that's why on this show, whatever is trending on social media, on this show, whatever is going around that is worth talking about. That's why we bring in experts to really dissect some of all this topic. And today's topic, we'll be looking at the Nigerian Football Federation, Austin Eguavoen, the present interim coach of the Super Eagles and foreign coach, and the call for the foreign coach. So we'll be looking at this to really see whether there's a need for NFF to talk up to bring foreign coach or Eguavoen, because there have been media reports that the 2 games Austin Eguavoen, ex-international that we know as Cicero, that is in charge of the 2 games, Benin Republic and the game against Rwanda, that is a call from fans to retain him as the coach of the Super Eagles. But speaking with me and doing a lot of analysis on this topic is Dr. Martin Morgan, who is an African sport administrator. It's good to have you on the show, Dr. Martin Morgan.
Nice to be back again, and nice talking about the best thing we know how to do. And it's very interesting. You know, we are talking about football and sport generally. It's what hold on, that the unity we have, where we have one voice, where it's devoid of partisan affiliations. So once the sport is doing well, all of us are united for one purpose.
Yeah,
just like you said.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The last time before we spoke, we were in search of a foreign coach. We got one coach from Germany. From there, still now we had Iguavon as the interim coach. Between now and then, there's now a call for Iguavon to be retained as the substantial coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, the football men's national team. What can you say about this? Though NFL haven't said anything about whether it should be retained or not, what's your opinion? Because it has to do with NFF, Iguavon, or the foreign coach. What's your expert opinion on this?
Well, for me, if you look at it, it's like a mixed bag reaction. We are putting everything in the same laundry bag and trying to get all what to be done at the same time. But honestly speaking, NFF have a passion, a greedy passion for foreign coaches. Greedy passion for foreign coaches because they serve as a pipeline for them to be able, for the cartel in the NFF, to use it as a means of enhancing the self-interest and their own program to the detriment of what football ought to be. With the number of foreign coaches we have had in this country for football, in terms of football, by now, our football status shouldn't have been where we are, because the administration should have been top-notch. There will have been a continuity of the administration. It's just for us to adapt. But unfortunately, we are not been able to get it because the people in the glass house have various motives of trying to have a foreign coach for the nation in the name of the foreign coach. We understand, you and I know, Cerezo Austin Iguavon, apart from being the former captain of the national team, currently is the current director, technical, for the NFF in the glass house. We saw what happened. I think it's always a quick fix for NFF, where everything fails. We saw how they smuggled one certain Bruno Labbadia from the back door after the meetings or they had trying to lure Hervé Renard, Steinfeld, and other coaches to come in, and it never worked. Only for us to wake up on one Tuesday that we say the Nigerian coach is Bruno Labbadia, ex-German international. After 3 days or 2 days, on a Thursday, the man said, no, I'm not continuing. The NFL came up with a statement that why the talk failed was because of the double taxation in Germany. Are they not just telling us that this is the first time we're having a German coach? Those are some of these questions we need to ask. But prior to that, they were telling us even in the Paris Olympics that they have been having meetings with top European coaches. Hervé Renard, be reliably trying to make to understand that. He said he cannot come in when the administration is not good, though he's handling the French national team, the female French national team. So for Cerezo Iguavon, we saw that the last AFCON in Cameroon 2 years ago, we saw him that he was in charge as a quick fix also, and took us to Cameroon. First 2 matches, okay, fine, it was very okay. But when he was eliminated by Tunisia, we were all calling for his head. That is football fans for you. The same NFF now came out with another theory, trying to give us another one, say, fine, let Cerezo Iguavon came. And I must commend his courage. He's always coming in and take up the responsibility where there's nowhere. And this is one thing we must encourage him. So if you have such a personality in your fold, why not give him that long time and leverage? Why not give him that opportunity? All the good things you want to give to that foreign coach. And mind you, Bruno Labbadia will have just come and chip in and become a champion in a cheap popularity from these games. If I thought he has stayed, I am sure between you and I will be lamenting that why shouldn't I stay and just get a cheap popularity and update my CV? Then you must give kudos to Augustine Iguavon for what he has done, the patriotism and so why not give him that time? given the chance to go, the long time we are intent giving to the white guys, even Finidi failed because the timing was short. Finidi was appointed as a bait to make him fail because of the cartel there, and that is what happened. But ironically, Augustine Aguavoin, living with them, staying with them, living with them, literally speaking, is there in that glass house where they don't throw stones, but they are fond of throwing stones there. So he knew how the stones were coming, the direction of the stones, and he took it very well and got a result for us at Uyo and another result in Kigali. So based on that, if the players have agreed to play for him and they respect him, which is a backup with the local one, Fidelis, and the other one, and the backup from those ones are with the foreign physical trainer. If that chemistry, that formation is working, why do you have to go and search for a black goat in the dark in the name of the foreign coach? You don't need it.
Yeah.
So give him the opportunity and let him move on.
But what do you think is the reason for that desire for the Nigerian Football Federation to always want a foreign coach, when over the time they have been proven there are local coaches, ex-internationals? What do you think is the reason? Because it's enough. Because that same result that Iguavon, supported by Fidelis Ilechukwu and also Daniel Ogumodede as the assistant, is enough. It's the same result probably that the best foreign coach will probably give to us.
That's what I'm saying, that you will have just chip on that cheap popularity and make yourself a hero overnight. That will have been the same thing.
So with 2 games, we got 4 points, and we are currently, if not mistaken, on the log table of that qualifiers. Why do you think NFF continues searching for a foreign coach? And this is something that needs to be studied.
Well, the need of searching for a foreign coach is not far. Corruption. Pocketing of money. Commission. Markup. References. Satisfying the boys. Those are these elements. And at the same time, internally, they used to have this notion that most of our guys playing in Europe or in foreign countries, they don't have regard for, I don't like using the word local.
Is that true? Is that statement true?
It's just an assumption. It may be possible that maybe between the line, you see your former local coach and you say, Coachy, just have this one for your bottle of beer or Coke and buy bread for madam. So it will be misinterpreted. We know we give, Nigerians give. But they now believe that that one, it can be excessively abused. It's there, it's a factor. But they felt that with the foreign coach, that element would not be there. But they refused to tell us that when Presario was crying, that the money he's signing on paper is different from what he's getting back.
Serious?
They refused to check into that. They refused to get into that issue. For me, all of us know Guavon, we know Cerezo, we know Finidi, we know that squad. So, what we intend to do that, if the boys are, a coach becomes better when the players agree to play for him. Like what you saw, the tension in the country was so high. And what happened in Baba Yara Stadium, Kumasi, we don't want it to happen here because we have a bitter dose of what happened in Moshood Abiola Stadium when Ghana defeated us. But this time around, when Angola defeated the Blasters of Ghana, we know what happened in Baba Yara Stadium.
Yes.
So we don't want that to go. Honestly, and they were able to take out the cheaters of Benin Republic and we were able to send them to the cleaner with Mr. General.
So what do you think? What do you think happened in the first leg that we played against when the man called ex-international Finidi George, popularly known as Finito? What happened in the first game that I think we lost? What happened? What's the difference between that game that Finidi lost and the game that Iguavon won?
Prior to that game in Abidjan, what happened? You can see that there was a backroom struggle. There were some players who were not happy, and that was orchestrated by NFF. Prior to that game, the whole world, we were aware that Emmanuel Amunike, supposed to be the coach of the Super Eagles, was there. All the enemy were very ready about that. Then overnight, and it was agreed that Finidi was to be his assistant. and supported by Daniel Omokachi, if you remember, taking back to history. So overnight, we saw that there were a lot of maneuverings, which unreliable, quote me, unreliable information, but may be factual, that it became political, that one big man from that area spoke to another big man for his former club, who were a member of the technical committee, and they agreed. Only one else international said, no, let us follow the right procedure. And it didn't work. I was a member of the technical committee. And they left. And I look at that, my blame also go to Finidi for him to have accepted that position in place of his friend, Emmanuel. But that is all history. So there was that issue now that he had to come up with a group of players. He posed to him that, yes, he must use this certain player to execute this action. And he went to Abidjan, and they lost to Benin Republic. And a couple of we came back, we saw the outburst of the center nine, Vito Osimhen, and we saw the outburst of what happened to Captain Ekong. We saw the outburst of some of the players who persecuted AFCON that were not part of it. And we didn't get the result. So invariably, and they gave Finidi an opportunity to fail, in the sense that they put him in a tight corner, they throw a bait at him, and he swallowed it, hook, line, and sinker. And the thing caught him on between. That is why he failed. But then when we rejuvenated the Eagles, okay, fine. There was no more coach. I think at the time when there was confusion like that, it also helped us. Then Cerezo take over a week to or 2 weeks to. Cerezo agreed. And most of the players were invited. 70% of those players were invited and injected the former players that the player themselves need into the team. And he came in, and in that wisdom, he brought in those who are doing very well in their various clubs in the Continental to assist him. And that was a very positive one. And those who came to assist him were not the same old wine that we used to know, the like of Boso, Salisu, and Co.
Exactly.
That we used to know. It's not there. So they brought some new guys, Fidelis Camara and Daniel. So those people injected new because it's a preparation of a transitional program.
Definitely.
Because of the top players. So that you know them because they have played on that team. So that chemistry, the aura alone gave victory. And the players themselves, the boys decided, at this point in time, you don't need to disappoint. They agree. Cissé Aliou, the coach of Senegal, how long has he stayed in that team now?
He has stayed for a long time.
A very long time, more than 7 to 8 years. And he's getting results. He keep on transiting and changing the players. Why not give a longer program also to our Nigerian coaches, our local coaches? So they have the same transitional program, they update their skills, and they know what to do. And the boy will start having respect for them, and start getting positive results. The management of Nigerian football is what is causing the problem of our upward result. The people in that NFA, they have overstayed their usefulness in the sense that we used to have the Decree 101, but the Act of Parliament of selecting that commission is 40. And I have made it known that the minister need to look at the federations. The nasty experience we had in the Olympics in Paris was as a result of the federations, the ineptitude of the federations. That thing has also translated to this. And if they want to talk, they will say, FIFA will ban you, CAF will ban you, International FIFA will ban you. All those things are stories. Because as far as the federations are not independent financially and you fund it, you cannot tell me that you will be banned because I want to get the best. We are not interfering in the football. We are trying to get. The NFF is over-bloated. People don't have jobs doing that.
Dr. Martin, well said. Your observation, your analysis on points, very straightforward, like the man you are. But let's not. Does Iguavon really deserve? Emotions apart, is the Nigerian apart, is the technical director apart. Looking at 2 games, 4 points, giving us hope when we lost it. Now, do you think it's deserved to be retained? Looking at it holistically.
Holistically, holistically, with the crop of players he's now having now, with the possibility of injecting those who are going to come out from his backup assistants without influence, give him 5 years program. Let him continue with the NFF, with the team. But once he does that, that money, siphoning of that money in the name of foreign contract will not come. This is where the corruption in the NFF will fall back. They have been asking for auditing of the NFF, the National Assembly, and how many years? Are they audited? Have you their balance sheet? Nothing. So this is where the whole thing lies. Presero has been cleared all. I don't want to go into that detail. So
let's I would say
let us press the one we have here.
Yeah, let's look at what we have here, because there are a lot of issues that
you know me the way I am now.
Yeah, definitely. So now let's look at this. Iguavon is going to be or not. But why do you think a lot of fans are calling for him to be retained? Apart from the fact that he has all the knowledge to be there. But why do you think the fans, especially, because we cannot forget the 3 games in the last Nations Cup, he took us to Iguavon, we lost in the round of 16, and now people are calling for him to be retained. How good of a man is Iguavon?
Well, for me, Iguavon is not the first time, apart from Cameroon. He was in Tunisia.
I think he has given us a bronze medal before.
Yes. It's not the first one. I remember the incident in Tunisia there with my late friend, Peace Agbama. When they were to give interview and Chuku was to call, I said, so I know Igbo. Because the guy was asking the question in French. He said, you are speaking Igbo. It's funny, we're laughing. But then at the same time, since he has volunteered, he has agreed, he become a willing horse. Like a boxer in animal farm, a willing horse. Let us give him the opportunity and give him a time frame of 5 years. That contract you want to give to that white man's skin, I'm not a racist. What is he going to do different from what Iguavon is going to do? Like I keep on saying, if Bruno Labbadia have not run through the back door he came in,
he probably must have gotten
cheap popularity.
Just the way Garnacho and others.
Cheap popularity, and he would have just rise up his profile for nothing at the detriment of somebody who is there doing the job. We can't continue like that. It is high time.
But you want to give applause. Sorry, I need to ask this before we go to the next topic that we're talking about today. Do you think it's a good recommendation, a good decision, rather, that they called Fidelicide Chukwu? It was with MFM, Enugu Rangers, I think it was with Plateau United, not so sure of that. Yeah. Then Ogun Modede, Remo Stars, been to the Continental. And was it a good add-on? What do you think was the purpose of that?
The purpose of that is for us to scan the local players in the leagues and see how a transition will come up as a backup. That is just the thinking. There are no things. If you are a tactician or an analyst and you understand this game without bias, you will understand that is the essence. Okay. It's a young one. It's a young man, and the two of them really understood. And if you watch very well, even throughout the game, you see them putting their heads together and cross. Daniel was also having notes, checking notes, even though they have an analyst. Okay. So it gives you that understanding that chemistry can work. Why not try the formula?
Okay. Yes, away from that, away from the 8th national, away from NFF, Iguavon, and foreign coach, look at our second topic of today, which is the 8th national youth games. As we speak, several states, 36 most times it's always more than 30 states we have at the national youth games, are in Asaba, the Stephen Keshi Stadium in Asaba for the 8th national youth games. And this is where the future of, is expected it to be, the future of Nigerian sport is being selected, the best of the best. But there's something going on right now, and we're going to hear about that in the report after the discussion, is the very fact that the Delta State Governor and the Sport Minister are saying that there should be an age shift Because if it, under 15th, but I'm saying that it should be under 17th. Of what purpose is this National Youth Games, and has he achieved its purpose?
Well, for me, the whole idea of a youth game is talent hunt.
Okay.
How to nurture them. The question I want to ask, the one we did last year, and those talents we got, where are they? Where is the data?
That's a very good question.
How far have we been able to see progression? No age cheat. Are we now monitoring them? Are we preparing them? Because if you, whether you like it or not, go back to the Olympics. Our Olympic teams, they are aging. They are aging, and there's need for replacement. So now, from that age, 15 or 17, is to grab this talent and nurture them and follow them and ensure that the talent plus education, sport plus education goes in pari passu. But if we don't succeed in doing that, we will not be able to get what we expect. Though it's going to be on a yearly event, but each talent being gotten, we should be able to have those data secured, follow them in their various schools, in their various states, in location. How are we following them? Because the following year, are they really continuing? Is that the age? Are they continuing? Is it a dropout because of academic issue? Is it because they could not afford their school fees, so they couldn't continue their life and their school? So these are the things we need. It's not only organizing. There should have been a proper follow-up. Let me tell you, the last Paris Olympics we had, we discovered that 330 medals were won by students from 26 countries across the world. The USA NACA universities won more goals who are representing the United States. They won more goals. What does that tell you? It tells you that the future of sports and the rest, no matter the age, has a very positive factor we need to use to understand that, yes, we need to nurture. When we used to have NUGA, NIPOGA, secondary school sport, what happened to those athletes? And this is what the NCCA in US, in NACA, are using from the various teams. Team America, Team USA, in the Paris Olympics, they have more undergraduate students than any other one. So like I'm telling you, 330 medals were won in Paris Olympics from students from 26 countries. I still repeat. So how many of our students made up the team to win? Go and check. It's there. The records are there. So what do we do? So that tells you that initially, so we should go beyond the fanfare, the razzmatazz, the jamboree, or having the politicians all around surrounding us. You should look at the need. What happened? How are we preparing? Our youth athletes went to Peru. They never even won anything. They didn't perform well.
At all.
So what happened? What happened to those ones we discovered last year? Didn't they put them on the trial to be part of it? So these are the sequences we are trying to look at, Muda. So it's not that jamboree will come and give us press statement and no. We are gone past that age. We are going past what happened to our Nuga games? What happened to our Nipoga games? Very soon we are going to have another games in Ogun State. What are we doing? So when you prepare this one and you don't nurture them, I will not say, okay, if they have opportunity to split up to other countries, they will switch allegiance. I think we saw it.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's something that is worrisome and it's cause for concern. As someone that have covered the National Youth Games several times, it's obvious that the last 3 National Youth Games, you probably not see any of them in the national team of any sport in the country.
That's what I'm saying you. That's what
it's
I'm
the
telling
same
you.
set of people that have been in the National Sport Festival, national team are still there.
Yeah,
so the question is,
no.
Yes.
Another development that is coming out that we have to be very careful. Our Paralympics just came back. They came back with 6 or 7 medals. Very dismal appearance because they are aging. What are we doing to replace them in the next Olympics that are going to take place in Los Angeles?
It's the same set of people that will definitely go.
The same set of people, and the age is not going. Sport is a game whereby there's an age you get, your body will tell you don't do. You can't continue. And that is why we saw it here. It's not the issue of prayers. Prayer does not win you medal. Just like what we saw in Paris. When S.A. Brume was to take, we qualified. When the other guy was mastering the tactician on what to do, how to swing, how to change their position to ring. Our own coaches were telling us, let us pray. They were holding their hand, they were praying inside, I cast you. Who are you casting when you don't plan? So you will not win. So these are the things we are talking about. We are getting the talents, nurture them, follow them because they are from various states. What are the various state sports commission and education? So that's synergy with Minister of Education in the state and the federal.
Dr. Martin, well said. But there's a question that why do the sport ministers that come just follow the lay down prototype or blueprint without wanting to change? Because the ministry are always the one that will definitely benefit from all these unstandard, unstructured mechanism. So, but why is that the sport minister doesn't have his plan? Nobody's telling the sport minister this thing hasn't worked. Nobody has been at the national games that are from the youth games on the national team, international event. Or is there a separation between the youth games and what we should be expecting outside?
Well, I think you and I know the ratepism and the status quo syndrome as related to bureaucracy in terms of administration. But all the same, it is high time we make that type of suggestion to look. We need to change these approaches. There's need to change this approach. We need to change our mindset. We should go away from participation. We should go for preparation and win medal. We should go for objective. Look at the Chinese. They start preparing. They start stretching. Even the games that the Americans were dominant, or the Russians, the Eastern Europe were dominant, gymnastics and the rest, Bulgaria, Poland, and the rest. The Chinese are now doing it.
So well.
Synchronization. Did their game. So why are we not doing it? Not that we don't have those people around.
So let's, Doctor.
I'm not interested.
Dr. Martin, it's a very critical
yes.
topic that we're talking about, something that concerns the future of our youth. And definitely, you'll be so passionate about it. And I'll be so much worried by the situations. And like a lot of Nigerians are there, and even Africans are watching us, that we want to be sincere with ourselves. We want to make things where it should be. We just want a week of jamboree, like you called it. Now, let's ask this very important question. The Delta State governor, representing the people of Delta, in his speech said that there should be the restriction should be 17 downwards, not 15 downwards. That means you should be having any other athletes from 17, 16, 15 downwards to participate. While the standard right now, even in this sport festival going on in Asaba, is 15. Will a change of date, will a change of age change anything in what this is all about?
No. It has nothing to do. Rather, if you have a regular talent that is 15, it's not left for you to nurture him or her. What will be the best interest? We ensure he goes to school. The nutrition. What are our athletes eating? Fufu and akpo, carbohydrates. What are they eating? Those ones who are now doing those energy sapping things, what is the technicality that they need to upgrade? How am I sure they are still paying their schools within the time that they will continue when we are putting them an eye? Are they only good to be used and dumped? Then when it comes to selecting for national team, the reference letters start coming from left and right. By now, we should be able to have data.
Of course,
data which are not hidden data that can be highly verifiable data. In athletics, in javelin, under 15, we have so 5 people from Delta, we have 3 from Kano, we have 4 for Sokoto. In cycling, we have 3 from Borno, we have 2 from Katsina, we have this data. Then how do you upgrade? How do you keep on monitoring them? In terms of male and female, at what age? Female, they are reaching the age of puberty and the rest. their menstrual cycle and the rest. How do we engage and help them that this swing does not affect them in terms of event? These are all the elements.
And also, what
which environment is this thing?
Okay, Dr. Martin, we also know that, just share your opinion before we go on this report, the opinion on the very fact that when this game started, it started in, I think, in Abuja, the first edition, before it was taken to University of Ilorin. University of Ilorin, about 4 or 5 editions was held in University of Ilorin. And now it has been announced yesterday by the sport minister, who I believe is your friend, said that that Delta State government, Delta State itself, will host it for the next 5 years. And to analysis and report, that's worrisome. It does not give any other states a time to prepare. Well, why do you have to give a particular state, like the University of Ilorin LD, for almost 4 or 5 or 6 years, if I'm right? And now we have Delta going to host it for the next 5 years. Don't you think that would be not evil distribution of sport development? Because that's the biggest sport event in the country in youth segments, and next to the National Sport Festival. Don't think it's appropriate if a state, at least the least is 2 years, to stabilize things, it is go to another state, and the state also make sure that, because the only time some governments and some states and governors pay attention for sport is when they are hosting events like that. What's your opinion on this?
Well, for me, I think this level of a concession policy, which to me I don't think will be very good, like what you said. We should have had a rotational program for each state. If possible, each state should rotate so that the facility, like you said, would have been improved upon or renovated or start thinking. So each state would not think that this is what I'm... Then we're not looking maybe the issue of security. Security issue is prone to everywhere. But I am very certain that if you're able to do that, giving Delta State the right for 5 years, for me, it's a cheap popularity that is not helping other states. And a time will come, most of the states will not participate again because they will feel that, why am I always participating in Delta? For instance, if you say Delta State in 5 years, okay, Delta have hosted twice or whatever. Okay, let's shift to River State, or let's shift to Cross River, or let's shift to any of these things. You will tell me about security. But I am very, very certain that sports as a unifying factor is a tool for us to spread and develop our facilities. We are talking about facility. The whole of this country, it is only Uyo, Godswill Akpabio Stadium that we have that is fit for CAF games. That should tell you something, that there's something wrong somewhere. So we cannot be participating in sport without developing our facility. Tomorrow, we start crying that we're supposed to go to abroad, we're supposed to go there. If you understand the pattern in other what is happening last stage, they do zonal events. It rotates, it goes from one point to another point, one zone to another point. That gives you the easy sense of belonging. That gives you that, like you said, the reawakening that, yes, I need to put this facility in place. The state governor and the state commissioner will work in tandem with the federal government to say that we need to put this in time. We need to improve the security situation in this place. And that would have been another way of putting it. So giving that concession to Delta State, for me, maybe it's a political statement, but it's not, for me, it's not too positive to my thinking.
Yes, we still have you with us. That we have been speaking with Dr. Martin Morgan. We still have you. Don't go anywhere, Dr. Martin. We want just Nigerians and Africans across the continent and those that are watching us from all devices to have a report we made on the 8th National Youth Games. And when we come back, we'll still continue speaking to you as we're going to round up the program with you. But let's take our viewers to a report we made, which started yesterday. Many states came for that. So enjoy the report on the 8th National Youth Games that started at Asaba, the Stephen Keshi Stadium yesterday.
Ceremony of the 8th National Youth Games holding in Asaba, Delta State, was held on Thursday at the main bowl of Stephen Keshi Stadium. An exciting ceremony saw contingents of the participating states, including the Federal Capital Territory, taking part in the match past, followed by oath from athletes and officials pledging to abide by the rules of the Games. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by the Minister of Sports Development, Senator John Enna, said the National Youth Games is devoted to the talent hunting, noting that the focus on grassroots sports development is key to boosting the sector.
We are fully committed and dedicated to implementing the policies and the programs that will continue to deepen and continue to cater for sports development needs of our nation. I urge all sportsmen, all stakeholders to join the ministry and government in our efforts to reshape and to reposition our sports. This year's edition of the National Youth Games therefore presents yet another opportunity to initiate the process of athlete development for the next generation of Olympics and the Paralympic champions and the setting of world records.
That the Youth Games will continue and added as a nurturing ground for sport, blaming the decline of sports in the country. He, however, blamed the aging of athletes, assuring that coaches are on the ground to discover athletes.
Respond immediately to the appeal that was made by the governor of Delta State about the age limit of these games. I agree with him, and when you look at the calculations, 4 years after now, those competing in the 8th edition and at 15 years will only be 19 years. I think it makes more sense that when you turn back to the initial age classification of making these games to be under 17 and under. And I can assure the governor and stakeholders here that immediately I come to Abuja, I'm going to engage with the ministry officials. I'm going to be able to understand what was the reason behind the initial change and get the ministry to come back to the initial age classification. So when we gather here next year for the 9th edition, because Delta State has won the right to host these games for the next 5 years from 2023, we can therefore have games that celebrate our budding talents that are 17 years and below 17 years. On this note, I'd like to express my gratitude to the governor of Delta State, the government and the people of Delta State for being so gracious as hosts. To all the state delegations from across the country, I commend you all. I commend Your Excellency in particular for your continued support for sports development. Hosting a national competition at this time is no mean feat, and I therefore highly commend your effort. Comparing the opening ceremony of these games to the one that took place in 2023, I find a drastic improvement, both in terms of the attendance and in terms of the ceremony and the celebrations. And my hope is that the remainder of the games will proceed excellently and give us the best possible outcome.
In his remarks, the Delta State Governor, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborowore, commended the Federal Ministry of Sports Development for their continuing organization and appeal that the National Youth Games be reverted to national championship for under 15 to under 17 athletes.
The National Youth Games has proven to be cost-effective and reliable tool to promote national unity and advance the movement and peace agendas for both the national and sub-national governments. I am persuaded that before the end of this competition, new friendships will be formed among the athletes with prospects of building bridges of unity in the country. To all our athletes, I would like to congratulate you on making it here. I urge you to compete fairly but fiercely. You will not always win, but you will win. Remember for putting in your best. In sports hours, I encourage you to leave it all on the field. Remember that your family, friends, schoolmates, and even your respective states governments are rooting for you. It is my prayer that God will give you the strength to excel and make sporting career to the highest level by winning Olympic medals for Nigeria in years to come.
me to observe that Nigerian performance at recent World Sporting events is on the decline. But I know that more effort will be put in. But if you don't understand, you think the problem is not the minister. The structure is quite different from other positions. It is considered, my view, that the age limit for the National Youth Games should revert to the original age limit of under 17 as against the current under 15.
6,000 athletes and over 1,000 officials have converged in Asaba State. Have converged in Asaba for the ongoing games. This year's attendance is a record number for the annual fiesta, as the 8th edition of the National Youth Games is scheduled to end with the closing ceremony being Friday, September the 19th. The opening ceremony of the 8th National Youth Games.
Interesting moment from the National Youth Games in Asaba. We want to say a big thank you for keeping on with us. And what can you say in regards to what we've heard so far about a lot of almost 6,000 and many kids also from across the state. What can you say about that? What do you wish them?
Honestly, I think like what the Minister of Sports, Senator John Owaneno have said, even the governor, we can see a lot of improvement and trying to work out the modalities how we can be able to get it better. What stop us from always say, fine, if you look at that age, we can still divide that category into two. And start seeing other states can still sponsor and take the example of Delta State, so that we can have a synergy at the end of the day when we are getting, so you graduate from that particular age to another age, competition, so that we can run see just like what is obtainable like in France and in Spain under 15 is there. Then when you move on this on, we call it minim. We have what we call in French, in the France set, we have the cadet, we have the minim, we have minim, then we have the senior, which is the big ones, and the senior one. So these are the category of what I think is if Delta State voluntarily have taken it. We can also see another state, and nothing stop two states who are joining to join and organize themselves and see. So these are the things we are talking about sport development. It must not be the sole unit of a particular state. For instance, we see Delta. You used to know that old Bender, they used to be known for sports. If you remember the Bender state of those days, which is and you used to be known that most of the sporting activity used to go, I mean, the school sport, a Doc Polo school, a Cowboys High School, they are all from Benin. We know them very well. And even in Nuga, you know how Uniben used to be very strong then in those days. Davidson Ogumi as our team captain. So these are the issues we should be able to now understand that, yeah, we can reshape it and graduate the same way, like the way the Americans are doing. That is why, like I keep on telling you, that the last Olympic, more than 300 medals were won from university graduates. So this is what is telling you that we can change. Good thinking, but the implementations are not always what we get. So we can realign and reformat what suits us. Every state in this country is blessed with a particular group of talent in each age. Even the physical challenge, we can learn because we are aging. Whether we like it or not, our sports is an intensive care unit. It's an emergency situation we need to declare for our sport. In all that, let us not be overtaken by the euphoria of the super egos against Benin Republic. Our sport is not what ought to be at this stage. We should not be having sleepless night playing Benin Republic or Rwanda. At this point in time, there's something that we need to really understand. If the administrators are bereft of idea, let's pull them away and get other people into the system and let's work. Up till now, we don't even know what's happening in the federation. That long story of interference that the federation is calling, for me, it's just a softer feature to use it to disturb what ought to be. But when they are sharing money, there's no interference. My parting shot.
Yeah,
we need to revive our sport.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Martin Morgan. Thank you very much for your time. We hope that we'll be talking to you in the nearest future, because your expert opinion and objectivities always applauded by viewers watching us from across the continent. Thank you very much, Dr. Martin Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, and also for our viewers in other countries. I say thank you. Merci beaucoup et au revoir.
Yeah. Okay, we've been speaking with Dr. Martin Morgan. If you're just joining us, we started with the Nigerian Football Federation, Austin Iguavon, and the search for foreign coaches. Also, we now talk about the 8 national youth games that started yesterday in National Asaba. And let's also not forget that it's been an interesting moment on the show, speaking about what the future holds. And let's don't forget, if you want to be part of the show, you can join us on all our social media platforms. You can join us on our X account, not forgetting Facebook and Instagram, for you to get the best in the world of sport. I'm Mudashir Shitu. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sport. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
See what we want to see, only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishidolawal. I'm a makeup artist, and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck, and it doesn't wear off. It lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many many face shapes. It slims the face. It gives you a little lift. need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit, and of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty, and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings, weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
Cars have become a very important part of our everyday modern lives, mainly for transportation and for a few, a display of wealth, a show of luxury. Cars are a way to keep history, a nostalgic reminder of our past lives, and this is what this classic car show, which recently held in Lagos, achieved. Car lovers from different parts of the country attended, and owners showed off their vintage cars. Some of the car owners tell us of how their love for vintage cars began.
This is a 1966 Mustang Shelby Cobra, and I've had it for about 7 years now. So it was handed over. So I had a family who had it for 50 plus years. So they wanted to sell it, so I got it from them. When you drive these cars, you have to be attentive to what you're doing. When you drive a car that you can put a cruise control, you tend to get reckless. Now you have to be very attentive because you have to be sure what you're doing. You have to be in control to drive the car versus I can push a button and the car drives by itself. So, but I've always been into them. I mean, I drive the newer ones, but I've always wanted something like this. I've always had them. I can work on them myself if I wanted to. Like change the oils, change the oil, change the plugs. I can do that because they're relatively easy to do.
That's cars from the day my father taught me how to drive. And in fact, that's one of the inspirations for my own car, which is a classic Mercedes 2.6 litre 190E. So, yeah. So that's really from driving, learning how to drive and spending time with my father on Father's Day. I think it's important as any woman, if a car breaks down, you must know your water levels, you must know the engine is overheating, you must know your tire pressures, you must know what kind of fuel you are having, the type of oil as well. So those things are quite important. I was able to listen to the engine, car, things like that.
I generally liked cars as a whole from when I was young, and I think there's something about classic cars that's just of a particular look, of a particular date, for me in particular, that is so attractive. Well, you know that we have a lot of people who have an interest in vintage cars, and this is why we have the club. So essentially, it is Nigeria, but look at the turnout today. And we have members that didn't come today with their cars. So there's quite a following. There are quite people passionate about classic cars.
The first car I ever drove was my dad's Volvo from the 70s, a P1800 Volvo, and I'm still hoping I can buy one day, but that's the first car I ever drove. And when I say drove, the car wouldn't start one morning. We're living in Europe. The car wouldn't start. So he had me sit in it. So he and my elder brother, who had more muscles, could push. And he just showed me how to work the legs to jump start it once we had some momentum. So I always tell people that's the first car I ever drove.
Apart from the classic car owners, we met a Nigerian car designer who built his own Nigerian brand car called Twim Custom Cars Nigeria.
We started pimping cars since 1984. We were concentrating on the Santanas, the VW Santana cars. And we did a lot of those until they took the factory to China, then we had to stop. That was the last car we customized or we launched was 30 years ago, the Twintana Z1. Well, it's not easy to own your own car brand. Our cars are based on the Volvo XC90.
The organizers emphasized the importance of the event.
We'll be seeing people coming all day. It's a family event. Kids have brought their fathers out to celebrate Father's Day with them. I have a friend who brought her dad. He's an elderly statesman at this point. She brought him out to come and enjoy this event with us.
If you look at it, classic cars are a way to keep history, especially as every car has a story.
I think you're spot on. Otherwise, none of these cars. You have people still chopping cars up and shipping them out as scrap metal, you know. But if you preserve them, you have cars from this is a 1953 Buick here. There's a Chevy from 1955, a Morris from 1964, my MG is from 1977. It's 46 years old now. So we are preserving history.
We hope classic car shows like this evolve to educational forums for families and schools. And who knows, it might just lead eventually to Nigeria's first car museum. Fumi Unajefe, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome. I am Justin Akadonye. This is the news update. The federal government has exonerated itself from the latest fuel pump price hike, attributing the increase to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPC), with adjusted prices based on current market conditions. Now, reports that on Wednesday, the NNPC raised the pump price of petrol from 897 naira per litre to 1,030 naira in Abuja, 855 to 998 in Lagos, and 1,070 naira in the northeast, 1,025 naira in the other part of the southwestern state, 1,045 naira in the southeast, and 1,075 naira in the south-south. Now, this new increase in fuel prices has sparked outrage among Nigerians. However, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, clarified that the federal government should not be held responsible for the latest hike in petrol prices, as the decision was not influenced by the central government. National President, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Abubakar Garima, says the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is owing IPMAN almost 15 billion naira. Garima stated this while fielding questions from newsmen today. Now, the statement comes after the NNPCL jacked up the pump price of PEMS, also known as petrol, to 1,030 naira per litre. The development was observed by our correspondent at some NNPCL outlets in Abuja on Wednesday. Meantime, the Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, says the hike in the pump price of premium motor spirit may be due to an increase in the difficulty in landing product. Petron President Billy Gillis Harris said this in an interview today. On Wednesday, retail outlets of the NNPCL increased the pump price of the commodity in Lagos and Abuja. The NNPCL outlets in Lagos sold a litre of petrol for about 998 naira, and which was 150 naira higher than the initial price. The situation is similar in the nation's capital of Abuja, where the pump price of a litre of the commodity went to 1,030 naira. Away from all of that, public healthcare workers under the aegis of Joint Health Sector Union JOHESU has issued a 15-day ultimatum that the federal government to address all lingering issues with the union or risk another round of industrial action. A memo jointly signed by the National Chairman and National Secretary of the union noted that the federal government has not been able to address their demands since June last year, when they suspended their strike owing to promises from the President Bola Tinubu to intervene. JOHESU embarked on strike between May 19, 2023 and June the 6th last year, a 2-week period that almost crippled healthcare services in public hospitals. The strike was called off following Tinubu's promise to intervene. Now, the House of Representatives Committee on Federal Polytechnics has summoned Director of the Federal Polytechnic BIDA in Niger State, Dr. Baba Haruna, to reappear before the committee at a later date, accompanied by his full team of principal staff. Now, this follows the Rector's previous appearance without the full complement of key personnel, when the committee was meant to conduct oversight on the institution's activities. Committee Chairman Honorable Fuad Laguda stated that the Rector's reappearance with his full team is required to provide documentary evidence in preparation for the proposed oversight review of the institution.
It's also let you know that though you owe the full authority of your institution, but it will have been better if you were here with your team rather than you being here alone, because I'm sure is what your visitation here today is going to be, is that there will have to probably be a continuation of this exercise, because I'm sure we're going to come up with questions that even if you can answer them, you don't have documentary evidence to back them up. And if for example, your bossa or your director of procurement or your registrar was here, they will have been in the position to answer some of these questions.
Dr. Baba Haruna, Director of the Polytechnic BIDA, requested an extension to allow the institution adequate time to prepare for the accreditation of 29 new programs, which will be overseen by the committee.
We were expecting the committee yesterday in BIDA, along with about 130 personnel for 29 programs accreditation in BIDA. So when I got the message from Chairman Kofa that they have been able to make an easier arrangement and that we should come here, beginning with BIDA and Wanune, I saw the importance and the integrity of this committee. So rather than write a letter last night, I decided to take excuse from there to come here physically to request that we be taking probably tomorrow or next tomorrow, when the BOSA and other teams would have finished with the accreditation team, and we will all be here again.
Straight now to Plateau State, where stakeholders and political party leaders in the Southern Senatorial Zone have commended voters in the zone for peacefully conducting themselves to elect chairmen and councillors that will represent them in the various localities. They also commended the Plateau State Independent Electoral Commission for coordinating credible elections. Our correspondent was at various polling units across the Southern Zone of Plateau State.
Materials on time. Before now, it is you would have gone to polling units now and they've not received materials, but a few polling units are done. They have counted and they are trying to do the paperwork. PLASEC has gone beyond our expectation.
The quality of leadership of PLASEC, the objectivity, their level of competence suggests to me that they're not going to toy the part of what we experienced in the past. So this is an election that will further encourage people to the fact that everybody's vote.
The election today has been generally peaceful because the people felt democracy is for the people. The governor of Plateau State, His Excellency Barrister Caleb Mutfwang, has echoed to the good people of Plateau State that the election is for the people to choose their leaders, not the leaders of His Excellency. And I believe that.
A former PDP chairman in the state and the candidate in Shandam local government area praised the people for voting candidates of their choice.
It's always very tough for the fact that the candidates are all home-based, most cases. And so you find families going against each other, friends going against each other. And that's why local elections sometimes, if you are not careful, it can spill over to some ugly situations. But here in our community, we've been known to be very peaceful in all elections. Since the start of the present democracy, we've never had any issue for us to be concerned that people may take the laws into their hand.
You can see the people coming out to vote themselves, and I'm sure what is on their mind, they know it. And we're quite optimistic that the people are people, and we are quite sure too that we've done a lot for them. And this time is the time for payback. It's for time for people to realize that you've done this and you'll be given this. I think basically I must salute the courage of the people. I must thank God too that I am amongst the living, that I am still contesting today. By the grace of God, I know if elected, we will do more and continue to do more for humanity.
And now to other parts of the continent, the number of boats capsizing in the Democratic Republic of Congo is rising as more individuals opt for wooden vessels as compared to traveling by road. According to Emil Mohola, a hydrology and environmental analyst, since the start of this year, approximately 1,000 individuals have died on Lake Kivu, and the government is not taking action to tackle the ongoing crisis. In the eastern part of the DRC, nighttime traffic on Lake Kivu has been halted. Now, this decision was made by the Minister of Transport, Jean-Pierre Bemba, to ensure maritime safety across the nation. On October 9, passengers intending to travel to Goma, the capital of North Kivu province, to Bukavu, the capital of the South province, were taken aback by this news at the Goma port, leading to some outrage. Now, outside the continent, now Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris has erased Republican rival Donald Trump's advantage in the vast middle of American society, suburban resident and middle-income households. An analysis of Reuters Ipsos polling shows. Now, since President Joe Biden ended his flagging re-election bid on July the 21st, Vice President Harris has pulled into the lead in both of these large demographics groups, reinvigorating Democrats' prospect in the November 5 election, though the race remains exceptionally close. Suburbanities, who make up about half of the U.S. electorate and are as racially diverse as the nation at large, are a key prize. Biden beat Trump in suburban counties by about 6 percentage points in the 2020 presidential election. Before Biden dropped out, Trump was leading him 43% to 40% among suburbanities in Reuters Ipsos polls conducted in June and July, reflecting the Democrats' struggle to energize supporters. Now, Harris began closing the gap when she launched her campaign in July and led Trump 47% to 41% among suburban voters in the polling across September and October. Now, that represents a 9-point swing in the Democrats' favor, according to the polls that included responses from over 6,000 registered voters. Now, Israel's military says it has eliminated a Hezbollah member in Syria who relayed intelligence against Israel in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, while Syrian media reported on Thursday that Israeli airstrikes hit targets in Syria. Israel, which has carried out strikes against Iran-linked targets in Syria for years, has ramped up its raids since the 7th of October last year, attack by the Iran-backed Palestinian militant group Hamas on Israeli territory, which ignited Israel's war in Gaza. Israel has escalated its retaliation for the Hamas attack, sending troops into Lebanon and airstrikes into Iran, Yemen, and Syria in the hunt for an Iran-backed militant, raising fears of a wider Middle East conflict that could draw in Iran and the United States. The ground clashes between Israeli forces and Hezbollah, which is also backed by Iran, spread along southern Lebanon's mountainous frontier on Wednesday as the Middle East was on high alert, awaiting Israel's response to an Iranian missile strike last week. In entertainment news now, Snoop Dogg's 1993 murder charge has been sealed after a court granted his request. The rapper was acquitted of the shooting of a gang member in 1996. Now, sealing the charge means the record will be hidden from the public and will not appear on background checks. This comes 28 years after the highly publicized trial that cleared Snoop Dogg of the charges. Sports news now. Minister of Sports Development Senator John Eno has urged the Nigerian Super Eagles to gun for victory against Libya. In a statement released by his spokesperson, Diana Mary Nsan, on Thursday, Eno also warned of complacency against the Mediterranean Knights ahead of both teams' clash in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State tomorrow. So far, Nigeria has 4 points from their 2 matches, 1 point ahead of the Benin Republic and 2 ahead of Rwanda. The Eagles will go to 10 points with a double win over Libya. Meanwhile, Nigeria's interim coach Augustine Eguavoen is confident in his squad's ability to secure victory even without star striker Victor Osimhen. Eguavoen has backed other foes like Victor Boniface and Taiwo Awoniyi to step up in Osimhen's absence. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV African Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture. But an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy when it comes to talking about like their sexual health. They have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's this sense of shame, there's this sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they're not going to say their complaints, because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quotes. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing, because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that, hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they're looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the, not say, hey, doctor, one more thing. And then they'll go to, I have this, I've come to understand now that some people, is not, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Like, passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you. He's my hero. You are here. Tell me, what brought you to the hospital? And I read it. I said, okay, I understand.
Condoms are available everywhere. The advertisement and sensitization to use condoms is abundant. But how much of the information and resources is committed to tackling the inherent shame around purchasing a condom? Even with a plethora of information, resources committed to educating people about sex and taking care of their bodies, many people are still uncomfortable discussing it, even when their health is at risk.
And it's worse for men. You know, females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're now like, okay, I cannot continue. Like, it's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and you know, all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, here are some of the ways you can make your patient comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age, appearance, marital status, and any other factor. Use neutral and inclusive terms such as partner. Make your patient feel comfortable by establishing a rapport before asking sensitive questions. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we have a chat with Fikash Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music with her angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. A new film explores the fight for the survival of the forest in Cameroon. In Nairobi, a new restaurant is using robots to serve dinners. The annual Basketball Festival 2024 will be held from October 24th to 27th at the University of Ghana in Accra. This year's festival opens with sports, fashion, and an entertainment summit. Organizers of the annual Africa Basketball Festival, ABF, recently launched the festival to celebrate African basketball and fashion in the United States at an event in Laurel in the state of Maryland. One of the speakers at the launch was former NBA player and basketball executive Nana Papayao Mensah-Bonsu, who spoke to Red Carpet about the potential and future of basketball in Africa.
I'm Pops Mensah-Bonsu here at the Africa Basketball Festival, celebrating the game, celebrate Africa, fashion, culture, and loving what they do by using the game of basketball to reach the youth. And you see the transcending abilities of the sport and how it can influence the younger generation. So, always going to support with that said. And, somebody like myself who has an academy too that wants to use the game of basketball to help influence the younger people of Ghana is beautiful to see. So I'm just glad to be a part of it and looking forward to what the future holds.
Yeah. So Africa is the youngest continent in the world, has the youngest population. What kind of potential do you see the game of basketball having on the continent?
I see infinite and endless potential. There's a reason why the BAL is in Africa now. There's a reason why the NBA and FIBA invested in the game. There's a reason why there's academies there. There's a lot of outside investment coming into Ghana now, or into Africa, I should say, because they see the talent. They see the pool. Obviously, like you said, Africa is going to be the youngest and largest population in the world in the next 10 to 15 years. So with that said, we have to make sure we equip this younger generation with the necessary tools to be successful. And, using sports is definitely a way to expedite that process.
Fika Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music scene, is captivating audiences with an angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. Her latest album, Fika, meaning love in Amharic, delves into personal and social issues while also celebrating themes of love, self-discovery, and mutual respect. During a recent visit to VOA Studios, Yeshewas performed her music and sat down for an interview with our colleague, Hatam Seyum.
Salam. Fikr Balalo. My name is Fikr Yeshewas. I am a singer, songwriter, and a designer. Hey. Salani lingarer, ownat maninatin, fansum nanyalalo, alamnam sitatin. I've always been singing ever since I was a kid. Just kind of grew up with me. I used to play a few instruments when I was a little kid and participate in the media programs and events while I was in elementary school. So I kept up with it up to a certain point, and then I'd stopped it for a little bit while I was doing my studies, and then once I finished, I sort of went back to it. I believe that music is a universal language, and I believe that it's a great tool to bring people together from all over the world. So I try to focus my music on peace and love and unity for the most part, and also just to talk about certain issues that are stigmatized and discriminated against by at least our culture and our society, and kind of bring that to light. I wanted to do something or release a song that was different and wasn't super mainstream, but still important to discuss. So my friend and I, when we were going over the topics of what to sing about or what to do for our first song, we decided that it would be about mental health. So that's kind of how it started, and I think it's a great topic to be discussed amongst people in the society, especially not just in our country, but in the African culture. I think it's something not talked about enough. I believe we have a lot to share when it comes to music and entertainment and culture with the rest of the world. So my goal is really to bridge the gap between our culture and our music with the Western world. ማነው ፍርሃተኛ
In the forests of Cameroon, a new battle is being waged not just for the survival of the trees, but for the preservation of cultural heritage and traditional medicine. The new film, A Cry from the Forest, produced by Cameroonian actress and filmmaker Laura Onyama, explores the devastating effects of deforestation in West Africa. VOA's Kali Abdu brings us the story of art intersecting with environmental advocacy.
As deforestation continues to threaten biodiversity across Africa, creative voices are rising to bring attention to the issue.
Bamba.
In Cameroon, a new film titled A Cry from the Forest is doing just that. The movie, produced by Laura Onyama, highlights the struggle between traditional medicine and the encroaching modern world, all set against the backdrop of forest degradation.
Yeah, I'm a producer, actress, and I own a production company called Ola Productions. We just did our first movie, A Cry from the Forest, which was sponsored by WWF and AFD France. And this movie talks about forest conversion and the relationship between scientific medicine and traditional medicine from the perspective of the indigenous man.
For Onyama, this project was not without challenges. Being a first-time producer, she faced the hurdles of the film industry, but was buoyed by the support of her team and the local communities where they filmed. The story is deeply personal, reflecting the struggles of Cameroon's English-speaking minority in making their voices heard on both the national and international stages. The film's environmental message is echoed by experts worldwide who emphasize the critical state of our planet's biodiversity.
We are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, a climate change crisis, and a pandemic crisis.
The issue of deforestation in Cameroon is not just a local problem, it is a global one. With forests being cut down at alarming rates, the loss of biodiversity is a significant concern. Experts argue that the future of our planet hangs in the balance.
Are we going to trash it? Are we going to destroy it? Or are we going to wake up and realize that the future of our planet is up to us and we better take care of both its climate and its biodiversity?
In 2017, as deforestation accelerated, some communities in Cameroon began adopting alternative fuel sources to protect their forests. Residents in Mbile village, for example, started using clay stoves and briquettes made from sawdust, significantly reducing their reliance on firewood. This initiative helps save approximately 16 tons of dry wood per day, providing a model for sustainable living that could be replicated across the region.
Okay, personally, my production company is focused on making films on nature, environment, and wildlife. So, trust me, when you hear of Ola Productions, expect such beautiful stories, documentaries, fiction films, and all of that. So that's what you should expect from Ola Production.
As A Cry from the Forest continues its tour, gaining recognition, it serves as a powerful reminder of the urgent need to protect our planet. The film not only raises awareness, but also amplifies the voices of those most affected by environmental degradation, calling for global action to preserve the natural world for future generations.
A new restaurant in Kenya is generating business and buzz, not just because of the food, but because of the staff. Robots serving dishes is the main attraction of diners who flock to the Robot Cafe. Nyo Majanga reports from Nairobi, Kenya.
Welcome. It's lunchtime at the Robot Cafe in Nairobi's Kileleshwa suburb, and an unusual waitress is causing excitement.
Thank you, Nadia.
Nadia is one of 3 robot waitresses incorporated here to improve service delivery. This is a first in East Africa.
You assign them duties in the morning like normal waiters. You tell them which tables one particular robot is supposed to go or what is expected to do there. Because for instance, they do more than just survey. They sing happy birthday. For instance, let's say you do a reservation and you have a birthday. It's going to deliver you your cake with the message and everything, and also sing happy birthday with you with the background of waitresses.
Use of robotic technology in the food service industry is not new. Restaurants with robot waiters have opened in the United States, China, and other places. But the concept is new to Africa. Since opening in Nairobi 2 months ago, Robot Cafe staffers say the reception has been good, with the robots being the attraction for customers like Brooke Abito, who is here today with his family for lunch.
I was happy to show my kids this, in Africa, in your own backyard. So yeah, it was very good. You can see that the technology needs a bit of development, but it's really nice how the robots take the food, they come and serve you. And when I come back next time, I want to see the robots more interactive, taking your orders, bringing your food. But it's a very good first step.
According to government data, the hospitality industry is one of the big sources of employment in Kenya. The introduction of robots in the sector brings fears of people being driven out of work by machines. However, industry experts like Edith Ojuang say there is no cause for alarm, as the technology will just serve as a tool to improve efficiency and quality of service delivery.
I really don't think it can face off the entire human labor, but it will be incorporated still, just like we have incorporated the other technology, and we've used it to improve our human labor and worked together.
Ojuang's advice is for Kenyan schools to incorporate technology training into their hospitality curriculum in readiness for the shift.
If we keep training people the traditional way, and by the time they're released in the industry, technology has already gone a notch higher. It becomes scary for them already, and it becomes difficult to be able to adopt.
Experts say the era of automated restaurants has finally begun in Africa, and diners should expect more integration of robots in their dining experiences.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host for today, Sunday Shomari. For more on your entertainment news, please check us out on www.voaafrica.com or on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on Red Carpet, a 24-year-old Nigerian amputee overcomes obstacles to pursue his Paris 2024 Paralympic dream. We chat with the Mozambican band Yababuluku Boys to learn more about their mega hit featuring Burna Boy. Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Plus, Fashion Award winner Ruth Chirwa is transforming the industry in Malawi and other developing countries. Let's begin. 24-year-old Ide Umaru Jabiru says he always dreamt of one day carving out his path to the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, and his amputated left arm was not an obstacle. VOA Africa reporter Bureima Balima has the young athlete's story from Niamey, Niger, narrated by Omar Kaseko.
Ide Omaru Jabiros grew up mimicking other martial arts athletes, but never imagined practicing martial arts like most young boys his age. He still believed in his heart that one day he will carve out his own path to the Paralympic Games. Now he's looking forward to participating in this year's Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, taking place from August 28 to September 8 in Paris. Jabiro says he believed his grandfather, who kept telling him to not see his amputated left arm as an obstacle.
When I was little, I liked playing football. It's football that I like the most. When I competed for the first time outside, it was in Turkey. People thought I was there because of football. Now, it's Taekwondo that has taken over.
The 24-year-old athlete has already made history as the first Paralympic athlete from Niger to compete in para-taekwondo, which debuted as a Paralympic game in Tokyo 2020. He attributes his success to his grandfather, who was his first coach. He calls him Papa Cho, a reference to Niger's Olympic coach, Grandmaster Hyong Ko Cho. His father, Ide Omaro, says Jabiro's discipline is remarkable.
Jabiro was 8 years old when he had an accident and his hand was amputated. After completing his high school diploma, he joined the club of Mi Tijani, the brother of his maternal grandmother. From the moment he entered the discipline, we noticed that he is really motivated, and by the grace of God, he has reached this stage. I never thought he could reach this level. Since he left, we regularly receive his calls. Now we wish him good luck. We pray for him every day.
Jabiro says he couldn't contain his excitement the moment he realized he could take his dream to the world stage.
My objective is not to participate for the sake of participating. It is to participate to make our national anthem, the national anthem of Niger, resound.
Jabiro's participation in the Paris 2024 Paralympics Games will be closely followed by his fans. As a young Nigerian with a disability to engage in sports and compete internationally, Jabiro's achievement is a source of pride for his family and his country.
The Yaba Buluku boys from Mozambique captured international attention with their single Yaba Buluku, especially after a collaboration with Nigerian megastar Burna Boy turned the song into a global hit. The group spoke to Red Carpet's VOA's Jackson Mvunganyi about how the band came together and how Burna Boy involvement made the already chart-topping song into a massive global hit.
It took, I guess, three forces of Mozambican contemporary music to come together into one unit to be able to break that barrier that has been there for a long time. To cross over and you've done it. Were you surprised at the feedback internationally?
Was like a dream, bro. Yeah, it was like something that someone will wake up me, bro.
Yeah. This is not happening.
Yeah. We won't expect that because that the music will be a bang in Mozambique. We were expecting that, but
because you had the market already, you had the audience.
Yeah. Because almost everything we produce, we do is
it does well.
It does well.
Yeah.
In Mozambique. Yeah. But not outside. You see?
Yeah.
Outside Mozambique and then Nigeria.
We are the first Mozambican hitting Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah, in Mozambican history.
And that was before Burna Boy jumped on the song?
Yes, the original was #1 song.
No way.
Wow. That's why Burna Boy was
that's how he got interested.
Yes.
Like I have to jump on this.
So the first guy was
who reached out.
He reached out through his
representative.
Yeah, no, through his artist. One of his artists.
Leah?
No, the boy, the guy, the songwriter.
I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, so we was planning to go to Nigeria because the song was banging there.
Yeah.
So we was chatting that we are coming there. When David went back to Nigeria, he called me, bro, this guy is down here. Where you were, man? Where you were? He said, no, bro, we didn't come now, but we'll come soon. On that time, our manager called Tariq and said, bro, what do you think, what do you feel if Burna Boy want to jump on this song?
Yeah. Wow.
What a question. What a question. Bro, just record and send us the stems. Yeah. You see, and then on that time, record time. Yeah, that he record, he send the stems. But the master
producer
did his work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did it well. So we fly to Nigeria to shoot the video, and yeah, the song was banging. The song was #1 in Nigeria, was #1 in South Africa, was #1 in Namibia, was #1. And all platforms, the song was #1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Its rapid growth is fueled by a young population, better internet access, and a rising number of game developers who focus on animation and storytelling. Some creative artists in Kenya have developed video games and films based on African folklore and urban tales. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
After more than 6 months of working on their gaming and animation projects, these creative Kenyan young men and women have been finally able to showcase their work at the Alliance Francaise in Nairobi, hoping fans will like their African stories and buy their video games at home and abroad. Their video gaming and animation development was funded by the French government. Saj Nukwe is a film and media attaché at the French embassy in Kenya. He says the embassy has sponsored these creative artists.
That's impressive.
Well, game and animation are two vectors of employment. We believe the creative industries in general are a great source of employment because the entry point is not as high as other sectors. And we have just so much talent, so many people that are creative, that have projects, that have ideas and concepts, but they are not able to go all the way with them just because of lack of resources. So that's where we saw a gap, and we wanted to come in to change the paradigm and hopefully allow the whole ecosystem to become sustainable.
Can I tell you the legend of Mbinga? The attendees of Kenya Young Game Developers and Animators Incubator Program watched a video game exploring cultural and environmental themes such as climate change. Other short films covered topics like mental health, family connections, romantic relationships, as well as existential issues.
People being able to identify with it, because one thing I've noticed is that there are many young people who play games in Africa, and but they mostly play Western games. And when we ask them, they say because our games are not that cool, and so this is me trying to make something cool for the young people, and I hope they will see it as such.
And I would say the importance of storytelling in gaming is it's very crucial because we need to tell our own stories through digital mediums such as animation and gaming.
The video game market in Africa has shown promising growth, from $862 million in revenue in 2022 to a projected $1 billion in 2024, an 8.7% increase according to the Newzoo Games Analytics company. These events in Kenya are part of a greater effort to support game developers and animators, help them finance their projects, learn new skills, and help them realize their dreams.
Ruth Chirwa is transforming the fashion industry in Malawi and other developing countries, winning awards and gaining international recognition for her designs. Chirwa's fashion line, Upi Collection, is hosting a fashion show next month that aims to break down barriers between people with disabilities and those without. Lamek Masina reports from Mzuzu City in northern Malawi.
Ruth Chirwa's entry into the fashion industry was not planned.
I never thought about fashion designing. I never thought that I'll be a fashion designer. Growing up, all I thought was I would do business management.
But that changed when a lecturer suggested she switched to fashion design because of the stylish outfits she wore to class. Now, 3 years into her career, Chirwa has received praise for her designs and started a fashion brand, Upi Collection, based in Mzuzu, Malawi.
I remember in 2022, I managed to win an award for Focus on Ability short films first of all. I won as Best Actress on my documentary that I submitted.
She was also named Best Female Star Fashion Designer at the 2023 Shining Stars Africa Awards. And recently, Chirwa's designs were shown in Portugal thanks to the help of fellow Malawian designers Lilia Afonso and Zandria. It has not always been easy for Chirwa, who recalls times when some people refused to buy clothes from her because she has a disability. But she says she has managed to curb discrimination by believing in herself and meeting her clients' expectations.
When it comes to my creations, I always want to deliver, and also it's a matter of me doing what I know best.
Celebrities and prominent fashion designers in Malawi like Chris Ngalu appreciate the uniqueness of her designs.
A lot of fashion designers in Malawi, they like to just stand behind making clothes with, like, for example, Chitenje and stuff. But her stuff is like out of the box. It's very modern and it's a breath of fresh air.
Chirwa has also become a source of pride for her former learning institution.
Ruth has inspired many learners with disabilities here. Most people with disabilities tend to be down on themselves, but Ruth has proven that anyone can do anything.
Chirwa is preparing to host a fashion show early next month that aims to challenge societal norms and promote diversity and inclusion, especially of people with disabilities. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Mzuzu, Malawi.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari. For more information on entertainment news, visit www.voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
Mixed reactions trail federal government's announcement regarding the new price of natural gas for power generation companies, which indicates a significant hike and has got people talking. Today on the show, we'll take a close look at the pros and cons of this move. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The federal government on Monday announced that the new price of natural gas for power generation companies is now $2.42 per metric million British thermal unit, higher than the previous rate of $2.18 per MMBTU. The Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, pegged the cost of commercial gas at $2.92 per MMBTU, up from the previous cost of $2.05 per MMBTU. The announcement was signed by the Chief Executive, NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed. Recall that the multi-year tariff order released by NEC in January 2024 for the electricity distribution companies was calculated based on the previous price of natural gas. Gas producers, including international and domestic oil and gas companies, have repeatedly called for the upward review in the price of the product, stressing that this would be an incentive to ramp up production. In the announcement on Monday, Ahmed said the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, assented to by the President on August 16, 2021, and gazetted in August 2021, provided a clear regulatory framework for the determination of a market-based pricing regime for the domestic gas market. The NMDPRA boss further stated that the latest action was taken in line with Section 164, the third and fourth schedule of the PIA 2021, which mandated the regulator to determine the domestic-based price and the marketable wholesale price of natural gas supplied to the strategic sectors. He said, quote, the DBP at the marketable gas delivery point under Sector 1671 and other provisions of the PIA shall be determined based on regulations which incorporate, among such other matters, the following principles. The price must be of a level to bring forward sufficient natural gas supplies for the domestic market on a voluntary basis for the upstream producers. On a voluntary basis by the upstream producers. B, the price shall not be higher than the average of similar natural gas prices in major emerging countries that are significant producers of natural gas. C, lowest cost of gas supply on three-tier cost of supply framework. D, market-related prices tied to international benchmark, unquote. The NMDPRA therefore emphasized that it had set the, quote, 2024 domestic base price at $2.42 per MMBTU and wholesale prices for natural gas in strategic sectors, following consultations with stakeholders and in compliance with the PIA and gas pricing regulations, unquote. Joining us is a public affairs analyst, Wisdom Chap Jumbo, and a power systems engineer who is also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Power Engineers, Dr. Idowu Oyebanjo. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, let's start from the studio. How would you want to kickstart this conversation?
Okay.
From the recent development relative to the review of the MMBTU pricing of gas to the reflections that the power distribution companies are now incorporating into their tariff systems across a defined band of their customers. How would you want to kickstart this?
Yeah, thanks, Bola. I think since the announcement by the regulator, I think it has hit everyone with different mixed feelings. Some people have been in shock, if I would say, about the increase. But you must realize that maybe some of us saw this coming. Of course, gas, our power takes, needs more than 75% of it needs gas to work. So we see this coming at the end of the day. But I think the major problem which Nigerians have is, especially those who are willing to pay, who are in the band A. Like the regulator said, this new tariff will reflect only on customers within the band A. So what does that mean? Band A means that if you're in the band A, you receive at least minimum of 20 hours of power in a day. I'm not sure that many people will say, oh, how do I even come into this, because I don't even see the 20 hours of power a day. But we saw this coming, and the only issue or concern we have here is, if we pay this new tariff, are we really going to see the power? That is the main concern.
Dr. Yebanjo, as controversial as the issue of tariff hike may be, the necessary question is this the silver bullet that will bring about consistent power supply by the Nigerian electricity architecture, factoring in the fact that the power generation entities are different from the transmission entity. The transmission entity is different from the distribution entities. So is this the silver bullet to kill the Leviathan of darkness in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. To go straight to answer that question, no. So, of course, increasing tariffs is a short-term situation. Hopefully, we will get to a situation whereby the tariffs will now go down. But the main thing that can help Nigeria now in terms of uninterrupted power supply or increase in quantum of power supply to businesses, homes, to offices, to industries, residential consumers, commercial and industrial consumers, will be the full implementation of the Electricity Act 2023 as amended, which was signed into law last year, and the decentralization of the power system, such that we have states having their electricity market, regional markets will exist, and then the national market will take care of those states who are unable to start their market. This will bring renewable energy systems. It will bring private sector investments and also investments from the federal government. All of this will work together to give us a silver bullet, as you put it, that will help us to have a consistency or improvement in power supply. Having said that, the discussion you have raised in your introduction, very, very lovely. You talked about increases in price of one of the very important commodity, gas, for the power sector. So as a result, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has had to increase tariffs, but for Band A, this has pros and cons as you have mentioned it. So we have to also deliberate on the cons, the disadvantages, and what needs to be done to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jock. I'm sitting here as a Nigerian who has seen over the decades I've lived in this country a continual deterioration of the quality of power supply. And like the good doctor just stated now, we may just be dealing with eczema, talking around this price tariff hike, when we may seem to be living the skin cancer yet to be attended to, because it is obvious that this tariff hike will not be the final solution. The doctor made some suggestions consistent with what the Electricity Act 2023 enunciates. But I'm sitting here now that I don't see the sensitization. They still, indeed, even the doctor spoke around state governments galvanizing their local markets in their state for power generation, transmission, and distribution, which has been decentralized. But I am one who believes that with proper sensitization, and this is the question for you, with proper sensitization, you and I can form cooperatives. We can have private concerns. We can have people who live in estates. In the estate that I'm going to be sleeping in today, almost 90% of us function on solar, minimum of 5 kVA solar. And it's even ironic that we may be wasting power, because sometimes we generate more than we need, but because we function in silos, power that could be accumulated, and indeed for us to get some recompense, as is done in some other advanced power markets, yes, where you generate independent power, you pass on the national grid, they calculate what you have used, deduct it from what you have supplied, and sometimes give you. So I'm sitting here thinking, are we even going in the right direction? Because I don't see that sensitization from enlightened people like you, from the media, from professionals like doctor. We are still talking the government, government.
I think that's a good observation, really, and I really must agree with you. But however, yes, we're looking at the government, because I think in this conversation, the government needs to take a lead in this conversation of sensitization. Though there have been many talks everywhere, many programs, many just like this, raising the issue of power and the issues around it. Now, that's why the Electricity Act of 2023 solves this problem a lot, giving the power to states, and like Doctor said, when we begin to decentralize, and begin to implement this act, we start solving this problem, because states will begin to drive a lot of these conversations. That's what the act is empowering them to do, drive this conversation, drive the policies. So far, so good now. How many states now? Just a few states have been able to create their own markets and create their own policies.
No, they have only domesticated the law.
Yes.
Yes. That's not creating market.
That's one way. They've created the policies to create the market. Maybe Doctor will speak more on that. But what I want to say is, this is where the state government will also take lead. And this is where also the regulator, which is NEC, will also take through the government, and will take the lead on it. We need to keep talking. The issue of power affects everybody. The issue of power, it's a problem to everybody. It's been more than 60 years. We have been struggling to fix the issue of power. So we keep these conversations going. But yes, we may think we're looking up to government, but government must take the lead on this. We must see them also trying to, take that sensation down to the home. We have the Nigeria Orientation Agency that is also there. What are they doing? What are the conversations they are having, as regards it? This is my own thinking. But yeah, we need to keep pushing, and we are making a good progress so far.
That may sound very controversial to some of the people watching you at home. Mr. Jumbo. Dr. Oyebanjo.
Yes, I'm with you.
To the best of my understanding,
you are making very good points. I'm really enjoying both of you.
To the best of my understanding, Doctor, thank you very much. To the best of my understanding, there is another segment of this show that I have rested for a while now. To the best of my understanding, we are building on an infrastructure that was conceptualized and delivered in 1863. A central grid. And I'm sitting here now knowing that people like yourself do not only practice in Nigeria, you literally function across the world. We were once positing that it was the statute that was choking, that was essentially the primary problem of the system. Now we have a statute that allows for organic federalism in power generation, distribution, transmission and distribution. Doctor, using your working knowledge of the industry, if you were talking to the Honorable Minister today, say he's sitting in front of you, what would be your suggestions, methodically?
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Power is already doing a lot of advocacy and making sure that the import of the Electricity Act filters down through the system. Immediately he resumed office, he has been able to organize a 3-day retreat where he brought together all stakeholders relevant in the power sector and to brainstorm on what needs to be done. So I am aware that a communique will be issued shortly about that. He has also communicated with state governors. He has spoken with all the honorable commissioners for energy or power or related services in every state, trying to galvanize the momentum. You see, just as you have said, as well as the analyst Jumbo, you are correct. There is need for the media, as well as the CSOs and various organizations, professional bodies. They should be at the vanguard of this message of Electricity Act. Like you took us back in history, the Nigerian power sector followed the development in the world when America started, Europe, as well as Britain. However, once they started developing and making progress, we did not make significant progress. In fact, I will say that for a country of 200 million plus, trying to use 3,500 megawatts is absurd.
Utterly ridiculous.
It is in the 1920s situation of the UK or the US, which is not good because they ramped up from those small levels and then moved significantly to about 65,000 megawatt of demand today in the UK and generation capacity of upwards of 70,000. So for Nigeria today, where we need to be, we need to have about 40,000 megawatts of generation, 35,000 megawatts of transmission capacity, wheeling capacity, and then 30,000 megawatts of demand based on the studies that I have done. Now, we are not there. We are even far from there. So the fastest way, I have repeated it 3 times, to make Nigeria get industrialize is through the decentralization. I speak as a professional. So when I speak on power systems, having done it as my BSc, my MSc, and PhD, and having worked for over 25 years, having worked significant period of this inside a UK power system that worked, when I'm saying these things, it is not a fast, it is not as a result of conjectures. You have to decentralize this kind of network. It's not that it is too massive. It is a small network compared to other networks. But because of the factors, Nigerian factors, that have affected us over the last 60 years, the most logical thing for Nigeria and the most correct solution for Nigeria is this decentralization. What we are doing, for example, as part of our advocacy in Aidfund Power Consultants Limited, we are approaching the state government, we are helping them, we are sensitizing them, just as you have said, to at least domesticate the law. We are working them through the steps required to not only domesticate the law, prepare the bill, and pass the bill, and then get the right people in the electricity commission for the state, and then develop the market that will make consumers be happy. If a power system does not make consumer happy, if a power system brings apprehension, if a power system brings anger, it is not a power system that is functional.
Thank you very much. We need to move from my take now. We have built a culture of recriminations in the power sector. Everybody finger pointing at the other person. But given contemporary developments in the power industry worldwide, the fact that China has helped to crash the price of, say, solar panels, the fact that there are alternative energy solutions out there beyond even solar, many in the Southwest. I have a friend who just returned from the UK, and at the last count, in the southwest of Nigeria alone, about 200 plus bodies of water that could be used to generate hydro power at the very local community level, to some even as far as state or regional levels. And I'm sitting here. Power is one of the reasons why sometimes some doubt the fact that we negroid species of the Homo sapiens, whether we are really human beings, because we always have the issue of power in all the places that we habitate. Yes. And the irony is that I never knew the man that even once worked in the UK. The irony is that I lived in the UK for more than 2 decades, and I know that in a place in northern England, one of the few places where they are generating more than 12 megawatts of solar energy, the person that coordinated it was a Nigerian engineer. We do it when we are in England, and yet there is something about us that gets us to be moribund when we are at home. Are we?
I will tell you something. In the last 4 years, I mean, I've been within the solar space, energy access space, and all of that off-grid, and I can tell you, Nigerians are really brilliant. I've seen quite a lot of technologies, a lot of innovation, especially from young people. I spoke to a guy one time. He had created some tiles, some tile-like thing where, I mean, if you step on it, it could generate power. So if you put it in a shopping mall,
as in kinetic
energy,
yes, footfalls,
yes,
footfalls will be generated.
If we have it in our shopping malls, we're very busy.
When people walk around,
I mean, it generates power. So the innovations are there. you know, and young people are driving this. So I think one of the issues most times they've suffered is the right kind of funding, you know, to support them. And this again goes back to the Electricity Act. There's a section of that act that was dedicated to renewable energy, you know, where that act has given, for example, NEC the power to promote, you know, renewable energy sources as part of our power mix or energy mix in the country. We need to leverage more on that. So one big issue is funding. You meet a young chap now who has created something very innovative, but the issue is struggling with funding, or maybe so. Some companies are already supporting them, but we need more support in that area to fix our power issue. So what we need to do going forward now, as we plan to solve this problem of power, is to support what we have now with some renewable energy sources or some alternative sources. Like I said, there are a lot of them. And we need to constantly promote that. We want to see from all angles the right kind of funding available for them, you know, to be able to fund some of these projects. You'll be amazed, there's a lot. If I begin to talk about them, I'm not sure we'll go to. There's a lot I have come across. You know, but again, for the sources like solar, we need to even make it more accessible to more people. We need to make, some communities, you know, you go there, all you need is a mini grid to power them. And I've been to a lot of those communities, especially down south. You know, I went to a community called Emeke in River State, and they've never had power all their life. But there's a mini grid there which was installed some couple of years back, and that is what the community is leveraging on. You know, and now with the new act, we see that it is promoting and supporting some of these, you know, additional sources. We need to give that. That's why when the state governments begin to drive this themselves, some of these communities, we want to see them use solar or all these other renewable sources to drive them. The innovations are there.
Let me compliment. let me briefly collaborate.
Yes.
Or corroborate what you're saying.
Yes.
I was once in a hotel in Abuja, and as it is my wound, I always like to do a stretch of my leg, you know, especially after having been airborne.
Yes.
So I decided to walk 5 kilometers. And I was shocked that in Abuja, Wuse Zone 7, there was a body of water. It was not a rainy day. There was a body of gushing water. And I was telling myself that, you know what, the hotel was burning diesel. And look, but you see, in Nigeria, there is one agency that is in charge of bodies of water with some people, some bureaucrats who are still looking at the back of a file that was last signed in the 1960s. You know, it's ironic. And so one is, Dr. Odewo Ebanji, I think it's about time I came to you. You know why I need to come to you at this juncture? Because I can imagine the degree of frustration somebody like you will be feeling sometimes. Having been exposed to best practices is one of the most power generation and distribution developed markets in the world, and yet when you are back in your natal and ancestral home, we are where we are. Sometimes, how do you cope? It sometimes can lead somebody in the direction of seeing you know, going on the psychologist you know, the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the most important things for power systems engineers like myself is that we have been trained to solve complex problems. So whenever we see complex problems, we know how to tackle them. If we are given the right environment, our environment has to be one that is conducive for us to provide the services. That's the way we were trained, to look at problems and solve them. Having said that, from what you two have said this evening, it's clear that the federal government made the good decision, the correct decision to decentralize the system. Because as you have said, there are various sources of energy per state. This will happen once you decentralize. The state is in charge. The people in the state, investors will come in if the environment is made right by the state government. Investors are ready to partner with that kind of young person that Wisdom spoke about a while ago. We have various resources. In the northern part of the country, you have hydro, you have solar, you have even gas, maybe. So you will use this energy to provide electricity. In the southeast, you saw what happened in February, March also. From February 26th, it was launched in Abia State, in an integrated power plant project by Geometric. You saw the IPP at Aba, and this will serve a franchise area in Aba. And look at, people are now moving to Aba. Industries are now relocating to Aba. From outside Nigeria, they are going there. They have started, from what we hear, to enjoy uninterrupted power supply. So many states will do the IPP once you decentralize properly. Once you make sure we decentralize, these things will happen. The solar you talk about, you will sell your solar to the grid. It's already written in the act. If all of you in your estate generate so much of electricity, we call you prosumer. A prosumer is a person that is both producing electricity and consuming it. So you are a prosumer in your estate. If all of you aggregate this electricity, you can even as individuals sell to the grid. This will happen. It will happen when you decentralize. Then when we go and support the government of the states, one after the other, to say, look, this is the implication of the act. This is what you need to do. And once the citizens continue to engage their government, state government, this will happen. On the matter of IPPs, this will spring up in Nigeria once we decentralize. But currently, what the federal government is doing is a Light Up Nigeria program. So if you remember, in October 2023, there was a Light Up Agbara project by the Renewed Hope agenda of President Tinubu. But this is being anchored under the office of the Vice President. It was launched there. And with NDPAC, FGM Power Company of Nigeria Limited, as well as Enerix One and other private investors, they are going to be involved in providing electricity to industrial clusters. In February, also on the 26th of February this year, the Vice President went to Enugu in what we call the Light Up Southeast project. This one aims to also take the industrial clusters in the southeast and make them viable and make them to be able to have electricity that can make them have competitive manufacturing capacities. So power is an enabler. Without power, there will be no economic development. Look, there is no country in the world that you see that has developed and we like to go on holidays there, or we make them a reference, that didn't start by building a power system. When we are doing power system 101, the lecture says the first thing a government does is to build a power system. And that stuck with me. The first thing you will do, if you have a piece of land and you want to form a government there, the first thing you should do is a power system.
I don't want to sound as though I'm a cleric, but even one of the great books and one of the good books tells us that the first thing that the Creator did was let there be light. And I wonder why we have decided to live this long in relative darkness. I'll come back to you, Doc, before we wrap up. We are where we are now. We are trading on ideas. Yes. But I'm feeling, sitting down here, I'm feeling that it is incumbent more on people like myself, people like yourself in the, like I say, the Chattarati stratum or class of society. Yeah. People like Doctor who have seen it work in places where, it's been demystified. True. Is now incumbent on us to find a synergy like this program is providing to enlighten an average Nigerian watching that there is nothing mysterious about having consistent light.
I agree, and that's why I like what I see in the last few days all over the media. There has been constant conversation around these issues. I mean, I ran a program for nearly 4 years, trying to let people understand that, okay, this isn't working, you can have this alternative, and it is possible, and it will work. Because there are so many misinformation out there. Some people say, oh, for example, solar is expensive, and they have never gone to price one before. You understand? So we need to. That's why the media.
Even if it's, I'm going to where I will sleep tonight. I have no anxiety about power because I know there'll be power.
Yes.
Even if it's expensive up front.
Yes. So we need to constantly. That's why the media plays a key role. We need to constantly talk about these things. We don't know. Even as we're having this program now, we may have just pass a very important information to somebody today. And I noticed this over the last couple of years. I have been doing this myself. People will call and you let them know. You'll be shocked that there's just so many misinformation there. And when you are able to inform them properly, you understand that changes a lot for them. Having power 24 hours is not a mystery. It's a basic amenity. It's a basic thing that should happen. If you go to Ghana, I lived in Ghana for 5 years plus. We never, in fact, if they would take the light, they're going to call you. You're going to see notification. If Ghana can do it, why are we struggling with this? So the media plays a key role in this, and we shouldn't get tired. We need to keep talking and passing that information. That's my take on that.
Dr. Idowu Oyebanji, we need to be coasting home now. And I would want to enjoin you to have a direct conversation with people at home and just let them know that from the micro, in fact, from the nano to the micro to the medium level, there may be a lot, there may be just a lot that people can do, from powering or lighting up their rooms, to lighting up their, say, homestead, to lighting up their, say, neighborhood, if they function in a very collaborative community. You want to be talking to those ones because our professionals like here almost end up having to talk to governments, ministers, governors. But at the end of the day, the paradox of the power situation in Nigeria, since I've been born and I've been conscious, is that people solve that problem more for themselves than from a central utility. How would you want to wrap it up, sir?
Well, thank you very much. It has been a very important discussions, and I've learned a lot from the contributions that you both have made, Bola as well as Wisdom. I will say that, as enunciated before now, let citizens take interest in the matter of power system. It's not easy. Even in the UK, even the US, citizens don't really have time to understand what is power, what is my bill. Some people don't even know where they are and what band they are and things like that, because it's something that they expect to get, and rightly so. So one thing that we must do is to decentralize. I have said that a number of times. When the electricity markets in the states are set up, meritocracy must be one of the most important things that will function. Without a system of meritocracy, without celebrating meritocracy over mediocrity, you can never have a power system. Having said that, collaboration is important. The state government will create an enabling environment for private investors. Private investors will work with the existing discos by doing the franchising model, by building in the integrated power plant project. It can even be 10 megawatt solar. It can even be 5 megawatt. It can be as 20 megawatt. We need all of these pockets of generation, distributed generation, we call them. We need them to be able to make power available first in the state. Any excess can be sent to the regional grid. Any excess can be sent to the national grid. And that is how Nigeria can only develop. Nigeria cannot develop with this centralized system of power system function. So this time, what we should be doing should include metering all customers, making sure all customers are metered, coordinating the implementation of the Electricity Act, doing independent power plants, doing this Light Up Nigerian project, and joining the efforts of Siemens project, which FGN PowerCo is actually pioneering by investing in the infrastructure of the Nigerian landscape. There are small things. I remember a feeder in Akute in Lagos, southwest Nigeria. The Akute area has just little things that you need to do to the feeder to make power available. So there are certain things that will be possible when we decentralize. If we don't decentralize, they will not happen. The people in Akute will even go to Band A if these minor tweaks or things are done. So this also applies to several places in the country. All we have to do are minor things that will get us there, but knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
It's unfortunate that time is not our best friend on the program, but having said that, you having mentioned Akute, I was actually telling, I am championing a 200-unit estate with some of my friends. I started a cooperative in England, and I told them I'm integrating power into it, and they were initially surprised. And I said, you know what? Ironically, look at Akute, the first major body of water that allowed the white people to enter southwest Nigeria, Ogun River, from the Lagos Lagoon here to Ogun. And that water is still there now, literally being polluted at Kara by cow dung. That is what we do now for even some of the assets with historic value to us. And ironically, Doc, look at the role of Kanji and River Niger, even in the extant power configuration that we have. And yet we have bodies of water littering our neighborhoods, and we just live as though only NEPA, only PHCN, only DISCO, only GENCO. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to having you on some other time. Thank you for the enlightenment opportunity. I've also learned a lot from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wisdom, you need to wrap it up in a way that engages the people you are here for. You are not here for me, the viewers.
I would just thank you so much. I would just
and
add,
this is your camera, I guess.
I would just add to say, I know the recent hike in tariff is tough, but I want to say I think the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission has shown some way of support by providing required information. I read just this evening, I saw an FAQ that they've published, for more information on everything we need to know about the tariff. I want to urge everyone to go and read those FAQs and imbibe them. And also, they just placed a fine on one of the discos of 200 billion for placing the tariff on all bands instead of just band A. So I see some monitoring happening, which will give us some confidence, which is actually what we need. Equip yourself with more information about this. Also, some numbers have been shared. Let's be able to engage them. So use social media also, and make sure that if we are paying for this, we are getting it. If we are not getting it, we want some sanctions on those discos who may be in any way shortchanging us by not doing the needful. So the citizens need to engage more. That's what I want to say, because I know everywhere now there's so much concern on this increase in tariff, but let's see how that goes. But let's continue to engage NEC. It's just a message I want to pass to everybody.
Without wanting to sound patronizing, if anybody was in doubt that your name happens to be Wisdom, thank you very much for.
Thank you so much, Bola.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is where we call it a wrap. We may soon be doing the historical epilogue segment that we used to do on this program, giving historical perspective to some of the topics that we engage with. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction. A situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others for your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human.
Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and you know, one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And you know, initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life, but when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, you know, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, you know, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on, all right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization. But you know, when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, you know, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from ours, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no rights to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Great panelists with topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. Today on The Advocate, we have Elijah Felix in the studio, and of course Bola Yaya and myself, Inikbi Victoria Modu, will be taking the lead. Nigeria at 64, youth consent. As Nigeria celebrates its 64th independence anniversary, the federal government promises youth inclusion with the launch of a 30-day National Youth Conference. This initiative aims to address challenges like education, employment, and innovation, with 2,000 CNG tricycles set to be distributed to youth in the informal transport sector. But amidst this, many young Nigerians ask, is this enough? With soaring economic instability and hardship, unemployment rates, inadequate education systems, and limited global competitiveness, the youth are demanding more than quick fixes. Can these initiatives truly provide long-term solutions to Nigeria's growing economic and social crisis? Fellow advocates. Well, first of all, how are we doing? Nigeria at 64.
Well, happy birthday,
Nigeria,
That's
right?
not Nigeria's birthday, actually. You know that Nigeria is actually more than 64 years.
And we know now, but then we gained independence,
independence.
Exactly.
The independence, not the birthday.
Every
From 1914, so...
Well, that is by the way.
Nigeria had been existing before independence.
Bola, how are you doing?
I'm fine.
Yeah,
I'm good.
well done. Felix.
Yeah.
How are you?
It's good to see
So
you.
you have,
So how do you celebrate
check up on us and check up on Nigeria.
No, truly, we really need to check up
How
on
did
each
you
other.
celebrate your independence? By the way?
Me, okay, so I had this event. So I went for a One Tribe cultural event.
Yeah.
You know,
That's wonderful.
Nigeria
And where you
independence.
were there with all your steeds and
Exactly,
charisma.
precisely, as the gala princess that I am. Okay, so back to Nigeria at 64. Youth consent. So right, I know we all followed up with the news. We saw the whole initiative about the tricycle issue, distribution of tricycle. So what do you really think? Do you think it genuinely, addresses the Nigeria's youth issues?
Well, I would say that's more like a belly rub.
Massage.
Yes, that's more like a belly, not a massage. I think a massage is deeper. This is a belly rub, just a surface scratch.
Okay.
So if you want to address issues that concerns the youth, it goes deeper than giving out tricycles and bags of rice. Yes, well, I used the bags of rice. We'll be eating rice since God knows when. Thank you very much for that.
But why is the rice has not grown?
I'm telling you,
At
like
this point.
every day I have to check, and anytime I see something on the news and I see bags of rice, and I have to check properly. This bag of rice, why are they sharing it too? So it's more like our situation is beyond bags of rice. Our situation is a situation you have to look in depth and be strategic as a leader to confront. You understand? So Elijah, what are your thoughts?
Well, you have not said it, you have said it all. You can't say it more better than how you said it, because you know I have a concern about how government solve problem. There's what we call needs assessment, needs analysis. I wonder if the government always implement. But first and foremost, let me commend him, at least the president, the commander-in-chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let's just commend him at least, showing concern for young people. Because that was basically the focus. This year's independence was basically, in his speech, he was more concerned about the young people. But beyond being just concerned about the young people, can we work with workable plans, strategic plans, sustainable plans? When it comes to youth development, it's beyond massaging the problem. Sharing bag of rice, giving money, or giving tricycle is a good one. But you know, not every Nigerian youth that tricycle is not meant for every Nigerian. Nigerian youth is beyond tricycle. Like what I mean is, there are a lot of youths that are in other sectors, highly skilled.
So you can't just reduce us
they are doing intellectual stuff. So what are you doing about those ones? Are there enabling opportunities for those that are already doing things in the professional sector, not just the informal sector? So they should think holistically and sustainably too when it comes to youth development.
Yes, I think that, you know, Bola, Elijah, you've actually made great points, and which is also, I'll just take it up from where you stopped, right? So I think that these initiatives are commendable, very commendable, but then we need to go deeper, you know, deeper than the 30 days conference. I know we'll come to that. The tricycle, you know, the beyond all of this, the rise of, you know, 5,000 naira to we're beyond that. Right? We have deeper issues. We have the issues of unemployment. We have the issues of underemployment. We have the issues of economic instability. There's hardship. You know, lack of infrastructure. There's so it's deeper than just throwing tricycle on at our faces, just take, you know, and bag of rice. So it's really deeper than that. So if we can invest, or rather if the government, you know, can invest in these areas, invest in our education, I didn't even mention that, invest in our economic skills, in you know, in our skills, you know, and also the infrastructure as well. So by so doing, number one, you're creating sustainable development and growth, and then you would also enhance and foster and ensure that Nigerian youth, you know, live up to or are able to stand, you know, in the global space and, you know, be global citizens. Precisely.
Sure.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the 30-day conference, you know, thingy, right? Good one, Mr. President, commendable. You have us in mind, you know, we appreciate, we acknowledge it. But I don't know, there's so many conversations around this. So what do you think? 30-day conference. We see, as I mean, we are well. We are, I don't want, is it experienced, or we've got to the point where we know that there are conferences are not new again in this country, Nigeria. So we know they keep holding conferences over and over again, and we don't see the required outcome or the results from these conferences. So what are your takes?
Okay, so I remember during the time of Olusegun Obasanjo, I think that was around 2005 or between 2005 and 2007. I can't remember the exact year. I'm going to check on it. But I know around 2005, 6, 7, within that period, there was this national reform conference, right? Obasanjo had all stakeholders and think tank, political and socio-economic think tank, to come and talk about development, economy, and the country holistically. And then from Obasanjo time to Yar'Adua, Yar'Adua, well, he tried in his time, but I think good luck took from there when they introduced the, is it Confab?
It's a Confab.
Confab, yeah, and then they had conversations around this, and you understand. So, no, sorry, not Confab. It's Buhari that is Confab. Good luck was Reform Nigeria.
Okay.
rebrand Nigeria. Sorry, it was rebrand Nigeria, where Dora Akunyili was the Minister of Information at that time.
Okay.
So Obasanjo's time was reform Nigeria. Dora Akunyili, that is under Yar'Adua and
Yar'Adua's
Goodluck.
region.
It was rebrand Nigeria, and the spearhead was actually the Minister of Information at that time. That's Dora Akunyili. She did very well.
Okay.
And then when it came to Buhari, President Buhari time, it was National Confab. So it's just the semantics in name, but actually the aims were similar. But you know, a lot of experts has come and said that when I mean experts, I mean political and economic experts in the country. They've come aside and said that, okay, most of these things being talked about, there is little or no implementation on this, no political will.
In fact, there is little or no result.
Now, coming to President Tinubu's time, I like the fact that, you know, the difference between what he's trying to do and what these other people have done in time past, there's a similarity and there's a difference. Now, let me tell you the similarity. The similarity is that there's opportunity for conversations, healthy national conversation that will channel and re-strategize and realign and rechannel the nation. That's the intention. But the difference here is that the first three, from President Obasanjo to President Yar'Adua, Goodluck, to President Buhari, this were just on a broader scale, no focus on youth, was just generally. But President Tinubu now is being intentional now about the youth. This is a youth conference, so let's call it the first of its kind. Now, my concern with this is that I'm not going to say he shouldn't do that. He should, if he wants to. It's good. But beyond doing that, can he borrow a leaf from what has happened before? Like, can he go back in time, and check the record from President Olusegun Obasanjo time to President Yar'Adua, President Goodluck, and President Buhari? In their time, they did something similar, even though it was not necessarily youth focus alone. But what did they do? Why couldn't they implement some of those things? What did they implement, and what couldn't they implement? And then see how it could address some of these things, and then bringing it down to this one. Then they will know how to see how to do this youth conference. It has to be done properly. And then when it comes to youth selection, I hope it's not going to be politically. It should not be like just a mere political event. No, it should not be a political event. It should not be an opportunity for political party holder, especially the ruling party.
That goes to the questions that we have. That what are the selection processes?
That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be about the ruling party or a certain party or political benefactors.
There was a mention about getting delegates. How do you intend
for the delegates? I think what I would suggest to the government is that, I know when they talk about these things, they should not be one. See, the problem is that most times when it comes to development, all hands has to be on decks. But the mistake that most of our leaders make is that they always look at political solution, political people. Not everybody will be in the politics per se, even though it's good for everyone to be involved one way or the other knowledgeably about the politics and policies. But you might not directly be a player. But more importantly, there are other young persons that are involved in economy, in development, other aspects, other sector of the economy, other aspects of the country. Can you allow these people, give them a chance to sit at the table with the political actors and then prefer solution? And in selection, I think they should throw it open. I think they have a lot of intelligent Nigerians, both home and abroad, people that are well accomplished young persons. They can actually throw it open. You go online, you apply, state your accomplishments, send if you need to send your CV or other things you've done, and then there should be a panel that will select, panel of fair and enlightened judges that will select these people and that will represent various interests and constituency. Both from the political side and the professional side and the informal sector. It has to be holistic.
Balanced peak, right?
It should be holistic.
That should work. I pray they implement that too.
Yeah, hopefully, right. So far we've discussed about, the Nigeria independence. We're 64 now. Happy birthday once again, Nigeria. Even if Felix is going to disagree with me on that.
Nigeria is more than 64 years. We are 100 and
officially.
We are more than that.
Officially was 64. So we've discussed so far about some of the conversations surrounding, Nigeria at 64. The involvement of youth in, politics or in governance, as we've seen from the president's speech and his intention to involve youth, the 30-day conference, and then the distribution of tricycle, youth development, etc. So, Right, we've discussed, and we're hoping that the government, listens to our suggestions and are able to apply some of these suggestions into their actions or activities. Right, so Elijah Felix would be next after the break. Do stay tuned. Thank you.
Global and local trend analysis, the path forward. Sustainable development requires human ingenuity. People are the most important resource, and that's when Dan Schachtman is an Israeli-American professor. The 79th section of the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA, took place at the United Nations headquarters in New York this year. The theme for the debate was Leaving No One Behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. Some of the concerns were the unrest and the kinetic actions in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, Hezbollah and Iran, the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, and crisis in Sudan, climate change as observed from several cases of flood, and recently the Helene hurricane, causing various humanitarian crises in the US. Various political actors are very much involved in convincing the electorate on their various strategy and policies amidst humanitarian crisis, from hurricane and multilateral US global diplomatic relations in the US. Locally, there were several concerns on the just concluded off-cycle election in Edo State and Imo State, as several allegations of irregularities resurfaces. Also, the Nigerian 64th Independence celebration, themed reflecting on the past and inspiring the future, occurred amidst clamor for accountability and good governance, as Nigeria's president Bola Ahmed Tinubu highlighted various achievements of his administration and pledged commitment to development, especially those focused on opportunities for youths. So, my fellow advocates, here we are again. So, before we delve into the international scene, we've talked so much about the youth. So I'm going to say some things about some of the achievement the president highlighted. He talked about killing over, the military was able to kill or dislodge over 300 members of Boko Haram, bandits, and some other terror group. And even though very recently, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, said a lot of things about these, their plans to enhance security and then keep fighting with various stakeholders, keep collaborating with various stakeholders to secure these volatile regions. And security is actually very important. We can't really say much about it though, because most times their plan is either in the pipeline or something that they want to execute. So it's a very dicey thing. We're very careful about what to say about security. And then the government have shown much commitment to this. But we will commend the Tinubu administration, even though there have been challenges in security aspects, unrest in some part of the country. But so far, to some extent, I think there is a general reduction or decline in the intensity of this terror group attack. What do you think? Would you say rather that there is a little progress?
Well, like you said, his works are commendable, but I'll just leave it at that there is more work to be done in the long run. There is a lot of it at both the local, the grassroots, and the top tier level. So it's not like a progressive thing. It's not something you just do a day or twirl a magic wand and things happen. It's something that you have to be intentional about as a leader. So it's a continuous affair.
Okay. So still on Nigerian affairs, before we delve into global issues, very recently we had what's recently a lot of Nigerian young persons generally were on social media talking about the instances of institutions like EFCC and the prisons that has been lately under public scrutiny from the handling of the very recent case involving Idris Okunloye, known as Bobrisky, and then this very dark man coming to House of Rep or engage the committee in charge that want to investigate this matter. So what do you think about? Do you think the whole process is appropriate or rancor free, or what do you think about this?
Okay, so right? I know we saw the old back and forth on social media that that the House of Representatives do not have work to do. Why would they summon or
the committee actually of
sorry,
the
the committee, rather the committee, why would they invite, you know, such people? So I'm going to come from the aspect of a legal person, one with legal background, right? So I had to, you know, go into the Constitution and to check, you know, just to be sure, just to fact check. And I saw that, you know, the House of Representatives actually have the right, you know, to invite or summon a citizen, any Nigerian citizen, or, you know, an entity, right? You know, just to ask, you know, for investigation, to inquire. And if you look at it well, this whole issue or matter has to do with certain government agencies, right? Yes. And so they're instituted by these lawmakers, right? Yes. So it is very essential that they do their own due diligence. They're able to call the parties involved and make, you know, inquiries and investigate further about it. So the issue might now then be that in carrying out your duty, why is it all over on social media, right? Some people have that. I think that's where the concern is from, right? People, attention. The citizens might not have that much information about, okay, this is what the law states about this, you know, about this and this, and they are right about this. So it's their normal work, right? It is their exactly, they're carrying out their function. They do not understand, but on the flip side, people are wondering why are you bringing it out on social media to let us know that you're inviting these people over for, you know, investigation? Shouldn't it be your normal, you know, day-to-day activity or work? So
actually their day-to-day activities is always done,
you know,
in public.
I feel them coming out, you get them coming out to publicize it or televise it is more like a double-edged sword, in the sense that if it's not being televised and people don't see, they will say they are not transparent enough.
Exactly.
If it's being televised, they say it's too loud. So what you do is that everyone sees it. Fine, it's televised, it has been done. And the lawmakers, in their standing and authority, they have the right, every right to do that, to invite all parties involved. Precisely. Because these people are the ones like creating the laws for these institutions to stand by. So the public should be informed enough that these lawmakers have the standing rights to do what they did.
Precisely.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies, let's delve into global issues. Now, I don't know. Yes, global issues. You know, can you compare? I want to hear your thoughts. The presidential debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and then the vice presidential debate between Tim Walz, the vice presidential candidate to Kamala Harris, and Senator J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate to Trump. Now, I want you to compare and contrast the style of their debates. You know.
So I think basically, so, you know, before now we've come on, you know, set to discuss about, or to even caution, right, Kamala and Trump. If you're coming out to debate, I said before now we have come to, you know, discuss about their debates, right? And I think that one major thing for us, concern for us, were the fact that they were coming out to unleash their own personal grievances, right, rather than actually debate, you know, the essence or address the issues, you know, of the citizens or the people that they intend to govern, right? So if we come down to their vice president, I think what we saw professionalism in what they did, in their approach, in
empathy.
Empathy, mutual respect. Right, and so they actually came for the business of the day. They didn't come to throw jamboree or what do we call it now at each other. They didn't come with personal grievances or their political reservations, right? They came to address the needs of the people and the issues. You know, they came to tell us what we really want to hear. These are the issues. This is what you and the fact that they were able to you know, debate and, you know, show their what do we call it now? Was it value? Or their competence, right, through their debates, not coming to throw jamboree. I think that is it Bola's word now. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay. And that's really commendable. I think that everyone should learn from it. When you are coming, don't come and just throw tantrums. Please come and address the issues of the day, what we want to
You know, to add to what Iniki just said, I feel they more like took notes from what happened last. So everyone is trying to put their best foot forward. You get, this is politics, this is something you are trying to enter in position, and you want to put your best foot forward. You understand? You do not want to like put yourself in a position of for critics.
Precisely.
So to me, they took notes and they did their job and they did what they were supposed to do.
Yes, thank you, Bola. Sorry, thank you, Bola, for that. So I think that one take home from this is that no one is an island, right? We all make mistakes. But I think one thing that makes us, you know, humans, right, is the fact that we come to the realization of our mistakes and then we now apply it moving forward. So I think it's maybe the parties took note of all of these mistakes that they are, let's just call it mistakes, right? They heard the concerns of the people and then they passed it on. Okay, now it's your time to debate. Please ensure that all of these mistakes we made do not repeat again.
And you know, and that's a good tone for leadership. Be able to correct from past.
On a lighter note, it's not good for both the vice presidents and the vice presidential candidate and the presidential candidate will blowing hot at the same time. So it's quite interesting that the both presidential candidates are very agile and energetic
and then you have people to
and hot, and then you now have their vice trying to stabilize things. Okay, and in the end, American has to win. American people has to win. And they have to decide who wins, not by fighting themselves. So another issue of interest, the issue of Iran. I was going to come to you about this. You know what happened recently, that Iran actually launched 200 missiles to Israel. And although, fortunately for Israel, they had the technology like David Sling, Iron Dome, and then the US Navy destroyer, this US Navy at sea was able to intercept most of these missiles and then knock them off the sky. They have few casualties. Maybe, I think so far, I don't think, they have very few casualties and few destructions. But then, according to analysts and experts, they said it costs millions of dollars to actually pull that the money Iran spent in launching those missiles. Those missiles cost Iran some millions of dollars. Same with Israel, the money they spent in shooting down those, like, you know, this war is going to cause serious economic catastrophe in Iran. So I want to hear your take on this.
Okay.
From your diplomatic analysis on these issues from Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, Lebanon, and Israel.
Okay. First of all, this thing is more like moving towards a trajectory of regional war when we are talking on the case of Israeli and Hamas. Now, some days ago, I think it's more like attack and retaliation. This is more like the attack and retaliation case because first, I think the Israelis, the Hezbollahs, they attacked. Then it's more like Israeli created a ground war and killed their leader, that's Hassan Nasrallah or something like that. So it's more like a case of Iran retaliating that I am defending my ally. You get, this is, you know, international politics or international game is played like this. We are allies. No one country fights a war alone when it comes to international war.
All for one.
Exactly. So it's more like I have allies and I have enemies. You understand? I have to defend my allies for my allies to understand that I am for them and they too can stand for me. It's more like a game of give and take. You understand? That's how international politics, even any politics, that's how it works. So according to the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, he was saying something that he's made a statement that is striking, and he said that they are going to pay for it. They made a huge mistake and they are going to pay for it. So you see, that spells, when you are used to international politics, international relations and all that, that spells like it's beyond a threat. It's more like you are going to pay for what you did. So this is going, I'm sorry to say that this is going to turn into a full regional war if care is not taken. If diplomatic,
so now, what about this issue of the UN being, you know, various experts are saying that the UN has not really done the effect or the presence of the United Nations in resolving this issue is not really felt, to the extent that the Israeli people, I think the Israeli foreign minister has already declared that the the current Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, should be on the status of a persona non grata. That means he's not welcome to Israel. But I wonder how, because I know the UN Secretary General has international immunity, diplomatic immunity.
You should also understand that United Nations, like the name implies, is made up of nation states who are also protecting their interests. Israel has good defense systems. Israel is not small, so is Iran. Iran has, you get good military arsenal and all that. So you need to like think, even if your enemy or your friend's enemy, you have to, as an ally, you have to defend, you have to also think about yourself as a country. You know, majority of the West, they have interests spread across the world. They are thinking like, you have multilateral thinking. You get as a world power, you have to think on different perspectives, both on economic implication, military, you get international implications. So they too are protecting their states. Even they are trying to like prefer peace, you get support. It's more like preferring support from a distance. That's why I see it. So basically that's why I see it.
Okay, so another thing now is, what do you think is the path forward in this? Like, if we, in the ending now, we need to consider innocent women and children. That have been killed in this world. There are some in these instances where, even same with Russia, Ukraine, a lot of women, like that day, there was a video of a pregnant woman that was being evacuated from one hospital in Ukraine when they launched a missile. So we're talking about Israel, Hezbollah, Hamas, Lebanon, Iran war. On the other hand, we are talking about Russia-Ukraine war. Like, when is this going to end? Because we are looking about humanity is at risk.
Except they come from a place of humanness, where all parties involved are ready, are willing to put an end to this thing. And also, like you said, United Nations also have a role to play in the case of conflict resolution and diplomatic dialogue. So there should be a diplomatic dialogue. Then again, are these people willing to create this dialogue or make it happen?
Okay, I think world leaders, we just employ our world leaders. We call on them that they should be committed to humanitarian processes.
Then again, things like economic military sanctions could be used. But then if
everything should be there towards humanitarian.
If you are using military sanctions, then you are calling for a war. And most likely they will not use a military sanction.
Economic sanction. I think that's what most...
Economic is the game they can play, fine. But military, I think they will have a problem with that.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up another issue of concern now, away from Middle East. Let's come to Africa. Okay. Now, recently in South Africa, there have been an instance where two women, they actually went, I think from the story I gathered from the relevant sources, these women with, I think, one of the husbands of one of the women, they actually went in search for food in a farm. And in South Africa, most of these big farmland, I mean commercial farmers, wealthy farmers, are mostly white.
Okay.
You understand, the whites in South Africa. And then these women, black of course, they went with the other women, about 3 or 4 of them, went in search for food. They were hungry. And then, of course, it's hunger that drives them, right? Hunger and poverty. And they went to search for food. And then they went to a certain farm, because there's this allegation of their farmers association always complaining that these people were always coming to their farmland to steal food and other items. And I feel there's other better ways to resolve it. And these particular women, they were shot. In fact, they were shot at. In the process, the other man escaped, but the 2 women, I think they were killed in the process, or maybe they didn't actually die totally at the instance of the being shot. They were not maybe actually dead. But what later happened was that the owners of this farmland, the owner and his staff, they took these women and fed them to the pig. The pigs actually fed on them and they died. The pig ate these women up in a bid to cover up their
wild pigs to
cover up the crime, or I would call it a crime, because killing someone is criminal, premeditated murder.
Yes.
Now the man that escaped went to inform relevant authorities. They came around and they arrested them, and then these people wanted to be granted bail, but South Africans came out and said no bail. So now this issue of it's racially inspired from what we see. So what do you think about this issue?
Okay,
xenophobia,
I'm going to come in.
Is this still existing?
I'm going to come in this light that there is what they call silent apartheid in South Africa now. You know, there's this tactic the enemy use against you to isolate you, to keep you in a kind of mental and physical isolation, so that people who are in a position to be of help cannot. Now, the original South Africa, I'm talking about the indigenous South Africans here, the Khoisan, the Zulu, the Xhosa, and the rest. They tend to suffer from this trauma. You get this trauma of apartheid, of what apartheid like entrusted on them over time. So they have, I see it as more like unresolved over time. They don't have it resolved. They are still suffering it. It's now transgenerational for them. Even the children they will give birth to is still suffering from that. You understand?
For something that they didn't experience directly.
So exactly, that's why I said it's transgenerational. You learn some habits, you learn some ideas. It's been passed down most times. So it's been passed down to them. Now, these people, these so-called whites that are there, they don't see them as, they see them as less of a human in their own land. It's so less of a human for you to kill someone and feed them to your pigs. That means you never rated that person in the first place. You never rated that set of people, that race in there in the first place. Can you kill a fellow white person and feed them to your pigs? Except, of course, it's maybe politically inclined, or maybe it has to do with money or something else. But this one, as like you said, is more like racially inclined. You understand? It's pushed towards racism and all that. So they are not seen as a player in their own country, in their birthland. You understand? So it's a problem. First, what I would advise is South Africa has to heal themselves. Nobody's coming to heal you from your traumas. Nobody's coming to heal you. You have to heal yourself. You have to embrace other blacks as well.
Could that be a reason why xenophobia seems to be
part of it? It's part. You are scared of people coming in because of what one has done to you.
Because of trauma.
Because of trauma.
It's
more like it boils down to across different sectors and points. Take for instance, let's say gender. Maybe a woman has been harassed by a man, and other men are now looking like demons. It's the same thing. You have to heal from that trauma first.
And the reverse is also true.
The reverse is true.
You have to put that in balance.
You have to. The reverse is true. The same thing goes with men. You have to heal from that unresolved trauma, that past trauma, so you can deal with things rationally. You get and see things from a better perspective.
There is another issue in South Africa too that is also an issue in Nigeria. Now there is what we call silent no. No means no. Some women also were protesting in South Africa that I think the courts in South Africa, I think was it their Supreme Court also, have upheld that no means no, issue of sexual violence.
Sexual violence, yes.
So when you hear no, it's no.
Yeah.
Don't do further. Even if the no is silent or quiet or not very intense. And same thing too, I think the Lagos State government is much interested in this issue of sexual violence. And so what do you think about gender-based violence, sexual violence, rape and all those stuff, dealing with them?
You know, it's what we've been saying before now. We keep talking about, sexual violence, sexual harassment, and of course that everyone that is found guilty should be brought to the books. Right, so we've talked about proper enforcement of laws. So when one person says that, okay, I did this, I harassed someone or sexually violated someone, and we've seen precedents of people who have been punished, right, for doing such. It is very essential that we keep up with enforcing so that you can also teach other people a lesson not to carry out that act.
All right, thank you. Before we move on to the last segment, I think there is this last story from Mali, Nigerians in diaspora. This issue of, thank God to the commitment of the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is committed to helping or assisting Nigerians in everywhere. Every Nigerian stranded in other countries should be released and sent back, or, I'm supported to be sent back to Nigeria. Now, there's this issue of some Nigerian women, a video that was trending where some women we are seeing in the prison in Mali, in a certain prison in Mali. And these women, according to that video, one of the women was alleging that they have been there, some of them has been there for 5 years, some have been there for 10 years, some have been there for 2 years, without trial. And you and I know that most times, some of these Nigerians just travel in search of greener pastures. Because of our energetic level, they might get involved in one infraction or the other, or maybe little or nothing.
It might even be differences.
It could just be misunderstanding, and then the next thing they were arrested. Not that they might not actually commit any crime. Maybe it's not really a criminal offense. It could just be something that could be looked over. But they took these people, locked them up. They've been there for long without trial. And then the Nigerian Diaspora Commission, the chairman, Abika Dabiri, she has stated her commitment to want to do something about it. But she was emphasizing that Nigerians should try to understand and tread cautiously when they travel to other countries. So I think, what do you think about negotiations, national imagery, and Nigerians seeking to get greener pasture? Because sometimes the grass is not always greener on the other side.
You know, like most times we tend to emphasize, there are some things I won't say here, you get, because I'm still patriotic. So the mode of traveling, one, matters a lot. The reason for traveling, two, is another one factor to consider. You cannot leave your country to another country on illegal grounds and expect protection most times. You have to dance to the music either ways. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is that, okay, that's aside from, let's say, the immigrants side, let's go to the government. No, Nigeria has not they've not had this very strong international negotiations when it comes to their citizens, to defend them, to take them out. You see countries like America, countries like England, you cannot mess up with their citizens on different soils. They will fight, they need, because they feel their citizen, every citizen is more like a projection of your power. If you can just, it's more like you having children and someone can just treat your child anyhow and the person can go scot-free. That means you are accessible. That means you can be conquered. You understand? So that is another point of view. Our government should start seeing things. That your citizen is more like a projection of your power. It's an asset. And you need to protect them likewise. And also the citizens, your mode of traveling. You cannot expect to endanger your life and be protected.
Okay.
You understand? So it just comes from different angles.
Inipi, your thoughts?
Well, I think that Bola has said it all, and just like she said, there's some things we would not like to say, on air. So
Okay. What I'm going to say is that Nigerians, I'm not going to say you should not travel if you need to travel, but if you must travel, do things properly, travel right. And again, more importantly, the grass is not always green at the other side. Nigeria is a great nation. We may have challenges in leadership and management and other issues, but you see, if people strive to build countries, we can also strive to build our own country. Let's focus on Nigeria and see how we can develop our country. And if you must travel, do things right. Travel
and
as
I think
a proud
it also
citizen
boils down to
right.
patriotism as well.
And don't always get into trouble. We should not always be waiting till we get into trouble and waiting for. It's either the government is sending APs to come and pick them, or sending.
It's a strategy now.
No, I'm just saying, but on a more serious note, like, it's always Nigerians getting into trouble. I mean, other countries too, they have these challenges. Citizens of, I'm talking of our own country.
Sing the loudest.
What happened in between the Sudan? What happened now? The crisis in Sudan, where Nigerians were, those Nigerians were, some of them were evacuated, but they had difficulties leaving Sudan. The same thing with Ethiopia. They wanted to go into Ethiopia so that they can be able to find their way. It was difficult. So, like, we should always try our best to make sure we hold our banner, raise it high anywhere we are, proud, or as Nigerian citizens, and also do the right thing. We should not always be found wanting by the law when we are out there. And at the same time, let's try to make our country good. So thank you very much, ladies, for your thoughts. And I felt that the world leaders too should try to do things that are going to be helpful to world and humanitarian development. Bola Yaya is next after the break. Just stay with us.
Apathy or fear. It seems many have grown aloof on the recent solutions of things in the country, as the Fearless in October protests saw low turnout in Abuja, Lagos, and other states amid heavy security. Meanwhile, organizers Take It Back movement dismissed President Tinubu's planned 30-day National Youth Conference, calling it a jamboree to reward his supporters. Wow. You know, the last turnout was just so low and it lacked energy. So
lacked momentum.
Exactly, it lacked energy, momentum, and it lacked presence of the youth. It's more like nothing happened.
Yeah.
So I was even asking what happened, like did nobody
on October 1?
October 1st, yes. So like what are your thoughts on this? Is it fear or apathy? It's more like the citizens have grown like apathy over time, that I do not care. They have grown like they have thick skin when it comes to anything that has to do with government, anything that has to do with politics or the Nigerian situation. So what are your thoughts?
It's both. In my own opinion, I think it's both. Nigerians have just, many Nigerians are almost giving, at that stage where they're almost giving up on whatever the government wants to do, it's their own business, will survive. And on the other hand too, the government has not shown that, or let's just say the government of the day are yet to come to that stage where they can prove to every citizen that yes, we are democratic. Do whatever you want to do, have your say. Let the minority have their say and the majority have their way. We will respect the rights of citizens. That's where the problem is. So using the government, instrument of government to clamp down on citizens' voices. Yes, I understand that we are weary of people hijacking these things and turning chaotic, destroying public infrastructures. But then on the other hand, the citizens are trying to lay out their genuine concerns. So, well, I think in the wisdom of the president, let's just give him that credit, but it's up to him to prove to Nigerians that yes, it can be different. Now, in the wisdom of the president, they introduced the 30 days youth conference. Is there an opportunity? Is there an opportunity for the young people to now use that platform to channel their grievances and their concerns to the government?
You know, then again, sorry to cut you, Nikki. Then again, we raised the concern earlier. Was it in Nikki's session or so that we talked about what are the policies or processes that are going to be in place to select these people? Because you cannot have a special set of people going there and expect to voice the concerns of the youth.
And go there to stay in a very luxury
hotels
and taking pepper soup and jollof rice.
We need people on ground who are more like the voice of the youth. So they need to put in place good processes. So what are your thoughts on it?
Okay, so just as Elijah earlier said, you know, it was like I jacked my thoughts from my mind. When you asked the question as to whether, you know, is it apathy or fear, both, you know, came to mind. And I said both, right? Why? So as regards to apathy, you know, the October 1st protests wasn't the first protest that we had in Nigeria.
Yes.
And there have been previous protests and we've seen outcome. Now, citizens who come out to exercise their right, you know, their fundamental human right to express or for freedom of expression, you know, and, you know, freedom of peaceful protest and gathering. They come out and we saw what happened during the year 2020.
EndSARS.
We saw what happened during that protest. Right? That it lives rent free in our heads. Now the last protest. So after that, there was despite the blood that was shed, we did not see changes in the government.
No, nothing changed.
Now the one that happened recently, that was still this year now, before the 1st October.
Yes, I think
no changes. Like people were going out.
First of August.
Before 1st of August,
First
right?
of August, yeah.
Now, people, you know, youth came out to say, okay, we're going out to protest, and then we had people saying things like, go and protest. We are going to sit down in our house to eat. Like, I don't understand. So imagine, you know, getting those kind of reactions. All of these things, you know, they keep building up the apathy. So we can't solely come and blame this. Well, it's a two-way thing, right? So people have seen reactions, the citizens have seen reactions of these things, and we've seen the trajectory, and what they call it, trajectory, or what they call it now. And so coming down to 1st October. Now, 1st October came up before that time. Now, that's where the issue of fear comes in now. And then, okay, the issue of vote, Nigeria decides. We saw what happened, right? Yes. People came out, you know, with the whole energy. They want to vote, and we all know what happened then. And I think that was like the largest turnout of youths that came out, you know, and then we saw how they disappointed us. Okay.
So
now,
like,
sorry, but
the process disappointed you. Like the process, it's not the outcome. It's the outcome.
The process.
We are talking about the process.
The process
of the
process and the outcome of it.
Yeah, the process which led to the outcome.
The process leads to.
I will stick to the process.
Okay, I get
the
your point.
So speaking of fear,
I get your point.
Yeah, of course. Now speaking of fear, right? We before the 1st October, I think the first so we had information, or we got information as to how some of these law enforcement forces were out, and then if you come out for this, just this repression, do you get? So now how do we now expect citizens? It's like our hopes are battered, right? We can't, I don't know. So it's both apathy and fear.
Yes, because, yes, you're right. It's both apathy and fear, in the sense that 2020 still lives rent-free in everybody's head. It's more like trauma for a lot of people. Yeah. They saw what happened, the lives that were lost, and nothing came out of it. So it's more like, you don't want to die. And
nobody wants to die.
Exactly, nobody wants to die. Even the death, still nothing came out.
Exactly.
So I think that is enough. That fear is enough to create apathy. It's more like fear leading to apathy. So what are your thoughts?
Well, like I said, I think the government has a chance now. President Tinubu's government, he has given himself, or he has the opportunity now to change the mindset of young Nigerians. You see, the instruments, various instruments and political or state actors have one way or the other discouraged young persons from coming out to express their thoughts in the form of peaceful protests. Because, and the excuse they give was that other people or other persons of bad or evil motive may hijack the situation and turn it to be violent, which is valid. Their concern is valid. But now, introducing a national youth conference is an opportunity for the government to prove to the young people that yes, I'm with you, provided that they can allow.
I'm coming from
this leads back to the question.
A non-political group said something about them. This 30 days conference being a jamboree. Like nobody is like having that faith in that.
That's what I'm saying. That's where we are judging. You know this. Mind you, let's be fair to the Tinubu government. As much as we come to point out some of the loopholes and mistakes or errors, but let's be fair to President Tinubu's administration.
But this is not just about the President Tinubu's
administration. We know that, yes, we know, I know government is a continuum.
Yeah.
Government is a continuum, but the president at that time says so much about the strategy and leadership of that administration. Now, in the past, we've had various similar kind of instances where they give platform for people to come discuss about the way forward the country, even though it may not necessarily be only youth focused. But this time around now, it is President Tinubu versus the youth. It has always been President Tinubu versus the youth. Even before he became president, it was always Tinubu versus the youth.
I think it's and the youth.
Now, you know, since he became a president, it has been one way or the other protest, even though people have been discouraging young people to come out. But now he's bringing that platform that, okay, young people, okay, that energy that you say you have, that you want to go to the street, come and sit down here and put that energy, work with me, let's re-strategize a way out for our country.
And we are now
saying... But the concern now, other people are saying, is that they are judging him, his actions, based on what has happened before. What I'm going to say is that it's too early to make a statement.
No, you know,
personally,
I'll have to
I will say let's give the president the benefit of that.
I'll have to cut you there, you know, in the sense that people are calculating and measuring results. It's results we measure. Process without results is
we're saying the same thing. If the process, see,
the past results have been nothing short of.
If you do what you always do, you get what you always get. Before you get the result, we should not be too anxious about the result that we forget the process. Let's focus on the process now. We're still on the process. The 30 days youth conference has not started yet. So they have not even started recruiting people that will go for it. Can we just take a chill pee as Nigerians?
If it's going to hold at all.
It will hold. If the president says it's going to hold, it's going to hold. I believe it's going to hold. I'm not advocating for the president. I'm only coming from the side of common sense and fairness. If the president says this is what he wants to do, let's give him a benefit of doubt.
But there are also
and then now let the president, I'm speaking directly to the office of the president, President Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, sir, please, in the process of trying to arrange or organize this conference, the process should be transparent and so the creative
and should be diverse as well.
What do you call them?
Different,
what other sector? Professional sector,
different
political
culture.
sector too, because you will say you rule out, yeah, they are political youth, yeah, allow them. I mean, when I mean political youth, not only those from APCU, allow youth from across all political parties to be there. Because we are looking for a sustainable solution. If you do that, you have actually proved to Nigerians that you are a leader, that you are in your own right. So let's give the president the benefit of doubt.
I think reaching out is a two-way street to meet at the middle. Then I'll talk to like the citizens as well to shun out apathy. You understand?
Yeah.
You cannot
The citizens should be willing to.
You cannot expect a government to work by saying I'm not interested. It's not my concern. By being unpatriotic,
you keep trying.
You get. So we cannot keep on passing lack of interest down to the younger generations that forget it's not going to happen. It's not going to work.
That's how it has always
been.
That
is how it has. So it's more like transmitting fear over time and apathy. So I would say being involved in government is also your right.
Political
you have like fairness there too.
Civic.
Exactly. It's more like your civic responsibility and rights.
And citizens' rights.
Exactly.
Being a responsible citizen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is the idea. All right, thank you very much, ladies.
Yeah.
We really had a nice time having this conversation. It's important we have this conversation. Hopefully, relevant authorities, stakeholders will learn and build on this. We'll have a better society, better Nigeria, and better humanitarian situation in the world at large. Yeah. We'll try to tell it like it is, regardless of whose axe is God. As Enipi stated, do keep your comments coming in. On Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram, at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocates. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Until next time, when we can continue working together to accomplish what we do best. Let's continue to push for social change.
Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Add one to you, say Nipandebe.
Nipandebe.
Yeah. Then say mine.
Mine.
That's Steve and Idoma. But when you say it immediately, you can easily adopt this thing so quick. She even can sing with them than saying it.
You have to sing Yoruba all day long.
Okay, so how many Nigerian? I learned you are a very good dancer. So how many Nigerian dances? Okay.
I don't count them, and I really don't know them thoroughly, but when the music hit me and the drumming and percussions, it depends on the rhythms and the tempos, I just go into trance.
And what kind of reception, what kind of ovation do you get? That means you get ovations.
I'm shy, but it's not bad.
Okay, earlier I saw you doing a tip dance. Can you do the tip dance for us?
We were doing it together.
Yeah? Okay, we're going to do it together later.
Okay,
later. Of course, we'll still perform Jagwanana. And what's this very popular song that I learned? The one we're talking about now, that was your song?
Oh, Kawa Omaranti, Eranti Yeo, Ishedale Baba Wa. Going back to my roots.
Going back to my roots.
Going back to my roots.
Yes.
Yes, when I was in the U.S., we used to hear this song, and it was the second African music that you would hear on regular radio airplay. And everybody was so happy and so proud because it was Manu Dibango, Mama Say, Mama Say. That was the first one.
That was the first one.
And so we listened to this all the time. It was beautiful. Everybody loved it. Made African Americans, arch their back. I didn't know he was the man's music that they used until we came to Nigeria. And in 1998, we went to Lagbaja's place. That was my first time here. And they started playing the song, and I said, "Ooh, I remember this song, and it's playing on the radio, yeah." Then they came and picked Daddy up and took him to the stage. I'm like, why?
She was almost crying. She said, what?
It's his song. I'm like,
Is there some form of royalties? Did they buy it from you?
Nothing.
Till now.
We're still fighting, and we need a good lawyer.
We need a good lawyer.
That's not afraid of Warner Brothers.
Yes.
Or Masakela.
Or Masakela.
All those guys that stole the music.
It's so sad.
From Orlando.
Okay, I am friends to Femi Falana.
Yes.
Femi Falana, it's one of the best lawyers in Nigeria.
Yes.
So, those are the kind of cases I like to see lawyers like that take up, because it's an international.
And they need to come from here.
And a lot of money is involved.
Yes. Yes.
You're talking about money?
Yes.
See, over there then, I was not even thinking about money when I'm doing things. But I know maybe some money will come later. But first of all, do the music. And so when we did the music, it's so sad because
they used Ashiko.
I have my brother, Hugh Masakela. See, our group that he was coming to jam with us. So that Ashiko. That song, I let him use it in his album. We both recorded with him, and when it came out, that was a hit. Okay. And then, because it was a hit now, Lamondozia, an artist that wanted to do a song, he decided that he told the Stuart Levine, the producer, the please tell you I want to use he told him that no, this Orlando Julius song, O.J. Ekemode, that's what they call me.
That's what we know him in the U.S. as O.J. Ekemode.
I think it's something that I'm a human rights ambassador, and so is Femi Falana. So in a way we are colleagues. So I will definitely discuss this with him and hear his feedback. Yeah, because it's big money, man.
When he's with PRS in the UK, and so they said that he could get some free advice from lawyers. So every lawyer that we called, we were living in Ghana at the time, they said, they would listen to him, and I'll call you back. And when they call us back, they would say it's a conflict
of interest.
so they couldn't take the case. But maybe because they all work for Warner.
They all work for Warner Brothers.
But eventually that song needs to come back to Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's a very popular song.
He chanted it.
And that was a hit that helped Hugh Masekela, get
You also
plenty
did
of
a lot
money.
of things with Hugh Masekela. Yeah.
Boys doing
The boy is doing a whole album that I helped work, produce.
How has it been? I mean, tell us, how has it been being married to a superstar?
But when you're in a serious relationship, when he decided he wanted me to be his woman, there was never any problem. There's never he's going out here, he's going out there.
It's an understanding.
And it tripped me because I know African men, I know he's been about 3 for 25 wives, I ain't got time. But to watch how he is, he's kind, he's gentle. He don't have time for all this jab by jab. He don't. I see how he, even on the road back then, he would take his own food and cook his food in his room. He wasn't all over the place. It's a nice guy. Something just hit me that I really liked him one day, and I had to tell him that I liked him. I said, yeah, I really like him. I really like him. And I was afraid to tell him because I thought he would fire me.
He's still blushing. He's shy.
And he is shy, so I had to just open up and tell him, man, I like you, man. I just really want to, I don't know how to be, maybe he'll fire me or whatever, but I want to still pursue him because my heart was...
That's wonderful, and the same love that kept you together.
Oh yes.
It's not always easy, when you've been married to someone for such a long time. You have your dry patches, you have your hard times. You go through so many different things, but we have never left ourselves. We never departed, said I'm leaving you, or separated, or anything like that. When we're down to one bean and one bag of pure water, we'll eat that one bean and drink that pure water together. When times are hard, that's why I don't understand why women is always after, he don't have money, he ain't got this, he ain't got that. What do you bring to the table? Nowadays, it's not like the old days. You have to contribute as well as your man. I don't put the pressure on him to take care of me. He never had, but he takes care of me. He give me everything I need. Anything I want, we have to go through that sometimes. But we don't fight over money. We just try to handle ourselves.
And that's how life should be. Okay, I'm touched. I've had so much, and I'm very happy that I came at last. Okay, right now we are going to, we have a tradition on this program, but in this aspect, that I cannot do it because this one is, So we're just going to do, we would come back and then we'll perform Jagwa Nana. You dance. She's going to dance Steve dance, Igbo dance, Shua dance, Kanuri dance. You say you know Nigeria. So
Kanuri, I like Kanuri hairstyles from Kanuri. I used to know when I was a kid.
You even know Kanuri?
I studied.
Wow, that's nice.
The hairstyles from Kanuri is very, very deep.
Ndawa tru clearly. Say Ndawa tru. Ndawa tru. It means good morning.
Good morning.
Ndawa tru. Then you answer clearly. Yeah, that's Kanuri.
Oh, I want to go there. I really want to go to the north because people always ask me, I was Hausa when I was traveling with Orlando in the U.S. Oh, she's Hausa. She's Hausa. I'm like, what's Hausa?
Yeah, you even look like Kanuri in a way.
Fulani. Yeah. And when I started seeing the different hairstyles, when I was a child, I didn't want nobody to comb my hair. I would make my hair in different weird ways. And when I look at some of the hairstyles from up there, I'd be like, maybe. Never know.
All right. We are going to do you, we will come back on True Nigerian Heroes of Our Time. I have Mr. and Mrs. Orlando Julius. OJ, the OJ Ekemode is for them in America and Europe.
Yes.
For we here is Dr. Orlando Julius. And so we'll come back and then we'll do Jagwa Nana and we'll do different dances from Nigeria, like I've said, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Kanuri, Shua, Arab, Tiv, all the languages in Nigeria. She's going to do different dances, even
Ghana,
Shokiti Bobo and Shoki. Let's go there. As you can see, I am here with the legend, the veteran, the almighty Orlando Julius and his beautiful wife, Latoya Orlando Julius. We are going to perform Jagwa Nana, which is just one of his hits, and then from there we'll go to campaign that they pay us our royalties for the money of Bring Back to Our Roots by performing the song Bring Back. We are going back to our roots. Yes. Going back to our roots. Yeah. We now must pay our monies. Yeah. That does it. Okay. After then, she's going to do all the different dances of all the tribes in the states of Nigeria. In fact, in every state, she will do all the local government dance one by one until she finishes the whole 36 states of Nigeria. Okay, if you are ready, we'll start with Jagwa Nana. Okay.
Kígun kẹ̀kẹ́ ló fẹ́ tàbí kígun ọ̀kadà, gbogbo aṣọ ló kó tán, gbogbo bàtà ló fàya, bàtà yàtọ̀, gbogbo ẹ̀yẹ ló gbó, ìyá mi yà bèrè owó. Tí mo lọ, màmá mi yà bèrè wípé tí mo bá délé, ìyá mi yà bèrè owó. Ní mo fi bọ́ lọ, àǹtí mi yà bèrè owó. Jọ̀wọ́ olólùfẹ́ mi jọ̀wọ́ máa ròyìn tí mo ṣe. Bísí jọ̀wọ́ foríjì mi o. Àní Jagwa Nana yẹn ìyàwó alájẹsẹ́ ni o. Gbogbo owó mi ló wá gbà tán o. Àyà bébí o wá lọ. Olólùfẹ́ mi olólùfẹ́ mi wọ́n gbọ́ tèmi o wọ́n gbọ́ tèmi o jọ̀wọ́ mo fẹ́ràn rẹ olólùfẹ́ mi wáyé. Fantastic! Thank you. Wow! Ilé!
Channel.
Ilé ọ̀pọ̀lá lọ́dọ̀ ọba ìṣẹ̀dá lọ bàbá wa. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bí wọ́n bá jẹ lọ, ọ̀pọ̀dà ọlọ́pàá àgùntàn bá jẹ lọ, àárá ti ilé o. Ilé!
First verse.
Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Áfíríkà o, ẹ jẹ́ ká rántí ilé, níbi wọ́n gbé bí wá sí, káwa máa gbàgbé rẹ̀ ò jọ̀wọ́ yé ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ ègbè, káwa ó máa rántí ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ bàbá wa, bóyá ọ̀rẹ́.
All right. Yes, it's good to sweat.
Yes.
Okay.
You can dance, but you're a musician.
Yeah, we're all in the game, you know.
Even team dance, go dance.
Okay, start with team dance. Yes. It's a different dances from Nigeria by an American on true Nigerians. Okay. Wow! An American doing a thief dance like a thief woman.
Yes.
Okay, let's go for the Yorubas now. Remind the Yorubas.
Akpala, maybe.
Akpala.
Give me your beat.
B?
I got to dance to something. Not like the crazy woman in the marketplace.
All right. Can I again? 1, 2. Can I again? 3. 1, 2, 3.
Wow! Wow! Okay, Ndigo friend. Hey, Ngozi.
Ngozi.
Aduke, you have done Aduke, you've done Ngozi.
Yeah. What's my team name? I don't have a team.
Tokwase. I'll give you Tokwase.
Tokwase.
Oh my God.
Tokwase.
My niece has a good friend in the U.S. Her name is Tokwase.
Wow. You see now? Tokwase.
Yes.
What is Tokwase?
It's like princess. Yeah, it's like queen.
Queen, yeah.
Queen. Yeah. This is Igbo now, yeah?
All kind of dance.
Ibiri o, ibiri kambiri. Wow. Hey! Wow. I now know why you are very successful, because of this wonderful woman. She's hardworking, she's supportive, she's part of your business, she prays for you, she supports you 100%, which is how I think any good marriage. Yeah, that's very good. That's very good. I'm very happy. And the two of you, like we've said before earlier in the program, have this example. You are worth emulating. This is how a good marriage should be. This is how we all hope to end up in life, you know, gracefully, you know, in love, still in love with your spouse at any age, till death do us part, and all that. Not just going to church and making those vows and then after wedding everybody goes this way. Thank you very much for the love and concern and for taking care of our father, our mentor. God bless you,
Amen.
God protect you, and God give you the wisdom and strength to continue to take care of him in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you very much, sir.
Nigeria's
to serve our father's land with love and strength and faith. The labor our heroes fought shall never be in vain. To serve without a mind, one nation bound in its freedom, peace and Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know,
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. So if I had known that you
judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping us.
No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility